My mic was muted. My mic was muted. My mic was muted. All right. Now we can properly introduce the stream. What's going on, guys? What's going on, bananas? You guys ready for part 2? I know we were left on a juicy cliffhanger yesterday because they were going swimming, and I think it's about to happen, guys. I think it's about to happen. They's about to fuck. Hopefully they do. I'm excited to see what happens. We're going to get right on into chapter 22. You're going to hear Alex's sultry ass voice that the women's have been wetting their panties to. I don't know. Don't worry. Mine included. Won't lie. So we're going to get right on into it. Hope you guys enjoy it. I do got some little sound effects. I'll be playing that, throughout the thing, because this book gets a little spicy. What's good, Dan? What's going on, brother? All right, so if everybody's ready, I'm ready. Let's get into it. I'm so mad, bananas.
22.
Your chats, for some reason, are still not showing up on screen.
It didn't take long for me to
pisses
secure
me
the
off.
penthouse and all but drag
It's just
Ava
hers.
into the luxurious
Like everybody
suite.
else just shows up on screen except
It
hers.
was so fucking hard,
So
my
annoying.
cock almost punched a hole
Super
through
annoying.
my pants. And the images I had running through my mind... Fuck. I was going to destroy her. But any remaining shred of conscience I possessed had disappeared the moment she'd uttered those words.
Oh, and bro, Banana says she's gonna
Maybe
fight
I
you.
like those things too. My blood roared at the memory.
Because
Baby, you have no
we
idea
were
what
on
you
stream
got yourself
yesterday
into,
and we were talking.
I thought,
and
shutting the door behind
she
me.
was like, you're mine now.
Ava
and I was
stood in
like,
the middle
oh,
of the
well,
bedroom
see, look,
wearing a
you're gonna have
dress
to
over
look
her
my best
swimsuit
friend
and
in
a
order
half-nervous
to get
With
to
her
me. And she
doe
was
eyes
just
and
like,
innocent
I'll fight him.
features,
She's
she
like, I know
resembled a
Taekwondo.
sacrificial
I'll beat him up.
virgin awaiting defilement. My cock.
She's in
throbbed
chat right
harder.
now. She's like, I did say that, and I will beat you
Take off
up.
your clothes, I said. My soft voice a whip cracked in the silence.
He said, square up,
Part
girl.
of me wanted to bury myself deep inside her as soon as possible. The other part wanted to savor every moment. Despite a slight shake in her hands, Ava didn't hesitate.
Yeah, you got
She kept her
competition,
eyes
man.
trained
You
on
got some
mine as she
competition
unzipped
out
her
here.
dress and the gauzy material pooled around her ankles. The swimsuit went next, sliding down inch by torturous inch until a masterpiece of bare golden flesh unveiled
Oh,
itself.
he said his
I
ass is bigger
devoured
than
her with my
yours.
eyes, taking
Damn,
in every
girl.
detail and imprinting it in my
Damn.
mind.
He said I throw it back better
Her
than
skin
you.
glowed bronze beneath the suite's dim lights, and her body, Christ, round ass, long legs, the sweetest little pussy, and firm, perky tits. Not big, but enough for a handful, and tipped with hard, rosy nipples that
She
were
said,
perfect
"Nuh-uh,
for
bro."
sucking and nibbling. Her chest rose and fell
Like
with
me
every
on the
breath,
dance floor.
and she stared at me with nothing but trust in those big brown eyes. Oh, sunshine, if you only knew. I circled her, a predator toying with its prey, so close I could smell the tang of her arousal.
Twitch.
I stopped behind her and pressed my body against hers until she could feel my angry, steel-hard erection against the soft curve of her ass. She was naked as the day she was born, while I was fully
Oh,
clothed,
man.
and somehow that made the scene even filthier. I pressed my lips to her neck, enjoying the rapid flutter of her pulse beneath my mouth.
Made that bread by scratch.
You want me to take you, sunshine? I murmured.
Oh, baby.
Ruin you,
That dough.
pound you into a pathetic mess, turn you into my little fuck doll. A whimper escaped her mouth and
Japanese milk
shot straight to my
bread.
groin.
I've only ever
hardening my
heard of
already
it. I've
aching
never
cock.
actually had it. But every time I see
yes.
it and people like eating it, dude, it
You
looks
say
so
yes
soft.
so easily.
And like
I
doughy.
licked the hollow
I know
between
it's
her neck and
happening.
lower jaw.
It is happening. This
True
is
to my
not a
nickname
drill,
for her,
guys.
She tasted like
He is
sunshine
going
and
to
honey,
fuck.
and I wanted to devour
Ava is
her.
finally getting the dick
Feed
in.
off her light, consume every
It is
inch of her
about
until
time.
she was mine and mine alone.
This is
But do
what
you
I
know
cliffhangered
means
us
to be
for.
Taken by me. Ava shook her head, a quick, small movement that underscored her innocence and naivete. Not for much longer.
Oh, and I also
Once I got my hands on her,
bought
she'd be filthy, broken, just like everything I touched.
Satan's Affair,
But she'd be
and that's
mine.
the
And I was
Haunting
selfish and
Adeline
cruel enough
prequel.
that I'd take her with me while
so
I
that's
burned down
like
the world.
everything before Zayd meets
It means
Adeline
you're
and stuff like
mine.
that. And we'll
Your
go over
mouth
that in
is
one.
mine.
It's a short book,
I rubbed
so
my thumb over her
probably
bottom lip before
Sunday
trailing it down
we'll
her
do it.
chest and
We'll do a
pinching her
5-hour
nipples.
stream just doing the whole
She
book.
moaned,
Yeah. Oh, it's
"Your
gonna be good.
breasts
It's gonna be juicy.
are mine." I drifted lower, adjusting my position so I could squeeze her ass. Hard.
Hard.
Your ass is mine.
Oh,
I
baby.
reached around and parted her thighs, sliding my fingers past her slippery folds. She was so wet they were drenched within seconds. And your pussy is mine.
Woo!
Every inch of you belongs to me.
He
And
said
if you
that
ever
coochie
let
is
another
mine.
man touch you. My other hand closed around her throat. He'll end up in pieces, and you'll end up tied to my bed and fucked in every hole until my name is the only one you remember.
Goddamn, son.
Do you understand?
Goddamn.
Her cunt clenched around my fingers. Yes. Say it. Who do you belong to? You, Ava whispered.
Probably.
I belong to
Probably.
you.
The music
That's
might go
right.
crazy.
I slipped my fingers out of her pussy and thrust them into her mouth. I hummed in approval when she sucked and licked her own juices off without my asking. Do you taste that, sunshine?
Yeah.
That's the taste of
What-
you
what is
signing
my-
your
what's my
life
band?
away. Because from now on, I own you. Body, mind, and soul. Another moan. This
Oh,
one even more eager
Finally,
than the
starting John
last.
Keats.
I released my hold on her. Get on your knees.
I need-
She sank to the floor, so beautiful it made my chest hurt and my cock throb.
Mm-hmm.
I fisted her hair and tugged it back until she stared straight up at me. If it gets to be too much,
Yeah.
tap my thigh. When she nodded, I tugged her hair harder and ordered, "Open your mouth."
Hey, thanks,
I
Dan.
slipped the
Appreciate
head
it,
of my
bro.
cock into her waiting mouth, slowly pushing deeper until
Appreciate
I
the
was buried
cap,
all the way
Dan.
down her throat. Fuck. The sensation of her mouth engulfing me was so hot a shudder rippled through my entire body, and I almost shot my load right there. I hadn't done that since I was a teenager having sex for the first time. Ava blinked up at me, her eyes watering from my size and how deep I was, but she didn't tap out. So I stayed while she adjusted.
Oh, baby.
After what felt like an eternity but was in actuality a few seconds, she started licking and sucking, slowly at first, but quickly building up to a rhythm that had her bobbing her head up and down.
Hey,
with
Dan, are you
enthusiasm.
streaming again today?
My other hand
You gonna
shot
take
to the
it-
back
you gonna
of
do
her
another
head and
8
my
hour?
abs shook from the effort not to come down her throat before I was ready. That's it, I growled. Suck that cock like a good little whore.
Jesus.
The vibrations from her ensuing
Jesus.
moan traveled all the way up my spine. I started thrusting into her, faster and faster until the only sounds were that of my ragged breaths, flesh slapping against flesh, and the gurgles coming from her throat.
Bro,
I
we
was
just
so rough
started
I half expected her
stream.
to finally tap out, but she never
Alex,
did.
I didn't know.
I pulled out at the
that
last
you-
second
you-
and came all
You was
over
a
her
freak,
face
man.
and chest,
Goddamn.
the thick white streaks coating her skin in a glistening sheen. My orgasm burned through me, wild and hot, raising any lingering doubts that stood in its way, and I watched my cum drip off Ava's chin with possessive, lust-filled eyes. A pale pink flush of arousal stained her face, and her gaze remained locked to mine as her tongue darted out to lick a drop of cum from the corner of her mouth. Holy fuck. I'd witnessed or
I have
partaken
to find
in
a way
just about
to
every
like
filthy
Bluetooth my
sex
phone
act
to my
imaginable.
computer,
But
so that way,
small
like
movement
when I'm on the phone with
might
you,
have been
they
the
can
hottest
like
thing
hear
I'd
you.
ever seen. Get on the bed, I ordered,
I gotta find a
my
way to do
voice
that.
thick with gravel. all fours.
Oh, yo, shit.
Now. Her hands and knees barely had time to hit the mattress before I stripped off my clothes and came up behind her, spreading her thighs with my hands. You are so very wet, my beautiful whore. I licked her glistening juices off her skin, savoring the taste and delicate female scent that drove every man crazy.
Jesus.
I pushed a finger inside her tight, slick folds and was rewarded with a loud whimper. Do you want me to eat out this gorgeous cunt of yours?
Oh, no, your phone died.
Please, Ava gasped.
Alex has been absolutely wrecking this girl.
Her squeal muffled by the pillows when I flattened my tongue against
He fucked the shit. I mean, we just started stream. He's already fucked the shit out of her mouth.
Fast flicks.
He's nutted on her.
So fucking
he's got his fingers in places where
for the innocence shattering.
I'm sure Ava's been wanting him this whole book.
I feasted on her like a man.
God damn, you missed it. I know.
Into her flesh.
I know.
My fingers curling inside her until I found the spot that had her.
He's still going though. So
I gently tugged on her clit with my teeth.
My man ain't done yet.
The sensitive nub with my tongue.
I wish I had his stamina.
And she exploded, her screams reverberating off the walls.
Bro, like I wish I could nut and keep
taste
going.
So fucking good.
I nut and I'm like,
growled, lapping
give
up
me 15
every
minutes,
drop while she shook and trembled beneath my touch. The perfect appetizer for tonight. Ava twisted her head to look at me. Her face flushed from her orgasm, and her eyes round with shock.
Man, but you're gonna get a solid.
That was an appetizer.
Get a solid 5 minutes of humping though. Got you.
Sunshine. This is a 12-course meal. I rolled on
exactly
a
till
condom
my
and slid
hammies
my
cramp.
already hard-again cock along her drenched folds.
I'm like,
and we're just getting started. I gripped her throat and slammed into her, and all conversation grounded to a halt.
I told you, girl.
Unless you counted her moans
he is
and my
up
grunts
in them walls.
She felt like heaven to my hell. The closest I'd ever get to salvation.
He's been wanting this the whole time.
I wanted to drag her into the depths of Hades with me. I fucked her so hard I was afraid I'd break her. But every time I
can't be mad at him though.
Tiny warning growls that had my lips
this is why the tension works.
And amusement.
This right here.
It turned out my sweet innocent lamb was actually a dirty little slut in disguise, and I'd never been happier to be wrong. I flipped her over and
he made it. I know he did make us wait 22 chapters.
Her pleasure blazed eyes and sighs, urging me to go faster and deeper.
That nigga made us wait 22 chapters, bro. That shit was agonizing.
With the force of a Category 5
hurricane. My god, agonizing. We'll probably finish this book this stream because we're literally 50% through the book. So
strange expression.
We'll finish it this stream.
What is it, Sunshine? I brushed my lips over hers. Already preparing
it's 13 hours long.
For the next round. If I was going to hell
for
this,
that's not bad at all.
I
that's
might
about
as well
like
enjoy
standard.
Every second.
Yeah, that's about
no kissing or face-to-face contact during
sex.
Because
Haunting Adeline was 15 hours long.
I thought those were your rules.
Both books.
I paused.
So you're getting a good 30-hour long series.
Those were my rules.
Okay. Remember, I'm not telling you what the next book is for the podcast, but the next book for the stream is going to be Satan's Affair, and that's going to be the
until tonight
the prequel to Haunting Adeline.
Or realized it until Ava reminded me. I enjoyed fucking from the back more than the average man. There was a sense of removal that came with it, which was why it was my position of choice. But I'd wanted to see
100%.
her.
They're gonna be like, you
to watch
wait, hold on, how do you know
to each shift
Alex Volkov? And
to
I'm
see
like,
her face when she fell apart and screamed my name.
I know. It's all good.
And that was when I realized I was well and
I don't know what the book is called,
fucked.
But there's a story about Adeline's grandma and her story.
You're
yes,
right,
it's called Phantoms.
My forehead to hers with a
it's called Phantoms. So yeah. all right, shut up, bro. Okay.
23.
God
Ava.
damn you.
By the time Alex and I finished,
I like how you
was
just said that like
and wrung
theoretically, and then it
and I
came
would wake
true,
up sore as hell
moments
tomorrow.
later.
But I didn't care. Alex hadn't
I
held
hate you
back,
so much.
and that was what I'd wanted, needed. choosing to let go. I've never felt more
thank you.
powerful.
All right, man.
Strength
Whatever.
and weakness, control and submission.
Yeah, we'll definitely do
Aren't
that
you
one
tired?
too. We'll do
I
the one
yawned,
about
watching
Adeline's
Alex
grandma and
through
her story.
half-droopy
'Cause I
eyes.
feel like that's gonna be a good. It's gonna be a
We'd
good
gone
one.
at it for what must have been hours. But whereas I was ready to pass out, he looked alert and awake as ever. If by tired you mean you wore me out, perhaps. He said,
Well, no, this is when
in
she
an
was young.
uncharacteristically teasing tone.
Yeah, because she cheats
But
on
if
her
you're asking
husband
whether
with
I'm
like some
sleeping,
dangerous guy who
How's that possible?
I want to
mumbled
say is
into my
either a robber or in a gang or something
Insomnia,
like
sunshine.
that. I
sleep
hope
a
they
few hours
use
a night,
Zaid's voice.
if I'm lucky.
It sounds like they're using Adeline's
frowned.
voice in Satan's
Now
Affair,
that's
so they might
another
use
huge
Zaid's voice
yawn.
again.
Not good.
I hope they do.
Humans
I'm not
need
100% sure. I
sleep.
can look it up.
How had Alex survived all this time on only a few hours a night? We should fix that. Chamomile tea, meditation, melatonin. My voice drifted off. If only my head didn't feel so heavy,
Or you know what? I
and the
can
bed
do it through
weren't
my-
so comfortable.
my PC here.
I could
We
make him
have the
tea, or find a
technology.
guided YouTube meditation or something. Let's talk about it later.
Screen.
You're exhausted.
Oh, actually,
He
no,
smoothed
hold
a
on.
hand over my
Over
head,
here, you guys
and I
can't see it.
purred as I nestled into his
let's put it over
touch.
here. Okay,
Good
you guys
night.
can't see it. We're good.
My breath
Forgot I'm
slowed as sleep
this on
took
both.
over. I thought I felt an arm wrap
What
around
about
my
it?
waist and pull me close, but I was out before I could confirm. That night, for the first time in a long time,
Audiobook.
I slept soundly,
Or
with no
actually,
nightmares. 24. Ava. Alex and I spent the rest of the weekend locked in our suite, subsisting on room service and orgasms and christening every surface.
damn,
Though
they not only fucked
I'm not
once,
sure
they've been
christening
fucking
was the
for a
right word to
whole
use,
couple days.
considering how filthy our activities were.
God damn.
Sex
This
with
man's got
Alex was
stamina.
like sex like I'd never known it. Raw, animalistic, soul-destroying in the best possible
What's
way.
the strat, man? I need it.
It shattered every perceived notion of who I was and molded me into something darker, more depraved. He
Teddy
called me
Hamilton and
sunshine
Michelle
one
Sparks.
moment and his
What?
whore
That's
the
Michelle
next.
Sparks? No way.
And I loved it.
All right. And
Even at his coldest, Alex had always treated me with respect outside the bedroom, but inside the bedroom, I was his toy. His to fuck and use. In the shower, pressed against the window, bent over the desk, and I craved it as much as he did.
woo!
I screamed, my core clenching around his cock for what must have been the 1000th time, as another
no, they
orgasm
use a
ripped
different
through
guy.
and broke me into a million
It's a different guy.
pieces
His name
of
is Christian
ecstatic
Black.
agony.
It's a different guy. It's not
the
the
fog
same
of
guy
pleasure
that
finally
voices
faded.
Zaid.
I found
Yeah,
Alex
for
staring
Zaid,
down
it's
at
Teddy
me with a
Hamilton.
smirk.
For this book, it's
What?
going to be Christian
I
Black.
murmured, too drowsy with content to utter more words.
But it's still Michelle Sparks. I knew it was still the
Watching
same
you come
girl.
apart. His hands gripped
damn,
my hips possessively.
Christian Black. It's not the same guy. Sad
Only
face.
for me, sunshine. Never forget that. What would you do if I did? I'd meant it as a tease, but Alex's eyes glittered with danger as his fingers dug into my flesh.
Damn, bro. What's the
You'd have a man's
What's
murder
the,
on your hands.
what's the
Is that
sauce,
what you
man?
want?
Gotta let us in.
He grazed my skin with his nose before he
How you
sank
doing
his
that?
teeth into the side of my neck, punishing and marking me at the same time.
Oh,
Pain and pleasure
shoot.
burst through me.
Let me.
Careful, I breathed, or you'll ruin your reputation for unfeeling sex. No one else will see me this way. Only you. Before I could rein in the out-of-control butterflies in my stomach, someone knocked on the door.
Oh, damn.
Who's that? I asked, still trying to wrap my head around his words.
Oh,
No one else will see me this way. Only you.
What am I doing?
A grin tugged at my mouth. Room service. We ordered it before you cornered me and had your way with me. Alex rolled out of bed and laughed softly when I mock glared at him from my pile of wonderful, fluffy pillows.
It shouldn't.
For someone with a supposedly superior memory, you seem to have forgotten that you're the one who woke me up with an urgent issue. I arched an eyebrow. remembering the sensation of his hands cupping my breasts and his cock rubbing against my ass this morning. Did I? He flashed a lazy smile, and I all but melted into a pile of goo. I would never tire of Alex's smiles.
I wonder if they're going to use Zaid's voice.
Sorry, honey, but it's
I know
over.
I said it again, but my
I
phone
told
died
my poor
because it was
heart.
unplugged. Oh, no,
You don't
they're going to
belong to
use a
me
different
anymore.
guy's voice.
How inconsiderate of
Sadly.
me.
They're going to use
It
a
wasn't
different
until
guy's
he
voice.
brought back our breakfast that I realized I was starving. Sex, I decided as I nibbled on a croissant, is my favorite form of exercise. But as incredible as the weekend had been, we had to return to reality tomorrow. And there were things we still needed to discuss. Alex, he sighed and set his coffee down. I know. What will we tell Josh? I winced, imagining my brother's reaction. I should buy full body armor just in case. We're both adults. It's our decision what we do with our lives. Nevertheless, Alex grimaced. We'll tell him in person when he comes home for Christmas. I nodded. Okay, that gave us over a month to prepare. Though I wasn't sure anything would prepare us for the shitstorm Josh would unleash once he found out his baby sister and best friend were sleeping together. Which brought me to my next question. So,
Motherfuckers can't
what
get
exactly
in there.
will we say?
Get informed.
I mean,
oh, baby.
I stabbed at a strawberry, hating myself for bringing this up during such a blissful weekend,
Finally got a new bot
but also
for
knowing we
Discord,
needed to
and it
figure out
actually
where we
works.
stood before we
All
spiraled
other
into a
Discord
mess
bots
of
were
misunderstandings
just like,
and uncertainty.
Thanks for thank you for using our service. Now you're going
Are
to
we
pay
friends
up,
with benefits?
motherfucker. And we're like,
Dating?
what?
Exclusive or non-exclusive?
Oh, is she thinking about
Alex
them
gripped my
dating
chin
now?
and brought my gaze to his. What did I tell you?
Uh-oh.
You're mine, sunshine. You're never touching another man unless you want him 6 feet in the ground. So yes, we're fucking exclusive.
Oh,
Was it bad that his
Well, that
words
answers
turned
that.
me on so much? Probably.
that answers
I didn't
that.
care. Same for you and other women, I scowled, remembering Madeline. No matter how much they throw themselves at you or look like a supermodel. How many women have you slept with anyway? His grip loosened, and his dark chuckle set off flutters in my stomach.
I know. Oh, you
Jealous,
dropped that
sunshine? He purred. I like this side of you.
Yeah.
You didn't answer my question. It doesn't matter. Alex rolled me over until I was beneath him again.
It
All that
happened.
matters
They're
is I'm
dating
only sleeping
now.
with one woman from now on.
They are dating.
So, is that what we are? I gasped when he slid his rapidly hardening cock.
I wonder
along
how
my already
Josh is
wet
going to
slit.
feel about it, though.
Fuck buddies,
You know?
among other things. He fished a condom from our dwindling supply. He had to run out yesterday for a box, and pinned my wrists above my head before thrusting into me.
God
You
damn.
want to fuck? We fuck. You want to date? We date. You want to call me your boyfriend? I'll call you my girlfriend. But for now,
That's
let's
true.
take care of that
That's true.
needy little
He did
pussy
say
of yours.
that it was cool. But I don't know. He
And
might
he
change his
did.
mind. He might have been cool with
My
it then
shameless moans
because he
soaked
was
the
like,
air
it might
as
never
Alex
happen.
pounded
So
me
I'm
into
cool
the
with it.
mattress.
But now that it's
His
happened,
thrust so rough, the
he might
bed
not be cool
springs
with it. I don't know.
squeaked,
We'll see.
and the headboard
I'm
slammed
excited.
against the wall.
Damn, they going at it
A
again.
tingling sensation blossomed at the base of my spine. I reached up to play with my nipples, my breaths coming out in short pants. I was close. So close.
I
going to-
know. They're going at it again.
But
That's
an
what I'm
unwelcome
saying. I'm
ring
like,
of
where
an
you get all this
incoming call
stamina,
interrupted
man?
our obscene symphony of moans and grunts, followed by a cool voice. This is Alex. My eyes flew open. I gaped at Alex, who stared down at me with a calm expression as he listened to
Alright,
whoever was on the
bro,
other
I
end of the
love you.
call.
Good to talk to you.
Gone was
I'll
passionate,
text you
playful
about
Alex.
626.
In its place was the composed businessman Alex. No, I'm free to talk. What happened with the Wilbur development?
Probably
Free
Friday.
to talk?
'Cause
He was
Friday,
still
I
inside
could,
me.
I could do the whole day.
He
I
wasn't
keep the whole
moving.
day open for you.
But I could feel every hard inch of him buried in between my thighs.
Yeah.
I opened my mouth to protest, but he shot me a warning look and pressed the fingers of his free hand into
Appreciate
my
you, bro.
hip, silencing me.
Let me know what day it is.
Bastard, I mouthed. I knew Alex was ambitious, but I'd
Okay.
never expected
All right.
him to take a
Just let me know,
business
and then
call
I'll
in the
open up
middle
this
of
schedule.
freaking sex.
I'll make sure I got shit for
What
school
was
or anything
worse,
like that.
I'd
Just let
been
me know.
about to come, and I was left squirming with
All right,
need
bro.
while he discussed square
Hey.
footage and building plans.
Pull
I rolled my hips up, desperate for friction. His eyes flared, and his grip tightened before he slid out of me. He muted his end of the call.
Wait.
Speaker,
What happened?
And hauled
What
me
happened?
off the bed with one arm while he carried his phone in the other.
All right.
What are you doing?
All right, I'm locked in, guys.
I
What
wrapped
happened?
my legs around his waist, while the man on the other end of the line droned on about zoning laws. Alex deposited me next to the couch. Bend over and spread your legs. Lust speared through me at his authoritative tone.
What?
I trembled, but obeyed, placing my hands on the armrest, arching my back, and spreading my legs until every inch of me was bared to him. Satisfaction curled in my stomach when I heard his sharp intake of breath. The man stopped talking, and Alex unmuted the line to answer his question. I could see my reflection in the large glass window opposite the couch. Wanton and flushed, my hair tousled from our sex marathon, and my breasts hanging heavy and full.
That makes me think,
Behind
dude
Alex
was
stood
literally
proud as a
just
sculpted god.
He's just
his face carved with brutal lust as he squeezed my ass.
So, what's going on?
My soft moan turned into a squeal when he slammed into me hard enough that the couch scraped forward an inch. Don't make a sound, he warned.
Oh my
This is
god!
an important call. The flames of desire burned hotter.
He's just
I
on
should
the
be
phone with a
upset that he
heart
was on a
on.
business call of all things while fucking me. But I was so turned on I couldn't see straight.
Oh my god!
There was something so dirty and delicious about fucking while his partners prattled on, clueless. Alex's thrust picked up a steady, punishing rhythm until I was no longer gripping the armrest.
I can
I was on
understand
the
that.
couch itself.
I understand.
My hips
I would never
draped
do that
over
to you,
the arm,
bananas.
my face buried in the cushions.
I would throw my phone
rock
across
hard
the room.
nipples and swollen clits scraping against the fabric.
That's
As he
crazy.
fucked me so viciously, my feet lifted off the ground.
God damn.
All the while, he continued his call, taking it off mute only when he had to speak. When he did, his voice remained calm and even though I could hear his harsh breathing in the moments when he was silent. I had no clue what they were talking about anymore, too lost in a fog of lust to decipher specific words and phrases. An unbidden yelp erupted from my throat when he hit a spot that caused my back to bow. Alex fisted my hair and tugged my head back until I was half upright again, while his other hand closed around my throat.
I
A
mean,
warning and a reminder
to some
rolled into one.
degree, like
Don't make a
you could do
sound.
this. I
tried my best,
it just has to
I
be
really
like
but I was a mess.
it just
I
has to
could
be
see
like
it in the
I don't
window.
want to say the right moment,
My
but
tear-streaked face and glazed eyes, my mouth hanging slack as orgasm after orgasm
you have to go
crashed
real
over
slow.
me in an endless white-hot
You know what I mean?
wave of
Like it's
sensation.
possible. Like you could do this.
Was it possible to die from too much pleasure?
Because like what she's
If so, that was what was happening.
explaining is like I said, it's
I was
doable.
dying a million tiny deaths,
That and the dude's
each
gotta
one
last
ripping
long
me
enough.
apart and piecing me back together.
There's that too.
Only for the next to destroy me again. Another sob of pleasure. One that had Alex
look,
releasing my hair so
know,
he could cover my mouth and muffle my whines.
Your first time ain't ever gonna be like
One hand over my mouth.
explosive.
one
You know what I
hand
mean? It's
around
just
my
not.
throat.
Even my first time was
I
trash.
came again. My entire
But,
body shuddering with the force
after a
of my
while,
explosion.
after you do with
Alex
your
fucked me
partner
harder,
a while,
deeper.
and they kind of understand
couch
what
screaming in
you like,
protest.
what you don't like.
It had
You
slid
might even
halfway
develop
across
some
the floor
shit
by now.
that you're like,
Its progress
I didn't know I
impeded
liked
only
this.
by the wall.
you know what I mean? It just
I
takes some time.
realized-
It just takes some time.
It was otherwise quiet. The call was over. I thought you were better at following directions, sunshine, he said silkily. Didn't I tell you not to make a sound? I responded with an incoherent mumble, my failed attempt at apologizing. No words. Alex slid his hand down from my throat to my nipples. He pinched them hard, one after the other, eliciting another jumbled moan. Did I fuck your brains out, my gorgeous slut? Considering
that's
I couldn't even
cringy.
remember my name, probably.
That's a little cringy, I won't lie.
And as the minutes, hours rolled into each other, I lost myself in him, in
Yeah.
us,
Yeah.
in
on,
sweet, filthy,
It's like,
depraved
did I fuck
oblivion.
you good? With my, with
20.
my, like, all right, I get it. My man's got the stamina of a champion, but that was a little cringy. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. Come on, man. That's like you getting done having sex and you're just like, how was I? Wasn't I great? And she's just like, you lasted like 5 seconds. Fuck you talking about? You know, that was a little, that was a little cringy. I ain't gonna lie to you. Yeah, no. Oh my god. And then I'm sure he tried to say it in like his cool little brooding voice, but at the same time, it's like, come on, bro. You know. Hey, come on. I am speaking from experience, okay? But I've had my moments, all right? I've had my moments where I put in work, okay? You know, I can't be a superstar every time. It's, you know, because you gotta understand, it's not just a one-man operation, it's a team. Me and my little man down there. So it's like, if I'm tired but little man is ready to go, you know, you might get some good here, might get some good there. But if I'm ready to go and little man down there ain't ready to go, then it's like, but if we're both ready to go, hey girl, you gonna be in for the night. So, you know, yeah, you can, because you don't really have past experience like that. So, you know, you'd be able to be like, oh baby Jesus. Either that or you'd probably be like, holy shit, that can't fit. Like that can't, that the dimensions don't make sense on that. No.
5.
All right, let's
Ava.
get into 25.
My friends had mixed reactions to Alex's and my new relationship status.
I would too.
Jules was ecstatic, claiming she knew Alex had a thing for me and demanding to know what he was like in bed. I refused to answer, but flushed a deep crimson, and that had told her all she needed to know. I think Jules would have died of disappointment had Alex's bedroom skills
girls
not lived
actually
up
do
to
that?
the promise of his devastating
actually be
looks
asking
and
how dudes are in
intimidating
bed?
presence. Luckily for me, they did.
It's a real thing.
Stella, meanwhile, was worried. Happy for me, but worried. She warned me
Oh.
to take things slow
Your
and
friends
not
don't
fall
be
too
saying that
hard
shit?
too fast.
They
I didn't have
don't
the
be
heart to
like, I
tell her
wonder how
that
that guy
train
is
had
in bed.
left the station ages ago. Maybe not the too fast part, as Alex Volkov had stolen my heart bit by bit over the years. Even before I thought I liked him, but the too hard to meet free fall. Bridget was neutral. I supposed princesses were inherently more diplomatic, which was why she said nothing other than if I was happy, she was happy. The specter of Josh lingered in the background, and I'd acted so jumpy during our last call, he demanded to know what was wrong. I told him I had period cramps, which shut him up. Periods sucked, but they were a useful weapon against shutting down questions from men.
Not
Today,
me.
though, I
Period
had
only
another
stops
family
a
member on my
sentence,
mind.
baby. Getting
I
up in
waved
them walls
goodbye to Bridget and
regardless.
Booth, who'd driven me to my father's house, an hour and a half from Hazelburg, so I didn't have to take the train or bus, and unlocked the
Hey
front
man,
door.
hey,
The house smelled like pine-scented
the
air
millimeter
freshener,
Peter
and my sneakers squeaked against the
is gonna
polished
have
floor
you
as I searched for my father.
shrieking. All right,
It was his
they
birthday
don't call
on
him the
Tuesday.
millimeter Peter for
Since I had
nothing.
class, work, and a photo shoot that day, I decided to surprise him today with his favorite cake from Crumble and Bake. I heard sounds coming from the den,
He may be
And
small,
when I
but he's
entered the room,
fierce.
I found my dad poring over papers at the table in the corner. "Hey, Dad." I slid my bag strap off my shoulder and let the leather tote thump on the ground. He glanced up. Surprise scrawled over his face when he saw me standing there. "Ava, I didn't know you were coming home this weekend." Michael Chen was not a conventionally good-looking man, but I'd always considered him handsome the way all little girls thought their fathers were handsome. Black hair, peppered with gray at the temples, broad
Excuse me?
shoulders, and a dusting of stubble on his chin. He wore a striped polo shirt with
Little
jeans,
girls think their
his
dads
casual
are
outfit of
attractive?
choice, and a pair of wire-rimmed glasses rested on the bridge of his nose. "I'm not. Well, not the whole weekend." I flashed an awkward smile. "I wanted to drop by and wish you a happy early birthday." I placed the cake box on the table. "I'm sorry
I
Josh
didn't
and I
see
can't be
anything.
here on your actual birthday, but I brought your favorite cheesecake from C&B. "Ah, thank you." He stared at the box, but didn't touch it. I shifted my weight from foot to foot, restless in the silence. We had never been good at talking to each other. Luckily, we'd had Josh to
Okay.
fill our conversations with chatter
I
about
can
med
see
school,
behind
sports,
me without
and his latest
actually looking behind
adrenaline-inducing
me.
adventure. Skydiving, bungee jumping, ziplining, he
You can
did it
see
all.
in my camera behind
But
me
now
without
Josh
looking
was in
behind me.
Central America,
Just did it
and I
'cause love you.
realized how little my dad and I had to say to each other. When was the last time we'd had a real one-on-one conversation? Probably not since he sat my 14-year-old self down and explained what happened with my mother. "I don't understand." My face
Was
twisted
it
with
really?
confusion. "You told me Mom died of a heart condition." I didn't remember Mom. I didn't remember anything before the blackout, other than brief moments that flashed through my mind at unpredictable times. A snippet of a lullaby sung in a haunting voice. The splash
can't,
of
it's
water
triple
followed
padded.
by screams and laughs. The burn of a scraped knee after I fell off my bike. Glimpses into the past that were too small and fragmented to mean anything. Of course, there were my nightmares, but I tried not to think about them except in therapy, and only because I had to. Phoebe, my therapist, believed detangling my nightmares was the key to unlocking my repressed memories. I wasn't a trained psychiatrist like her, but sometimes I wanted to snap back at her. Maybe I'd
built
be better
different.
off not remembering.
No,
My
you're
brain
built
had repressed
tiny.
the memories for a reason, and no good could come of unleashing those horrorscapes into the present. Other times,
Built
I
like a
wanted to
widow
dig that key out of my twisted mind with my own hands and unlock the truth once and for all. My father braced his hands on his knees and leaned forward with an intensity that unnerved me.
I would have given
That's
you
not
my
entirely true.
thumbs.
He rumbled in that deep voice of his. "We told you that because we didn't want to distress you. But Phoebe and I agreed you're old enough to know the truth now."
How would you copy my
My
thumbprint?
pulse thumped in warning. It knew.
You got some technology I don't know
A
about?
storm was rolling in, ready to rain all over my life as I knew it. What's the truth? Your mother died of an overdose. She took too many pills one day, and her heart
I cooked
stopped.
that, and I made that food with love.
Funny.
How
that was
dare
what
you?
my heart did too. Just for a
And I
beat or
use
two.
seasonings.
Not enough to kill me. Not like it killed my mom. Because
Oh,
heart
dang, look at
stopped
you.
was just a
You watch-
euphemism for
You be watching those
died.
spy movies, huh?
And took too many pills
You could probably kill me
was
and get
just
away
a
with it, can't
euphemism
you?
for committed suicide.
Uh-oh.
My lower lip trembled. I dug my nails into my thigh until
Uh-oh.
crescent grooves etched into my
Who did I
flesh.
have cat children with?
Why would
No.
she do that? Why would she leave me and Josh? Didn't she love us? Weren't we enough? Parents were supposed to be there for their children, but she took the easy way out and left.
Okay, Ava, we get it, bro.
I knew that was unfair.
Your mom left and you
Because I
have
had no idea what she'd been going through. But that
separation
only angered
anxiety.
me more.
We went over this already.
Not only did I not have my mother, but I also didn't even have memories of her. That wasn't her fault, but I blamed her anyway.
Yo.
If she were here, we could have made new memories, and the absence of the old ones wouldn't matter as much. My father rubbed a hand over his face.
I'll wake up one
She
day
didn't
and
leave a
you'll
letter.
just have a knife
Of
right
course
there.
she didn't
You'll be
type
like,
out
my
clearly.
precious.
But I imagine she felt guilty. About what? He flinched.
W. Riz.
About what, Dad? My voice rose. My pulse was roaring now, so loud I almost didn't hear his answer. Almost. But I did. And when I registered his words, tasted the poison of their truth, my chest collapsed on itself.
How
About what
dare
happened at the
you
lake when you were
like the
5.
live?
How you almost drowned.
How
How she pushed you.
dare you like the live?
I gulped in a deep
You
breath.
break those
My
pretty
lungs
little
greedy
thumbs.
for the oxygen. My dad shattered my world that day in my bedroom. That was why I'd been so happy when I left for college. I hated the memory of that conversation and the way his words had soaked into the walls. They whispered to me every time I walked down the halls, taunting me, twisting my past into new truths. Your own mother didn't love you. Your own mother tried to kill you.
Damn.
I blinked back sudden tears and pasted a smile on my face. The smiles had gotten me through tough times. I'd read online that the physical act of smiling, even if you were unhappy, could improve your mood by tricking your brain into releasing happiness-inducing hormones. So I'd smiled all the time as a teenager, and people probably thought I was crazy. But it was better than sinking into a darkness so deep I might have never clawed my way out. And
What
when
are you talking
smiling
about?
on my own
Look
became too
behind
hard,
me.
I looked for other reasons to be happy. Like the beauty of a rainbow after a storm, the sweet taste of a perfectly baked cookie, or gorgeous photographs of glittering cities and epic landscapes around the world.
And turn me
And it
schizophrenic.
worked, for the most part. Of the cake. My father's voice shook me out of my trip down memory lane. I blinked. I'm sorry, what? He hitched an eyebrow. Do you want a piece of the cake? He repeated. Oh, sure.
Is my closet
He picked
open?
up the
Can
cake
you
box,
see my closet open?
and we walked
No, you
silently
can't.
to the kitchen,
Oh, yeah, you
where
can.
he
It's
silently
closed.
cut us slices, and
My
we
closet is
silently
closed.
chewed.
You're not in there.
Awkward with a capital A.
You're not in there.
I wondered where it had gone wrong with
You
us.
literally made me think my closet
My
was
father
open.
never had issues talking and laughing with Josh. Why did he act so weird around me?
I was like, is my closet
And
door
why did
open?
I act so
Like,
weird
no,
around him?
not.
He was my dad. Yet I'd never been able to open up to him fully. He paid my bills and
Good.
fed and sheltered
Good.
me until I went to college. But Josh had been my
Good.
real
Stay
sounding
in
board
there.
over the years. The one I went to whenever I wanted to talk about my day or had problems with school,
Your mom
friends,
would
or
probably
much
shoot
as
me in the
discussed,
face.
boys. It was more than the fact that my
found
dad
out
was
you
an
were in
authority
there.
figure and Josh was closer to my age. I had no trouble connecting with professors and my friends' parents. It was something else. Something I couldn't name. But perhaps that's just the nature of Asian parents of a certain age. It's not in our culture to show affection openly. We didn't say, I love you, or hug all the time like Stella's family. Chinese parents show their love through actions, not
Oh,
words.
she's Chinese.
Working hard to provide for their children, cooking food,
That's
taking
facts.
care of their kids when they're sick. I grew up not wanting for any material goods, and my father paid my full tuition at Thayer, which wasn't cheap. Sure, he disapproved of my photography career, and I had to fund all my equipment myself.
Yeah, he was like,
And
you
yeah,
be
he
doctor.
played favorites with Josh, probably because he retained a deep-seated cultural preference for sons over daughters. But in the grand scheme of things, I'd lucked out. I should be grateful. Still, it would be great if I could hold a normal conversation with my own father without it devolving into awkward silence.
So, she might have privacy
I stabbed
in
at my
there.
cake, wondering whether any early birthday surprise had ever been as pathetic as this one. When my skin tingled, I looked up, and the
I am
tingles
not going to
morphed
go
into
over to my
chills.
closet.
There. Maybe that was why I'd never opened up to my dad. Because sometimes I caught him staring at me like that. Like he didn't know me.
Don't worry. Come on.
Like he hated me.
You can sit down. Hang
Like
out.
he feared me. 26. Ava.
Ava.
It's not safe. Bridget drew herself up to her full 5 feet 9 inches and leveled an icy glare at the dark-haired man glowering right back at her. Ballsy, considering she was the princess and he was the bodyguard. But Reese Larson wasn't Booth. That much was clear in the week since he'd arrived in Hazelburg to take over Booth's protection duties. We'd thrown a big going-away celebration for Booth at the crypt.
Are my children
and
there?
sent quick prayers that Bridget's new bodyguard would be
My
as cool as
children are
Booth.
there?
Prayers not answered. Reese was gruff, surly, and arrogant. He drove Bridget mad,
goodness.
which was quite
Tell them
something
I said
since she never
hello.
lost her temper.
My little
In the
cat
past
children.
7 days, however, I'd seen her on the verge of yelling. I'd been so shocked I almost dropped my camera. Fall Fest is an annual tradition, she said in a regal voice. I've attended every year for the past 3 years, and I don't intend to stop now. Ree's gray eyes flickered. He was a little younger than Booth, maybe early 30s, with thick black hair, eyes the color of gunmetal,
Well, that's too
and a
damn
broad,
bad.
muscled frame that towered over Bridget's
am your
leggy
dad.
grace, even when she wore heels. Dark stubble shadowed his chin, and a small jagged scar slashed across his left eyebrow. Without the scar, he would have been disconcertingly gorgeous. With it, he was still disconcertingly
Wanna know
gorgeous,
who
but
gives
also
you
dangerous.
food? Me.
More menacing.
I give you food.
Good quality to have in a bodyguard, I supposed. It's a crowd
buy
management issue. His voice
I
rumbled through
was
the car. Deep
earlier
and
today. I
authoritative,
was
even though he was
cat
technically
sitting
Bridget's
my neighbor's
employee.
cat. I wish he was still
Too
here.
many people.
You guys
too
could have met
close
him.
quarters. Stella, Jules, and I wisely stayed
No.
quiet while Bridget matched him glare for glare.
That's okay.
It's a
It is
college
Monday, huh?
event. There's bound to be a crowd, and I've never had issues
Well,
before.
it'll be a long
Half
stream
the people
today,
there
so
don't
you won't miss
even
too
know
much.
who I am. It only takes one person at one time, Reese countered, his tone even. One look, and I
I'll
know
fill
the
you
festival
in.
is
I'll fill
over
you in
max
when you get back.
capacity. This is ridiculous. I'm not entering a war zone, and there are fewer people than at a sports game. No one ever said I couldn't attend one of those. The security measures and layout at sports games are enough. Bridget held up a hand. I refuse to stay in my house like a princess locked in a tower my senior year of college. I'm going, and you can either stay in the car or come with me. She opened the car door and exited without a backward glance. Reese's nostrils flared, but he followed her a heartbeat later, those sharp eyes of his constantly roving, searching for danger. Jules, Stella, and I scrambled after them. Fall Fest was one of the most anticipated events of the school year. Local businesses set up booths hawking seasonal food and products discounted for students. Decadent hot chocolate and apple cider donuts, pumpkin pies and pulled pork sandwiches.
Ooh.
There were classic games
That
and
sounds
activities
good.
like bobbing for apples, tarot readings, and
I wonder what an apple
because
cider
this was
donut
college,
tastes like, though.
a tailgate where local alumni and students gathered to drink to their heart's content. Reese was right. There were more people than expected at the festival, but it was nothing compared to the spring break parties we'd attended in the past. I understood why he was concerned, but I also agreed with Bridget he was overreacting a tiny bit. Bridget ignored him as we took advantage of all the food and activities on offer. Fall Fest was a necessary stress reliever between midterms and finals, and we had a blast. For the most part. He's driving me crazy, Bridget said a while later in a low voice. She sipped her hot chocolate with a morose expression. I miss Booth. I glanced over my shoulder at Reese, who followed us with an impassive expression. Either he didn't hear what she said, or he had the world's best poker face. I bet the latter. I had a feeling there wasn't much, if anything, that Reese Larson didn't see, hear, or notice. It's his first week. Stella snapped a picture of her drink before tasting it. Booth has been with you for years. It's only natural that Reese would be more overprotective. Give him time. I suppose, Bridget sighed. I don't know how Nick does it. He has double the security I do because he's the crown prince, and there's so much riding on his shoulders. She shook her head. I'm glad I'm second in line to the throne. You mean you don't want to rule, Your Majesty? I teased. You could be a queen and see your face on a postage stamp. Bridget laughed. No, thank you. As tempting as a postage stamp with my face is, I'd rather have a modicum of freedom. She shot a dark look in Reese's direction. Unless my bodyguard has other ideas. He's strict, but at least he's delicious, Jules said in a stage whisper. No offense to Booth, but whew. She fanned herself. Is that all you think about? Bridget asked, clearly torn between laughter and frustration. A shadow slid across Jules's face before it disappeared. Most of the time. I like to think about pleasant things. Speaking of which, she turned to me. Where's Loverboy? I rolled my eyes, a blush spreading over my cheeks. Don't call him that. And he's busy running a company. He doesn't have time for college events. You sure about that? Stella tilted her chin at something behind me. I whipped around, my heart jumping in my throat, when I saw Alex standing behind me. In his navy cashmere sweater and jeans, he cut a sophisticated figure amongst the crowds of drunk college students and rumpled professors. I couldn't help it. I ran and threw my arms around him. I thought you had work. I took off early. He pressed a kiss to my lips, and I sighed with pleasure. I missed Fall Fest. Uh-huh. I'm sure that's what you miss, Jules teased. My friends stared at us with fascination, and I realized this was the first time they'd seen us together as a couple? I wasn't sure what to call our relationship. Couple sounded too mundane, but I guessed that was what we were. We went on dates, talked through the night, and had wild, explosive sex. Alex Volkov and I were a couple. The butterflies in my stomach quivered with excitement.
I thought she asked.
Alex stayed with us through the end of Fall Fest. He declined to play most of the festival games, but we convinced him to take pictures at the pumpkin-themed photo booth. Do you realize these are the first photos we have of the two of us? I waved the Polaroids in triumph.
What do you mean, finally?
If you don't hang them in your living room, I'll be offended.
That was like 2 chapters ago. He was like, if you want to date, we'll date. You want to fuck, we'll fuck. If you want to this, we'll that.
Bland tone.
Like,
I swatted him on the arm,
we established this
earning
already.
myself a
Maybe
real
not.
laugh.
I don't know.
Stella nearly choked on her hot cocoa. She was so shocked.
True. Still, finally.
It was the perfect afternoon. Great food, great weather, great company. The only hiccup occurred when Alex nicked himself on something sharp at one of the booths. The cut was deep enough that blood welled and streaked down his finger. That's fine, he said. That's just a scratch. You're bleeding. I planted my hands on my hips. We have to clean and bandage it. Let's go. My tone brooked no opposition. No way in hell was he walking around with blood dripping down his hand. What if it got infected? Alex's mouth quirked up. Yes, ma'am. I huffed at his amusement. He was bleeding, and dragged him to the campus health center, where the bored-looking student assistant supplied us with a gauze pad and Band-Aid. I rinsed the cut under running tap water in the bathroom and dabbed at it with the gauze. Hold still. I tossed the gauze in the trash and peeled open the Band-Aid.
Oh, no, what?
You should have been more careful, I grumbled. You're lucky you weren't seriously hurt. What the hell were you thinking? I looked up and found Alex staring at me with a small smile. What? You're cute when you're worried.
You got a baby cut.
I pressed my lips together, struggling to contain my smile. Don't try to act all sweet so you can get out of trouble.
Over like a little scratch. My man's just bleeding a little bit.
He drawled. He kicked the door shut with his foot and locked it with his free hand. My pulse ratcheted up a notch. Yes.
I mean, I guess it's different when, you're like, you love the guy and everything. It's understandable.
He hefted me up onto the sink. We'd better remedy both those things, shouldn't we? My teeth dug into my bottom lip as he shoved my dress up over my chest and grazed his teeth over my nipples through the thin lace of my bra. Alex, we're in the student health center, I squeaked, wanting him to both stop and keep going. Everyone was at the fall fest, so the center wasn't busy.
She don't want him to stop.
But the receptionist sat a few feet away outside the door, and the flimsy walls were anything but soundproof.
Right? In the student
he pulled
infirmary
my bra aside
thing.
with his teeth and lavished attention on my breasts, while his non-bandaged hand found the sweet spot between my legs. I was already soaked for him, my thighs slick with my juices as he drove me crazy with his mouth and fingers. His erection pressed against my leg, thick and hard as a steel pipe. But when I reached for it, he batted my hand away. I hope you're not attached to your underwear, he said. My brows drew together. What? The sound of fabric tearing answered my incomplete question. Alex's mouth curled into a sly grin at my shocked expression.
Are you saying they're gonna get caught?
Since we've established that you're a screamer, he said.
Oh.
Open your mouth. My resistance collapsed.
Yeah,
I
put them
opened my
shits in her mouth.
and he shoved my underwear in,
Yep.
muffling my moan. I shivered when I tasted the slickness of my arousal. I was throbbing now, so turned on I couldn't see straight. There was something so freaking erotic about knowing someone could catch us any minute. Alex returned his attention to my breasts, while he slid one finger, then two, into my slippery folds.
Woo!
I gripped his hair, tugging so hard it must have hurt as he worked me into a frenzy. But if it did, he didn't show it. He lifted his head from my chest and watched me with smoldering eyes. That's it, sunshine, he murmured. His muscles taut as he finger-fucked me harder. His knuckles were deep inside me now. The obscene sounds of him sliding in and out of my drenched core, creating a dirty symphony that intensified my arousal. I rode his hand shamelessly, drool leaking from the corners of my mouth as I screamed around my makeshift gag. Come for me like a little slut.
Yeah,
I did. Hard, fast, and endlessly, flying high in an explosion of starry bliss. When I finally came down, I saw that he had unbuttoned his pants and was fisting his cock. It didn't take long before he erupted, spurting thick, hot jets all over my thighs. No, he said, when I reached to clean myself. He pulled my shredded panties out of my mouth and pocketed them, his movements crisp and precise. I want you to walk around with my cum on you, so you know exactly who you belong to. Heat blistered my cheeks.
Jesus.
Alex, I hissed. I can't walk out there with no underwear and... You can, and you will. His fingers brushed my thighs, where the cum was already drying. The faster you obey, the faster we can leave and go home, where you can shower. With help, he added with a wicked smile. You're crazy.
Damn right, you gotta save water out there. Okay?
Pulling my sweater dress down and fixing
shower
my
together.
Hair. I couldn't look the receptionist in the eye as we walked out. She probably knew what we'd done, because it didn't take that long to bandage a wound. The wind brushed against my bareness as we rejoined our friends, and I jumped, earning myself a smirk from Alex and strange looks from everyone else. Are you okay? Stella asked. You look flushed. Yes, I squeaked. Just a bit chilly. While the others got distracted by the start of the pie-eating contest, I slapped Alex's arm. You'll pay for this. Looking forward to it. I rolled my eyes, but I couldn't stay mad at him, especially since part of me loved how dirty I felt walking around like this. I have a serious question, I said as we watched two seniors destroy their pumpkin pies. What are you doing for Thanksgiving? I imagine I'll be eating turkey somewhere, he said casually. Do you want to come to my place for the weekend? Since your uncle doesn't celebrate and all? Not that you have to, I added quickly. Sunshine, I've spent every Thanksgiving with your family for the past 8 years. I know, but Josh isn't here this year, and I didn't want to assume. I mean, meeting the dad. Alex's eyes gleamed with laughter.
Your new girlfriend.
I've already met your dad. Right, but
not as
I faltered.
A boyfriend.
I guess it doesn't matter. We can't tell him we're dating until we tell Josh. But would it be suspicious if we showed up together? Parents have a weird lie-detecting radar. What if he... Ava. He placed his hands on my shoulder. Do you want me to spend Thanksgiving with you? I nodded. Then that's what I'm doing. Don't overthink it.
Facts.
Says the king of overthinking, I muttered. But I was smiling.
I don't know what he's overthought.
27. Ava.
Oh, hella green fry.
Every year, my family
Hella.
celebrated Thanksgiving with a Chinese
Man
twist.
he's like,
Instead of
I know what
turkey
I
and
want.
mashed potatoes,
I want
we ate
you.
roast duck, rice, dumplings, and fish cake soup. Food-wise, this year was the same. But without Josh, the dinner had been 2 hours of silence and awkwardness. Alex and my dad held a few brief conversations about football and work, and that was it. I think my dad was stressed about something at his office. He seemed more irritated than usual. I also suspected my dad didn't like Alex very much. It was a surprise, considering he had a soft spot for smart, accomplished people, and Alex was as smart and accomplished as they came. I'd always chalked it up to the fact that Alex didn't kiss ass as much as Chinese parents liked. He wasn't one for flattering words.
He was like, he not doctor.
Plus, I was 90% sure my dad knew something was up with me and Alex, though he didn't say anything. He knows, I whispered when my dad excused himself to use the restroom. I swear he knows. No, he doesn't. Even if he does, he has no proof, and he won't say anything to Josh, Alex
I
said.
see you too.
Relax. It's supposed to be your weekend off.
See you in your
There's
bed.
no such thing as a weekend
your
off for
phone plugged
students.
in.
It may have been a holiday, but I had to study for finals and finish my fellowship application. It was all done except for a few paragraphs of my personal statement. I'd included the photos I took of Alex in my portfolio, though I haven't told him yet. They were some of my best work, but I didn't want to say
How did I
anything until I
know?
heard from the WYP committee. I didn't want to jinx it. That's too bad we're not sleeping in the same room. Alex's eyes glinted. I could help relieve your stress.
Oh
I
shit.
laughed. Is that all you think about? Except, I wasn't much better. I wanted to sleep in the same room as Alex, too.
Right.
Especially here, in this house, where the nightmares were always darker. But since my dad didn't
Why
know
would
about
I
our
tell
relationship,
you?
Alex was staying in the guest room. Only when I'm
Why would
around you.
I tell you?
While my dad seemed more stressed, Alex was more relaxed these days. Smiling, laughing. He even made the occasional joke. I liked to think I had a part in loosening him up.
I'm just like Zayd.
I was still
got that
taking Krav
shower
Maga
cam,
lessons
too.
with Ralph, and Alex
Yeah.
was still giving me swim lessons. I panicked way less now than I did at the beginning. And after everything he'd helped me with, I wanted to help him too. He came off invincible and unflappable, but everybody, no matter how strong, needs a little care and attention of their own. Alex Volkov, when did you become so cheesy? I teased. He let out a playful growl and reached for me right as my father re-entered the dining room. We sobered and maintained a safe distance between us the rest of the night. But my dad's raised eyebrows confirmed my suspicions. He knew. I couldn't breathe. The hand tightened around my neck, and I thrashed my arms and legs, desperate to throw it off. Stop, I tried to say. Please stop. But I couldn't. The hand was too tight. Tears blurred my vision. Snot ran down my nose. I was dying. 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 I woke with a gasp. My sweat-drenched sheet slid off my body, and I looked around wildly, certain I'd find an intruder in my room. Deep shadows skulked in the corners, and the eerie pale blue hues of twilight filtered through the white lace curtains fluttering in the window. But there was no intruder. It was a dream, I whispered, my voice a gunshot in the silence. It was just a dream.
She thought somebody was sneaking into her room.
A different one from the ones I usually had. I wasn't underwater. I didn't scream. But I was terrified. More terrified than I'd been in a long time. Because my dreams were never just dreams. They were memories. I always had worse dreams at home. Maybe it was because of the lake out back. It was a different lake than the one at my mother's house before she died, but it was a lake nonetheless. I wish my family didn't like lakes so much. I glanced at my digital clock.
That's right.
And the icy fingers of dread scratched down my spine when I saw the time. 4:44 a.m. Again. I wanted to run down the hall and throw myself into Alex's arms. With him, I was safe. Even my nightmares had decreased in frequency and intensity since we'd started sleeping together every night.
Power of the penis.
Me tucked into his side, his arms wrapped around me in a protective embrace. While I wanted his insomnia cured, wanted him to get the peace and rest he deserved every night, a tiny, shameful part of me liked that he was awake to watch over me in the long hours between dusk and dawn. He was probably awake, but I forced myself to stay put in case he wasn't. I didn't want to risk interrupting the 2 or 3 precious hours of sleep he got every night. I crawled back beneath my covers and tried to catch more shut-eye, but my skin itched, and something called to me beyond the walls. I resisted for as long as I could, until twilight melted into dawn. 7:02 a.m. A more respectable time to wake up than 4:44 a.m. I changed into a sweatshirt and yoga pants, shoved my feet into fuzzy boots, and tiptoed through the silent house toward the backyard. The air smelled fresh and crisp, and a light fog hung over the lake, cloaking the scene in mystery. The itching on my skin intensified. The call grew louder. I walked toward the lake, my boots crunching over the tiny gravel stones of the barbecue area my dad had set up for summer get-togethers. Drops of dew dusted the empty wood furniture, and the charcoal grill looked sad and lonely, rendered useless until Memorial Day weekend. My breaths formed tiny puffs in the air. It was colder than I'd expected, but I didn't stop walking until I reached the edge of the lake, close enough to smell the damp earth beneath my feet. It was the first time I remembered visiting the lake. I'd shied away from it growing up, going only as far as the barbecue seating area. Even then, I'd get so nervous I would excuse myself halfway through parties and run to the bathroom to bring myself under control. I wasn't sure what compelled me to come out here this morning, but the lake's siren song enveloped me, coaxing me closer, like it was trying to tell me a secret it didn't want others to hear. I was better with water now after all my lessons with Alex, but a tremor of unease still spiraled through me when I thought about the watery depths before me. Deep breaths, you're fine. You're on solid ground. The lake will not rise up and drag you. A car alarm blared in the distance, and I flinched. All relaxation techniques forgotten as my nightmare played out in broad daylight. I picked up another stone from the ground. It was smooth and flat, the type that would make really pretty ripples. I drew my arm back to throw it, but I smelled something sweet and flowery, Mommy's perfume, and got distracted. My aim veered, and the stone thudded onto the ground, but I didn't mind. Mommy was back. We could play now. I turned, smiling a big gap-toothed smile, but I only made it halfway before something pushed me. I pitched forward, down, down, off the edge of the deck, my scream swallowed up by the water rushing toward my face. Ava? My father's worried voice penetrated my daze. What are you doing out here? I forgot. He came out here every morning to exercise, rain or shine. He was religious about his morning routine. I spun, trying to escape the images flashing through my brain, but they wouldn't stop. Old nightmares. New revelations. No. No. No, 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 no. My father's gold signet ring flashed in the light, and I saw his face. And I screamed.
28. Alex.
The hell is she screaming for?
Something was wrong. I felt it deep in my bones as I pulled into my driveway, my sixth sense blaring. Ava stared straight ahead, her face pale, her eyes unseeing. She'd been like this since the morning after Thanksgiving, when her father found her by the lake and she'd screamed so loud she woke me up from one of my rare bouts of sleep. I'd raced outside, my mind conjuring all sorts of horrible scenarios, while I cursed myself for leaving her alone, for failing her.
Oh my God.
But I found her outside, safe and unharmed, at least physically, while her father tried to soothe her. Lines of distress had marred Michael's face as she shook like a leaf in the wind, tears streaming down her face. She refused to tell us what was wrong, and it wasn't until hours later that she confessed she'd freaked out about being that close to the lake.
Yeah.
She wasn't sure why she'd gone out there in the first place, but her aquaphobia had kicked in late. Bullshit.
Yeah.
Ava could enter the pool now without panicking.
Her dad
and she'd
tried to
stayed
kill
calm
her,
when
not
we
her
visited lakes
mom.
before. No, something else had terrified her to the point where she'd screamed the house down, and once I found out what it was, I would hunt it to the ends of the earth and tear it apart with my bare hands.
Well, you're gonna have to kill her dad then.
I guided her into the house where I tucked her beneath a blanket on the couch and made her a hot drink.
Imagine your
I'd
boyfriend trying
turned
to
off
kill
the
your
heat
dad. That's
since
crazy.
I'd gone away for the weekend, and until it caught up, the house was freezing. Hot chocolate with oat milk and 3 marshmallows. I kept my tone light as I handed Ava the drink. Just like you like it.
Just like you
Thanks.
like it.
She wrapped her hands around the mug and stared at the marshmallows bobbing in the liquid, but made no move to drink it. Normally, she'd have downed half the mug by now. She loved hot chocolate. It was her favorite part of winter. I grasped her chin and angled her face toward mine. Tell me who or what I need to kill, I growled.
Ooh.
What happened at your father's house?
Yeah.
I told you nothing. It was just the lake. Ava eked out a wobbly smile. You can't kill a lake.
Yeah,
I'll
I think
drain
she
every
knows
fucking lake and
that
ocean in the world.
it was
if
her
I have
dad,
to.
and I don't think she
tiny
wants
crystal tear
Alex
slipped from her
to
eye.
kill her dad. After
Alex,
what
I mean
Alex
it.
did to
I rubbed the tear away.
her
with my
ex-boyfriend, yeah.
thumb. My heart raged in my chest.
She does not want
a
that to
snarling
happen.
beast, furious at the sight of her distress and the thought there was something in the world that would dare hurt her.
Oh, that's why she had that
Hypocrite, my
dream
conscience
or
whispered.
what?
Cruel, selfish hypocrite. Look in the mirror. Think about the things you've done. I gritted my teeth and ignored the taunting voice in my head. I'd do it for you.
Oh,
I kissed
okay.
the spot where her tear
The dream
had
is
been.
after. That was after.
I'd do anything for you, no matter how twisted or impossible. A shudder rolled through her body. I know. I trust you. More than anyone else in this world. If only she knew, my conscience sang. If only she knew what kind of man you are. She wouldn't touch you with a 10-foot pole, much less trust you.
Back.
Shut up. Great. Now I was having silent conversations with an imaginary voice. How the mighty have fallen. I don't know if it's true, Ava whispered. I could have imagined it. My knuckles turned white around my knee. Imagined what? She gulped, her eyes haunted. My childhood memories. They came back. The confession hit me like a freight train, blindsiding me. Of all the things I'd expected her to say, that had not been one of them. Repressed memories were usually the result of a traumatic event and could resurface if the person encountered a trigger, a sound, a smell, an event. But Ava had been at home, where she'd grown up her entire life. What had happened over Thanksgiving that could have triggered her? The lake? Okay, I kept my voice calm and even, soothing.
The lake and the
What do
fact
you
that her
remember?
dad pushed her.
Ava's shoulders trembled. I don't remember everything, but I remember the day I almost died. My entire body flushed hot, then cold. Almost died. If she had died, if she was no longer somewhere in this world. The invisible noose around my neck tightened. A tiny bead of sweat trickled down the back of my neck. Her near-death experience wasn't my fault. It had happened long before I met her, but still. My breath grew shallow. I was playing by the lake. She licked her lips. There used to be a dock that ran out to the middle of the water. My dad took it down after the incident. That's what I call what happened. But we used to go out there all the time until my parents' divorce. My dad moved out and my mom fell into a depression. It was a really nasty divorce from what I gleaned over the years. And now I remember all the shouting and threats. I was too young to understand what they were mad about. All I knew was that they were angry. So angry sometimes I thought they would kill each other. Anyway, my mom stopped taking me out to the lake until one day, she did. We were playing on the dock and we ran out of sunscreen. My mom was really big on sunscreen. Said it was the most important thing we could do for our skin. I didn't want to stop playing to go with her, so she made me promise to stay put while she ran inside.
Especially for you, Bananas.
She was supposed to be gone for
You need
only
that
a few
sunscreen,
minutes.
girl.
Ava traced the rim of the mug with her finger, her eyes gaining that far-off quality that told me she was lost in her unearthed memories. I did. I stayed put. Watched the fish threw stones in the water. I loved the ripples they made. I waited for her to come back so we could play again. I've had nightmares about this day for as long as I could remember, so not all of this is new. I remembered her leaving, and I remembered her returning and me falling into the water, only... She drew in a deep breath. I don't think she returned. I thought I smelled her perfume, but in my nightmares, my memories, I never got a good look at the face of the person who pushed me. It all happened so quickly. But when I was by the lake a few days ago, more memories returned, and I realized I'd seen more than I'd thought. Before I fell in the water, I saw a flash of gold. A signet ring.
Shit.
MC. Dread and shock coiled at the base of my spine and flared their wings, enveloping me in their dark embrace.
Is he going to put it together?
Michael Chen. Ava shook harder. Alex, my mom didn't try to kill me. My dad did.
Oh, shit.
29.
Oh,
Ava.
shit. It happened.
I couldn't stop throwing up.
She
I
figured
heaved
it
into the
out.
toilet, my stomach roiling, my skin drenched with sweat as Alex held my hair back and rubbed circles on my back.
Oh, my
He
God.
was livid. Not at me, but at my father, my past, the entire situation. I could feel it in the tenseness of his hands and the aura of barely leashed violence that swirled around him since I confessed my memories. The day at the lake had only been the tip of the iceberg. I'd remembered something else, something that cemented my father's guilt. Daddy, look! I ran into his office, brandishing the paper in my hands with pride. It was an essay I wrote for class on who we admired most. I wrote about Daddy. Mrs. James gave me an A+ on it, and I couldn't wait to show him. What is it, Ava? He raised his eyebrows. I got an A+, look. He took the paper from me and skimmed it. but he didn't look happy like I'd expected. My smile dimmed. Why was he frowning? Weren't A's good? He always praised Josh when he brought home A's. What's this? It's a paper about who I admire most. I twisted my hands, growing more nervous. I wished Josh was here, but he was at his friend's house. I said you because you saved me.
Oh, shit.
I didn't remember him saving me, but that was what everyone told me. They said I fell into a lake a few years ago and would have died if Daddy hadn't jumped in after me. I did, didn't I? He finally smiled, but it wasn't a nice smile. I suddenly didn't want to be here anymore. You look so much like your mother, Daddy said. A carbon copy of when she was your age. I didn't know what a carbon copy was, but based on his tone, it probably wasn't a good thing. He stood, and I instinctively stepped back until my legs hit the couch.
Oh, it's right there.
Do you remember what happened at the lake when you were 5, darling Ava? He brushed his fingers over my cheek, and I flinched. I shook, too scared to speak. That's for the best.
Okay.
Makes things easier. Daddy smiled another ugly smile. I wonder if you'll forget this, too. He picked up a throw pillow and pushed me onto the couch. I didn't have time to respond before I lost the ability to breathe. The pillow pressed into my face, cutting off my oxygen supply. I tried to push it off, but I wasn't strong enough. A strong hand locked my wrists together until I couldn't struggle anymore. My chest tightened, and my vision flickered. No air. No air, no air, no air. Not only had my father tried to drown me, he'd also tried to suffocate me. I retched again, and again, and again. I'd managed to stay calm for most of Thanksgiving weekend, but saying the words out loud, my father tried to kill me, must have triggered a delayed physical response. After I'd thrown up what must have been all the contents in my stomach, I sank onto the floor. Alex handed me a glass of water, and I downed it with long, grateful gulps. I'm sorry, I rasped. This is so embarrassing. I'll clean up. Don't worry about it. He ran a gentle hand over my hair, but an inferno raged in his eyes. We'll figure everything out. Leave it to me. A week later, Alex and I waited for my father to arrive in one of Archer Group's conference rooms. It was my first time seeing Alex's workplace, and the building was exactly how I'd pictured it. Sleek, modern, beautiful, all glass and white marble. I couldn't appreciate it, though. I was too nervous. The clock ticked on the wall, deafening in the silence. I drummed my fingers on the polished wood table and stared through the tinted glass windows, both willing and dreading my father's appearance. Security here is top-notch, Alex reassured me, and I'll be by your side the entire time. That's not what I'm worried about. I had to press my other hand against my knee to keep it from bouncing. I don't think he would physically hurt me, but he had, or at least he'd tried. The day he pushed me into the lake, and the day he suffocated me. And those were only the instances I remembered.
That's crazy.
I flashed back over the years, trying to remember
He could have
anything
done
else
some
amiss.
crazy shit over the years.
I thought he'd been a
To
decent
his own
father
daughter.
during my teenage years. Not the most present or affectionate, but he hadn't tried to kill me. Which begged the question, why hadn't he? There'd been plenty of opportunities. Plenty of times when he could have made my death look like an accident. But that question paled in comparison to the biggest one of all, which was why he wanted to kill me in the first place. I was his daughter. A single broken sob erupted from my throat. Alex squeezed my hand, his brows drawn tight over his eyes, but I shook my head. I'm okay, I said, gathering the strength to pull myself together. I could do this. I wouldn't break down. I wouldn't. Even if my heart hurt so much I might combust. The door opened, and my words died in my throat. My father, Michael, I couldn't think of him as my father anymore, walked in, looking confused and a little annoyed. He wore his favorite striped polo and jeans again, as well as that damn signet ring. I choked back bile. Beside me, Alex tensed, wrath radiating from him in dark, dangerous waves.
And they go want to
What's
kill
going
him.
on? Michael frowned. Eva, why did you ask me to come here? Mr. Chen. Alex's voice seemed pleasant enough. Only those who knew him could detect the lethal blade beneath his words, waiting to strike. Please, take a seat. He gestured at the leather chair on the other side of the table. Michael did, his expression growing more irritated. I have work to do, and you made me come all the way to D.C. for a supposed emergency. I sent a car, Alex said, still in that deceptively pleasant tone. Your car or mine, it takes the same amount of time. Michael's eyes flicked between Alex and me before settling on me. Don't tell me you're pregnant.
Oh, shit.
Confirmation he knew Alex and I had been an item at Thanksgiving.
Yep.
Not that I cared what he thought anymore.
He knew y'all was fucking.
No. I raised my voice so I could hear it over my pounding pulse. I'm not. Then what's the emergency? I faltered. Alex squeezed my hand again. I couldn't say it. Not with an audience. Alex already knew everything, but what Michael and I had to discuss seemed too personal to air out in front of other people. It was between us, father and daughter. Pinpricks of light danced before my vision. I dug the nails of my free hand into my thighs so hard I would have drawn blood had I not been wearing jeans. Alex, can you let us have a moment alone, please? His head whipped toward me, his expression thunderous. Please, I begged with my eyes. I need to do this on my own. Knowing how protective he was, I expected more resistance, but he must have seen something in my face. My unshakable belief that I had to fight my own battles, because he released my hand and stood. Reluctantly, but he did it. I'll be right outside, he said. A promise and a warning. Alex shot a dark look at Michael before he exited. And then there were two. Ava? Michael raised his eyebrows. Are you in trouble? Yes. I'd run through this conversation in my mind hundreds, if not thousands of times before I stepped foot in this room. I'd labored over how to bring up the topic and how I'd react to his response, whatever it may be. Oh, hey, Dad, nice to see you. By the way, did you try to murder me? Yes. Oh, damn, okay. But I couldn't drag it out any longer. I needed answers before the questions killed me. I'm not in trouble, I said, proud of how steady I sounded. But I have something to tell you about what happened over Thanksgiving weekend. Weariness crept into his eyes. Okay. I remembered.
All right, Bananas.
Remembered what?
You be safe. Get back
Everything.
to us. We'll be here.
I watched him closely
Here.
for a reaction. My childhood. The day I almost drowned. Wariness morphed into shock and a faint tinge of panic. Deep grooves appeared in his forehead. My stomach dropped. I'd hoped I'd been wrong, but the wild look in Michael's eyes told me all I needed to know. I wasn't wrong. He really had tried to kill me. Really? His chuckle sounded forced. Are you sure? You've been having nightmares for years. I'm sure. I straightened my shoulders and looked him straight in the eye, trying to keep my trembles under control. Were you the one who pushed me into the lake that day? Michael's face collapsed, the shock in his eyes tripling. What? He whispered. You heard me. No, of course not. He raked a hand through his graying hair, agitated. How could you think that? I'm your father. I would never do anything to hurt you. Hope whispered through my heart, even as my brain shook its head in skepticism. That's what I remember. Memories can deceive. We remember things that didn't actually happen. Michael leaned forward, his face
Is
softened.
he denying?
What exactly do you think happened? I gnawed my bottom lip. I was playing by the lake. Someone came up behind me and pushed me. I remembered turning around and seeing a flash of gold. A signet ring. Your signet ring. My gaze dropped to said ring on his finger. He glanced down and rubbed it. Ava. He sounded pained. I was the one who saved you from drowning. That was the part that didn't make sense. I'd passed out, so I hadn't seen who'd saved me. But the paramedics and police said Michael had been the one who called them. Why would he do that if he was the one who pushed me in? I came over to speak with your mother about the divorce, and no one answered the door even though her car was in the driveway. I went around back to see if she was out there, and I saw... Michael swallowed hard. It was the worst few minutes of my life, thinking you were dead.
Yeah,
I jumped
that's a
in
lot.
and saved you, and all the while your mother,
Oh,
she
bro,
just stood there in
10%
shock,
of
like she couldn't
alcohol is
believe
a
what had
lot.
happened. His voice dropped. Your
35,
mother
you get
wasn't well,
fucked up.
Ava. She didn't mean to harm you, but sometimes she did things out of her control. She felt so guilty afterward, and between the divorce and criminal charges, that's why she overdosed. Pain ripped through my head. I pressed my fingers to my temples, trying to sort through my father's words and my own memories. What was real? What wasn't? Memories were unreliable, I knew that. And Michael sounded sincere. But had I really been that off base? Where did those visions come from, if not my memories? There's another instance, I said shakily. 3rd grade. I brought home an essay from Mrs. James' class and showed you. We were in your office. You looked at me and said I was a carbon copy of Mom, and you pushed a pillow into my face and tried to suffocate me. I couldn't breathe. I would have died, but Josh came home and called for you, and you stopped.
Oh, shit.
The story sounded ridiculous beneath the bright lights of the conference room. My head pounded harder. Alarm spread across Michael's features. Ava, he said softly, calmly, like he didn't want to spook me. You never had a teacher named Mrs. James. My heart crashed against my chest. I did. She had blonde hair and glasses, and she gave us sugar cookies on our birthdays. Tears prickled my eyes.
Bro, she's
I
schizophrenic,
swear
son.
Mrs. James was real. She had to be real. But what if she wasn't?
Yeah.
What if I'd made everything up and thought they were memories? What was wrong with me? Why was my brain so messed up? I couldn't breathe. I felt crazy, like nothing in my life was real, and I dreamed it all up. I pressed my palms into the table, half expecting it to dissolve in a shower of dust. Honey, he reached for me, but before he could touch me, the door banged open. That's enough. Stop lying. Alex strode in, his face like thunder. Of course he had this place wired. I had my people investigate after Ava told me what she remembered, he said coldly. He did? He never told me that.
Yeah, who the fuck?
You'd be surprised how much and how quickly one can find out with the right amount of money. She did have a 3rd grade teacher named Mrs. James. One who reported suspicious bruising on Ava's wrists when she came into class the next day.
Oh.
You claimed it was a playground injury, and they believed you. Alex's eyes burned with disgust. You're a good actor, but drop the mask. We're on to you. I stared at Michael. I didn't know what to believe anymore.
That nigga was
Is
lying.
that true? You were gaslighting me this whole time?
Whole time.
Ava, I'm your father. Michael rubbed a hand over his face, his eyes bright. I would never lie to you.
That's
I looked
cap.
between
You just
him and
lied.
Alex. My head pounded harder. There was too much going on, too many secrets to reveal. But in the end, I had to trust myself. I think you would, I said. I think you've been lying to me my entire life. Michael's face remained anguished for several more seconds. before it twisted and morphed into a hideous mask. His eyes gleamed with delighted malice, and his mouth spread into a mocking smile. He didn't look like my father anymore. He didn't look human at all. He looked like a monster straight from my nightmares. "Bravo," he slow clapped. "I almost had you," he told me. "You should have seen yourself. I swear Mrs. James was real," he mimicked, laughing. The ugly sound raised every hair on my body. "Classic. You really thought you were crazy." I gave a subtle shake of my head when Alex moved toward Michael. I wanted to run and hide, but adrenaline pushed the words out of my mouth. "Why? I was a kid." My chin wobbled. "I'm your daughter. Why would you do those things to me? Tell me the truth." I tightened my jaw. "No more lies." "The truth is subjective." Michael leaned back in his chair. "But you want to know so bad. Here's my truth. You're not really my daughter."
Oh!
He flashed a humorless smile at my sharp intake of breath. "That's right. Your bitch of a mom cheated on me. Must have been one of those times I was away for business. She always complained I wasn't around enough, like it wasn't my fucking business that put the roof over her head and kept her nice and warm in designer clothes. I'd always suspected you weren't mine. You look nothing like me, but I figured, hey, maybe you just have a strong resemblance to Wendy. I took a secret paternity test, and lo and behold, you really aren't mine. Your mother tried to deny it, but there wasn't much she could do with the evidence staring her in the face."
No
His
fucking
expression
way.
Of course, we couldn't mention that in the divorce proceedings. Those things always leak, and we would have both lost face.
That's
There
not
were few
her
things
dad.
worse than losing face
That's
in Chinese
crazy.
culture. Except, of course, trying to murder your daughter. "If I'm not your daughter, why did you fight so hard for custody?" I demanded,
Facts.
my tongue thick in my mouth. Michael's lips curled into a sneer. "I didn't fight for custody for you. I did it for Josh. He's actually my son. Test confirmed it. My legacy. My heir. But since no one other than your mother and I knew you weren't mine, you and Josh were a package deal. Unfortunately, courts almost always side with the mother except in extraordinary circumstances. So," he shrugged, "I had to engineer an extraordinary circumstance." I felt sick, but I stayed frozen while Michael unraveled the tangled web of our past. "I was lucky your mom was stupid enough to leave you alone. Honestly, that was negligence on its own. But I snuck into the house, intending to plant evidence of her drug addiction, and found you playing by the lake instead. It was like God dropped the opportunity into my lap.
He
Sometimes
did
courts
push
side with the mother
her.
even if she's a drug addict. But trying to drown her child? Guaranteed win for me. Not to mention it'd be a punishment for her. So I pushed you in. I was tempted to let you drown for real." Another flash of teeth. "But I wasn't that cold-hearted. You were just a kid. So I fished you out, told authorities I saw Wendy push you in. She kept screaming she didn't do it. But you want to know the real genius of my plan?" He leaned forward, his eyes sparkling. "You were the one who implicated your mother." "No," I shook my head. I didn't even see.
Because
I didn't
she
remember.
said that
Not
my
after,
mom.
but in the moment, he smirked. It's quite easy to implant false memories, especially in the mind of a confused, traumatized child. A few suggestions and leading questions from me, and you were convinced it was your mom. Said you smelled her perfume. Plus, she was the only person there. Either way, authorities had to investigate, and they gave me custody of you and Josh while they gathered evidence. Your mom became depressed and, well, you know what happened with the pills. It's pretty poetic, actually. She died of the very thing I'd wanted to frame her for. At 4:44 a.m., no less. The unluckiest time.
Wow.
My stomach lurched. 4:44 a.m. The time I awoke from my nightmares. I've never been a superstitious person, but I couldn't help wondering if that had been my mom screaming at me from the other side, urging me to remember. To leave the sociopath whose house I'd been living in all these years.
Yeah.
What about that day in your office?
The real
I asked,
motherfucker that tried to kill you.
determined to see this through, even though I wanted to throw up. Michael snorted. Right. That stupid essay about how I saved you. You know, I did a pretty good job of hiding how much I resented having to raise you. The daughter who's not even my own all those years. I played the role of the quiet, awkward, grief-stricken father to a T. His ugly smile reappeared.
He didn't give a fuck about her because
But
she
sometimes
cheated
you
on him.
push my limits, especially since you look so much like her. A living reminder of her infidelity. It would have been so easy if you were out of the picture, but Josh chose that moment to come home. Alas. He lifted his shoulder in a shrug. Can't have it all. To be fair, the office incident was a moment of weakness on my part. You were very much aware of what was going on, and I would have had a hell of a time explaining what happened. Though I'm sure I would have come up with something. But imagine my pleasant surprise when you woke up with not only no recollection of the office, but no recollection of your entire childhood up to that point. Doctors couldn't explain it, but it didn't really matter. All that mattered was you forgot. He smiled. God really does smile on me, doesn't he? I felt Alex's hands on my back. I hadn't even noticed him approach. I leaned into the comfort of his touch, while my mind spun. I remembered running to my room and locking the door after Michael released me and greeted Josh like nothing had happened. I stayed there all night, refusing to eat dinner no matter how much Josh tried to persuade me to come out. He'd only been 13 at the time, too young to help me, and I had no one else to turn to. I wondered if I'd been so panicked and traumatized that I'd blacked out all of my experiences with Michael, which was basically my entire childhood. I couldn't be sure I'd be as lucky again, though, Michael continued. So I left you alone after that. Even sent you to therapy because I had to play the part of the concerned father. But it was a good thing those incompetent idiots didn't know what they were doing. No wonder he'd been so adamant about stopping my therapy sessions. He must have been terrified I would remember and implicate him. Which begged the question, why the hell was he so willing to tell me all of this now? It was like Alex read my mind. There's no statute of limitations for attempted murder, and this entire conversation is recorded, he said. DC has a one-party consent law for recordings, and Ava, he gestured at me, consented beforehand. You're going to jail for a long, long time. Michael's mask of malice melted, leaving behind the father who took me on college visits and planned my birthday parties again. It was terrifying how easily he switched between the two. If I have to go to jail to save her, I will, he whispered. He turned to me, his eyes shining with actual tears. Ava, honey, Alex is not who you think he is. His driver picked me up, and on the way here he threatened me. Enough, Alex hissed. No more gaslighting her. You're done, and my friends would agree. I watched in shock as 2 FBI agents burst into the room and hauled Michael out of his chair.
Oh, shit.
Alex hadn't mentioned the FBI when we planned this. This won't hold up in court, Michael said, sounding quite calm for someone entering federal custody. I'll fight it. You won't win. With what money? Alex raised his eyebrows. You see, my people found some interesting things about your business during their digging as well. Interesting illegal things. Tax evasion, corporate fraud, ring any bells? For the first time since he arrived, Michael's composure slipped. You're lying, he hissed. You had no authority. Au contraire, I worked with the FBI on that part. My friends at the agency were quite interested in what I had to say, and what they found. Alex smiled. You can use your untainted assets to hire an attorney, but most of your assets are tainted and will be frozen before your trial. You'll receive the official notice before the end of today. Josh will never forgive you for this. Michael's eyes burned. He worships me. Who do you think he'll believe? Me, his father, or you? A punk he met a few years ago.
Oh, yeah. I
In
wonder how
this case,
Josh is
Father,
going to take this.
Josh walked in,
Oh.
his face darker than I'd ever seen it. I think I'll believe the punk. He slammed his fist into Michael's face, and all hell broke loose.
Damn.
30.
Damn.
Ava. Several hours later, Josh and I sat in the back booth of a restaurant near the Archer Group. Alex had booked the entire place and dismissed most of the staff. Other than a waiter who hovered by the entrance, out of earshot, we were the only ones here. Alex, too, had retreated to his office to give us more privacy. I'm so sorry, Eve. Josh looked terrible. Lackluster complexion, huge bags beneath his eyes. Stress and worry carved deep grooves into his face, and his usual charming grin was nowhere to be seen. I should have known. I should have... It's not your fault. Dad... Michael fooled all of us. I shuddered, thinking about how well Michael had played his role. Besides, he loved you. He treated you perfectly.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have noticed
He
anything.
actually loved Josh.
Josh's
He didn't give a fuck
lips
about
thinned.
her.
He didn't love me. People like him can't love. He saw me as a vessel to continue his legacy, nothing else. Alex and I had contacted Josh and told him what I remembered a few days ago. He'd been shocked, but he'd believed me. He'd also insisted on flying back for the confrontation and received emergency leave from his program to do so. He'd watched and listened to the conversation via the conference room's secret cameras the entire time. And Alex's security team had had to restrain him so he didn't burst in too early. I could only imagine. Josh was nothing if not hot-tempered. After he punched Michael, the situation had devolved into chaos, with the FBI agents, Josh, Michael, and various security guards grappling with each other. Josh would have beaten the hell out of his father, had Alex not finally pulled him back. The FBI agents hauled a bruised and bleeding Michael into custody, and now we awaited his trial. Thanks to Alex, whose friend's father was apparently high up in the FBI, Josh didn't get charged with assault for attacking Michael. The entire situation felt surreal. Either way, it wasn't your fault, I repeated. You were just a kid, too. If I'd been there that day in his office... Stop it! Do you hear me, Josh Chen? I said sternly. I will not let you blame yourself. Mom and Michael were adults. They made their own choices. I swallowed, feeling guilty about my suppressed rage toward my mother over the years when, in fact, she'd been a victim too. You've always been there when I needed you, and you are an amazing brother. I'll only say that once, so don't ask me to repeat it. Your ego doesn't need more inflation.
Facts.
He cracked a small smile. Are you going to be okay? I took a deep breath. The past 2 weeks had been a lot. The revelations, the mind fucks, the sinking realization that I was practically an orphan. My mother was dead. My father wasn't my real father and would probably be locked up for a long time.
Yeah.
And I had no clue who my actual father was. But at least I knew the truth.
That's what I
And
was
I had
thinking.
Josh,
Who
Alex,
the hell is her
and
real
my
dad?
friends. Maybe the import of what happened would hit me later. But for now, all I felt was relief mingled with sadness and lingering shock. Yeah, I said. I will. Josh must have heard my conviction, because his shoulders relaxed the tiniest bit. If you need to talk or anything, I'm here. Can't guarantee I'll give good advice, but I'll be a sounding board or whatever. I smiled. Thanks, Joshy. He made a face at his hated nickname. How many times do I have to tell you, don't call me that? We spent the next half hour talking about lighter topics. His time in Central America. What DC luxuries he'd indulge in before he returned to his volunteer program. And his now-dead relationship with the girl he'd told me about. Apparently, he'd ended things immediately after she brought up marriage. Typical Josh. As annoying as he was, I had missed him, and I would be sad to see him leave. He was coming home for Christmas, but he couldn't take the entire period between now and then off, so he was leaving tomorrow and flying back in 2 weeks. However, we still had one elephant in the room we needed to discuss. Now that we got all the small stuff out of the way, a scowl overtook Josh's face. You and Alex. What the fuck? I cringed. We didn't plan it, I promise.
It was about
just
time.
Sort of happened.
Nah.
You just happened to fall into bed with my best friend. Don't be mad. I'm not mad at you.
I knew he
Josh
wasn't
snapped.
going to take it.
I'm mad at him.
Very
He should have
well.
known better.
Yeah, I knew he wasn't going to take it
I don't
well.
know better? You know what I mean. You're a romantic. I can see you falling for that broody asshole thing he has going on. But Alex? Jesus Christ, Dave. Josh rubbed a hand over his face. He's my best friend, but even I shudder at the things he does. In all the years I've known him, he's never once been in a relationship, never shown an interest in it. He cares about work, and that's it. Yes, he can be an asshole sometimes, but he's still human. He needs love and care like anyone else, I said, feeling protective of Alex, even though he was the last person on earth who needed protection. As for the relationship part, there's a first time for everything. He's been... I swallowed hard. You have no idea how much he's helped me these past few months. He was there for everything. The nightmares, the panic attacks. He taught me how to swim. Swim, Josh. He helped me get over my fear of water, at least a little bit. And he was so patient the entire time. But beyond how much he's helped me, he's smart and funny and wonderful. He makes me laugh and believe in myself, more than anyone else ever has. And he may not show it to the world, but he does have a heart. A beautiful one. I cut myself off before I rambled further, my cheeks a deep, bright red. Josh stared at me, shock
dick got
stamped
hurt
on
in
every inch of his
love, bro.
face.
God damn.
Ava, he said, do you love him?
Yeah, I was about to just say, that dick
A lot
got
of
her in
things in my
love,
life have
bro.
been hazy up to this point, but my feelings about this were clear. I didn't hesitate before answering. Yes. I may not know what was in my mind, but I knew what was in my heart. I do. Josh left the next morning after threatening to kill Alex if he ever broke my heart. He was still uncomfortable with our relationship, but he'd grudgingly accepted it after he saw how much I cared about Alex. Alex had urgent business to take care of after he dropped Josh off at the airport. So I spent the day with my girls. Since it was drizzling and I wasn't up for going out, we had an at-home spa day, complete with DIY facials, mani-pedis, and a marathon of feel-good movies. I'd told them what had happened with Michael. They'd been stunned, but none of them pressed me on it, for which I was grateful. It had been a heavy 24 hours, and I needed light-hearted downtime. Stella checked her phone before pushing it away with an uncharacteristic frown. Is it that creep again? Jules asked, blowing on her freshly polished gold nails. Some random guy had been messaging Stella non-stop for the past 2 weeks, and it was making her nervous. As an influencer, she received her fair share of unsolicited DMs from creepy guys, but this one put her on edge more than normal. Yeah, I blocked him, but he keeps making new accounts, Stella sighed. That's the sucky part about being a semi-public figure. Be careful. A shadow of worry crossed Bridget's face. There are crazy people out there. Reese, who kept watch from the armchair, snorted, no doubt because that was what he always told her, and she always ignored him, like she did now. Bridget refused to look at him as she lowered the volume on Mean Girls. That must have been the
I love
1000th
Mean
time
Girls.
we'd watched it, but it never got old. Regina George was iconic.
Facts.
I will. He's likely another internet weirdo. Stella made a face. That's why I never post my stories until after I've left a place. I couldn't imagine documenting my life online the way Stella did. I worried for both her physical safety and mental health sometimes, but she'd handled it well so far. Maybe I was just being a worrywart. Someone knocked on the door. I'll get in. Reese unfolded himself to his full 6 feet 5 inches. Seriously, the man was enormous. He probably wore custom-made clothes because no way would an off-the-rack shirt fit those big shoulders and broad chest. Look at that ass, Jules sighed. Talk about a tight end. Stop objectifying him. That's Bridget's bodyguard, I said, nudging her in the ribs. Exactly. Bodyguards are hot. Don't you think so, Bridge? No, Bridget said flatly. You guys are no fun. Jules twisted her red hair into a messy topknot. Oh,
We all know Jules is a hoe.
bearing gifts. My
We all
stomach
know
fluttered
Jules is a hoe,
when
bruh.
Alex walked in with Reese on his heels. He carried a distinctive black and white striped box. Cake? Stella perked up. She'd warmed up to Alex over the past month after seeing he was capable of human emotion after all. Cupcakes, Alex confirmed, setting the goodies on the table. My friends dove for the box like treasure hunters diving for gold. I smiled and tilted my head up so I could kiss him. Thank you. You didn't have to do that. That's just cupcakes. He returned my kiss before sitting next to me and curling a protective arm around my waist. Figured you could use the sugar rush. I peeled the wrapper away from my red velvet cupcake with a small frown. It would take a long time to get over what Michael did. I wasn't sure I would ever get over what Michael did. My entire life was a lie. Sometimes I'd lie awake at night, so anxious I couldn't sleep or think straight. Other times, like now, I'd look around me and comfort myself with the knowledge that I would be all right. That old saying was true. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. I'd almost died twice in my life that I knew of, and I was still standing. I'd continue to stand tall, long after Michael rotted in jail. Thanks to a nudge from Alex, who knew half the judges in this town, Michael was locked up with no bail until his court date. He'd send a message asking me to see him, but I refused. I had nothing left to say to him. He'd shown me his real face, and I would be happy if I never saw it again for the rest of my life. But yeah, sometimes a girl needed a cupcake or two to get her through the rainy days. Part of me was grateful Michael and I had never been close. If we had, I wasn't sure I'd be able to take the heartbreak. That was why I was worried about Josh, who was his real son and who'd had a much closer relationship with him. But Josh insisted he was fine, and there was no arguing with him. He was even more stubborn than me. We ate in silence for a while, before Stella cleared her throat. Thanks for the treat, but I should head out. I have a brand collab I need to shoot. Me too, Bridget added, picking up on Stella's cue. I have a political theory paper to write. After Stella, Bridget, and Reese beat a hasty retreat, Jules announced she had a date tonight and needed to get ready. She swept up the stairs, taking half the remaining cupcakes with her. You know how to clear a room, I teased, running an absent-minded hand down Alex's arm. What would I do without him? Not only had he helped me confront my father, Michael, but he was helping me deal with the aftermath, including all the financial and legal webs I was now tangled up in. Most of Michael's assets had been frozen, but luckily he'd already paid my tuition for the year, and I had a steady income from my job and side gig. The commission I received for selling the Richard Argus piece to Alex helped too. Josh, who'd received a full-ride scholarship plus living stipend for the duration of med school, was also set money-wise. At least that was one less thing we had to worry about. It's one of my many talents. Alex captured my mouth in a searing kiss, and I melted into him, letting his tongue and taste and touch carry me away to a land where my troubles didn't exist. God, I loved this man, and he didn't even know it. Not
That's
yet.
facts. Yeah, she didn't tell him
My
yet.
pulse thundered in my ears when we
What's she
pulled
waiting
apart.
for?
Alex? He brushed his fingers over my skin, his gaze still locked on my mouth. I have something to tell you.
Uh-oh.
Tell him. It's now or never.
Facts.
I love you, I whispered. my heart beating fast, my confession a breathless rush.
But is he going to say it back?
A beat passed, followed by a second. Third. Alex's hand stilled, his expression fierce and strangely haunted. A wisp of unease niggled at my stomach. You don't mean that.
Oh!
Yes, I do, I said, hurt and a little angry at his reaction.
Yeah. Of course he's not going to say
know
it back.
What I feel. I'm not an easy person to love. Good thing I never cared much about taking the easy road. I sat up straight and looked him straight in the eyes. You're cold and infuriating, and I admit a little scary. But you're also patient and supportive and brilliant. You inspire me to chase my dreams and drive away my nightmares. You're everything I didn't know I needed, and you make me feel safer than anyone else on the planet. I took a deep breath. What I'm trying to say, again, is I love you, Alex Volkov. Every part of you, even the parts I want to slap. A smile ghosted his mouth. That was quite the speech. The smile faded as quickly as it had come, and he dropped his forehead to mine, his breath ragged. You are the light to my dark, sunshine, he said in a raw voice. His lips brushed against mine as he spoke. Without you, I'm lost. Our kiss was even deeper this time, more urgent, but his response played on a loop in the back of my mind. You are the light to my dark. Without you, I'm lost. Beautiful words that made my heart pound. But I couldn't help noticing none of them were, I love you too.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was waiting for. I'm like, where's the
31.
I love you too at?
Alex. The iron gates slid open, revealing a long driveway lined with northern red oak trees, their branches bare and brown in the harsh cold of winter, and the large brick mansion looming in the distance. My uncle's house. My house as well, before I'd moved to D.C., stood behind a virtual fortress on the outskirts of Philadelphia, and that was the way he liked it. I hadn't wanted to leave Ava so soon after the shit show with Michael, but I'd put off this meeting with my uncle long enough. I found him in his office, smoking and watching a Russian drama on the flat-screen TV hanging in the corner. I never understood why he insisted on watching TV in here when he had a perfectly good den. Alex. He blew a smoke ring in the air. A half-empty cup of green tea sat before him. He'd been obsessed with the drink ever since he read an article that said it helped with weight loss. To what do I owe this surprise? You know why I'm here. I sank into the overstuffed chair opposite Ivan and picked up the ugly old paperweight on his desk. It looked like a deformed monkey. Yes. I heard. Checkmate. My uncle smiled. Congratulations. Though I have to admit, it was a bit anticlimactic. I'd expected your final move to go off with more of a bang. My jaw tightened. The situation changed, and I had to adapt. Ivan's gaze turned knowing. And what about this situation changed? I stayed silent. I'd labored over my revenge plan for more than a decade, moving and manipulating every piece until I had them where I wanted them. Always play the long game. But even I had to admit I'd gotten distracted these past few months. Ava had swept into my life like a sunrise after dark, awakening creatures within my soul that I thought had died a long time ago. Guilt, conscience, remorse, making me question whether the ends justified the means. Around her, my thirst for vengeance slaked, and I almost gave it up, if only so I could pretend to be the man she thought I was. You have a multi-layered heart, Alex. A heart of gold encased in a heart of ice. The sharp edges of the paperweight dug into my palm.
It's funny how everyone says that about him.
Ava knew I'd committed my
That he
fair
has a
share of
complicated
unsavory
heart.
deeds for Archer Group, but
Or
that
it has
was
multiple
business.
layers.
She didn't condone it or endorse it, but she wasn't naive either. For all her romantic notions and soft heart, she'd grown up near the D.C. Viper Pit and understood that in certain situations, whether it be business or politics, it was eat or be eaten. But if she found out the lengths to which I'd gone in order to wreak havoc on those responsible for my family's death, no matter how much they deserved it, she would never forgive me. There are some lines you never cross. A tiny well of blood blossomed on my hand. I released the paperweight, wiped the blood off on my conveniently dark pants, and set it back on the table. Don't worry about it, Uncle. I kept my face and posture relaxed. I didn't want him finding out how much Ava had burrowed inside my heart. My uncle had never been in love, had never married or fathered children of his own, and he wouldn't understand my dilemma. For him, wealth, power, and status were all that mattered. But I do worry. Ivan puffed on his cigarette with a small frown. He'd slicked his hair back and wore a suit and tie, even though he was alone in his office watching a stupid drama about Cold War spies. He was always conscious of his appearance, even when there was no one else around. He switched from English to Ukrainian for the
You guys
next
keep
part
listening.
of our
I'm
conversation.
going to be right back.
You have not been acting like yourself. You've been distracted, unfocused. Carolina mentioned you only go into the office a few days a week, and you leave before 7 each time. I tamped down my flare of irritation. My assistant shouldn't be blabbing about my schedule to others. I'm the CEO, so she didn't have much choice. Ivan stubbed out his cigarette and leaned forward, his eyes intense. Tell me about Eva. Tension rocketed down my spine at the sound of her name on his lips. I didn't have to ask how he knew about her. I wasn't the only one with spies everywhere. There's nothing to tell. She's a good lay, I said, the words poison on my tongue. That's it. My uncle looked skeptical. So, your revenge. That's it. He switched topics so abruptly it took me half a second longer than usual to respond. No. I wasn't done with the man I'd destroyed. Not yet. There's more. I had one final ace up my sleeve. I wanted to take everything from the man who'd taken everything from me. His business, his family, his life. And I did. I would. But was it worth it? Good. I thought you'd gone soft. Ivan sighed and stared at the framed picture on his desk of him and my father when they were young. They'd just moved to the U.S. and they both wore cheap, happy suits and matching hats. While my uncle looked stern and serious, my father's eyes twinkled like he was in on a grand secret no one else knew. My throat squeezed at the sight. Never forget what happened to your parents and poor little Nina. They deserve all the justice in the world. As if I would ever forget. Even if I didn't have HSAM, the scene would forever be engraved in my mind. Don't cheat, I yelled over my shoulder as I ran to the bathroom. I'd had 2 apple juices this morning and I was about to burst. I'll know. You're losing anyway, my little sister Nina yelled back, causing my parents to chuckle. I stuck my tongue out at her before slamming the bathroom door behind me. I was annoyed I'd never beaten Nina at Scrabble for Kids, even though she was 2 years younger than me and I had a genius IQ according to my teachers and parents. She'd always been good at words. Mama said she'd probably grow up to be a writer. I used the toilet and washed my hands. I was supposed to be at a special camp for gifted children this summer, but camp was so boring. All the activities were too easy. The only one I'd liked was chess, but I could play that anywhere. I complained to my parents who pulled me out yesterday and brought me home. I was drying my hands when I heard a loud bang in the distance, followed by shouts. I ran back to the living room where I found my parents ushering Nina toward the secret passageway behind the fireplace. That was one thing I loved about our house. It was full of secret passageways and hidden corners. Nina and I had spent countless hours exploring every nook and cranny. It made hide and seek more exciting, that was for sure. "Alex, get in there, quick!" Mama's face was tight with panic. She grabbed my arm, more roughly than she ever had before, and pushed me into the darkness. "What's going on? Who's here?" My heart beat a fast rhythm. I heard strange voices, and they were getting closer. Nina cowered in the passageway, clutching her beloved cat Smudges to her chest. We'd stumbled on the stray one day during a family picnic in the park, and she cried and begged until my parents agreed to let her keep it as a pet. "It'll be okay." Papa had a gun in his hand. He
I'm
always
black.
kept one in
That's
the
the
house,
joke.
but I'd never seen him use it. The sight of that shiny black metal glinting beneath the lights made my blood run cold. "Get in there with your sister and mother and don't make a sound. Everything will be fine. Lucia, what are you doing?" Mama swung the passageway shut while Nina and I stared with wide eyes. "I'm not leaving you out here alone," she said fiercely. "Damn it, Lucy. You have to—" The sound of a vase crashing to the floor interrupted Papa and startled Smudges, who yowled and broke free of Nina's arms. He darted through the narrowing gap between the wall and passageway door. "Smudges!" Nina yelled, scrambling after him.
Smudges!
I tried to grab her, but she wriggled out of my grasp and chased after him. "Nina, no!" I whisper-yelled. But it was too late. She was gone, and the door shut, enveloping me in darkness.
Shit.
I sat there, my blood roaring in my ears while my eyes tried to adjust to the dark. Mama and Papa put me in here for a reason, and I didn't want to worry them by leaving. But I also needed to know what was going on, even though something screamed at me to turn away to cover my eyes and hide. I was hiding, but I wouldn't cover my eyes. The fireplace passageway had a peephole disguised as the eyes in a painting that hung above the mantel. I was a little too short, but if I stood on tiptoes and really stretched, I could look out into the living room. What I saw made my blood run cold. There were two strange men in the living room. They wore ski masks and carried guns, bigger than the one Papa had, which now lay at his feet. One of those guns pointed at Papa, the other at Mama and Nina. Mama covered Nina protectively while my sister cried and hugged Smudges tight. The cat was freaking out and yowling at the top of its lungs. "Shut that damn thing up," one of the men growled, "or I'll do it for you." Nina cried harder. "Take what you want," Papa said, his face pale. "Just don't hurt my family." "Oh, we'll take what we want," the second man. "Unfortunately, I can't guarantee the second part. In fact, let's make this quick, shall we? No use dragging out the inevitable. We don't get paid by the hour, you know." A gunshot rang out. Somewhere, Mama and Nina screamed.
So I take it this is why he wants revenge.
I should have screamed too, but I didn't. I could only watch. Eyes wide and frozen. Legs burning from how long and hard I stood on tiptoes as a bright red stain blossomed on Papa's chest.
Damn.
He staggered, his mouth moving but forming no words. Perhaps he would have survived one shot, but then another gunshot rang out, and another until Papa's big strong body thudded to the ground.
Oh my God.
It lay there, still and unmoving. It, not he. Because the corpse wasn't my Papa.
Yeah.
It had his face and hair and skin, but Papa was gone.
Damn.
I'd seen him leave, the light fading from his eyes. "No!" Mama wailed. She crawled toward Papa, but she only made it halfway before her body jerked and her mouth fell open. She too collapsed, her blood staining the floors. "Damn, what'd you do that for?" the first man complained. "I wanted to have some fun with her first. Bitch was getting on my nerves. Can't stand all the wailing, and we're here for a job, not your dick," the second man growled. The first man scowled but didn't argue. The pair stared at Nina, who cried so hard her face turned bright red and her body shook from the force of her sobs. Smudges hissed at the men, its eyes glowing ferociously in its tiny face. It was a kitten, but in that moment it had all the trappings of a lion. "Too young," the first man said in disgust. The second man ignored him. "Sorry, kiddo," he told Nina. "Nothing personal. You're bad luck for being born into this family." My blood roared and roared. Liquid dripped down my wrist, and I realized I'd dug my nails into my palms so hard I was bleeding. Drip, drip, drip. Each drip sounded like a sonic boom in the dark, cramped space. Could they hear it? Could they hear me, crouched behind the fireplace, like a coward while they murdered my family? I wanted to run out. I wanted to jump on the men and kick and claw. I wanted to bash their heads in with the heavy sculpture on the fireplace mantel and strip the flesh from their bones piece by piece until they begged for death. It was the first time I'd had such violent thoughts. Mama was sweet and loving, and Papa was tough but fair, honorable. They had raised Nina and me to be the same. But after seeing what those men did, I wanted to torture them slowly.
Yeah,
endlessly.
bruh. Holy shit.
Except I couldn't. If I went out there, they would kill me too, and there would be no vengeance, no justice. Drip, 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 drip. I bled faster. I couldn't look away as the second man raised his gun again and fired.
Oh, shit.
One shot. That was all it took. Smudges went berserk. He flew at the men, hissing and clawing. One of them cursed and tried to kick him, but he dodged just in time. "Forget about the damn cat," the second man snapped. "Let's finish the job and get out of here." "I fucking hate animals," the first man muttered in disgust. "Hey, didn't he say there was another kid? Where's the little snot?"
Oh, shit.
"Not here." The partner glanced around, his eyes flickering past the fireplace and settling on the small, fancy jade statue on a side table. "At camp or something?" "Shit. I've never been to camp. You ever been to camp?" "I've always wanted." "Shut up." They swept through the living room, pilfering the most valuable items and putting their filthy hands all over my family's belongings before they finally left, and silence fell.
Damn.
My breath rasped in the quiet. I waited and waited. When I was sure they wouldn't come back, I pushed open the heavy passageway door, my face reddening from the effort, and stumbled toward the bodies in the living room. Mama, Papa, Nina. I should call the police. I also knew I shouldn't disturb the crime scene, but this was my family. This was the last chance I'd ever have to hold them. So I did.
Yeah.
My breathing slowed. My head cleared. I should feel angry. I should feel sad. I should feel something. But I didn't. I didn't feel anything at all.
Damn.
The clawing pressure around my neck tightened. I couldn't protect them, the people I'd loved most in the world, and I'd been useless, helpless, a coward. I could take revenge all I wanted, but it wouldn't change the fact that they were gone and I was here. Me, the most fucked up one. If there was ever proof that the universe had a sick sense of humor, this was it. "I have to go," my uncle said, smoothing his hand over his tie. "I'm meeting an old friend. Are you staying for the weekend?" I blinked away my memories and nodded. "Excellent. We'll play chess when I get back, My uncle was the only person who could hold his own against me in chess. "Of course." I rubbed my thumb over the wound on my hand. Looking forward to it. After my uncle left, I spent an hour in the home gym working off my frustrations, but something niggled at me. Something Ivan said, and the way he'd said it. I'm the CEO, so she didn't have much choice. Why the hell was my uncle checking in on me? And why did he want to know my schedule so bad he'd threaten Carolina for the information? She was a good assistant, and she wouldn't divulge the information unless she had to. I turned off the shower and dried myself, my mind running through the possibilities. I hadn't gotten this far in life without listening to my instincts, so I got dressed, pulled on a pair of leather gloves, and returned to my uncle's office. He had hidden security cameras in there, but the top-of-the-line jammer I'd bought off the black market took care of them in no time. I wasn't sure what I was looking for, but after an hour of searching, including for false drawers and secret compartments, I didn't find it. Same went for his bedroom. Perhaps I was being paranoid. My stomach growled, reminding me I hadn't eaten since my coffee and bagel at breakfast. It was now near sunset. I gave up on my uncle's private quarters and walked toward the kitchen. Ivan had hired a housekeeper who came by twice a week to clean up, but otherwise he had no staff. He was too paranoid about corporate spies, whom he claimed could pop up anywhere. Don't trust anyone, Alex. It's always the people you least expect who'll stab you in the back.
Facts.
At the last minute, I veered toward the library, my uncle's favorite room in the house. The soaring two-story room looked like something out of an English manor, with its Tiffany-stained glass lamps and wall of mahogany shelves groaning beneath the weight of leather-bound tomes. Soft oriental rugs muffled the sound of my footsteps as I walked around the room, examining the shelves. I hoped whatever I was looking for wasn't hidden in a fake book. There were thousands of books in here. Knowing my uncle, though, he wouldn't choose any book. He'd choose something with significance. I checked the sections for his favorite authors: Fyodor Dostoevsky, Taras Shevchenko, Leo Tolstoy, Alexander Dovzhenko. He had a soft spot for Russian and Ukrainian classics. Said they grounded him in his roots. But no, all the books were real. My eyes flitted over the rest of the library and landed on the limited edition chess set in the corner. The pieces were still arranged in the same pattern from our last game. While I examined the set and the surrounding area for anything that could give credence to my suspicions, I knocked against the table, and a pawn tumbled to the floor. I cursed under my breath and bent to pick it up. As I did, my eyes snagged on the outlet beneath the table. It was a simple, ordinary outlet, except my gaze traveled to the left. There was another outlet, less than a foot away. The U.S. National Electric Code stipulated outlets must be positioned no more than 6 feet apart, measured along the floor line, but it was rare to see two so close together. I paused, listening for any noises. The purr of my uncle's Mercedes pulling into the driveway, the thud of his footsteps against the parquet floors. Nothing. I fished a heavy-duty paperclip from the library's writing desk and crawled under the chess table, bending the clip until it was straight. I jiggled the screw in the middle of the outlet, feeling ridiculous, but my instincts screamed at me to continue. Just when I was about to give up, the outlet popped open, revealing a stash of papers in the wall.
Oh, shit.
Fake outlet. Of course. My heart thudded as I reached for the papers, right as an engine roared in the distance. My uncle was home. I unfolded the documents, letters written in 2 familiar sets of handwriting. I speed-read them, unable to believe my eyes. I'd expected corporate politics, boardroom foul play. I wouldn't have been surprised if my uncle tried to hold on to his CEO position even though I was supposed to take over soon. But this I never saw coming. The puzzle pieces in my brain clicked into place, and a strange cocktail of betrayal, fury, and relief knotted in my gut. Betrayal and fury over the revelation. Relief that the front door banged open, footsteps coming closer. I shoved the letters into the wall, folding them the way I'd found them, and screwed the outlet cover back on. I crawled out from beneath the table, placed the pawn in the same position it had been in before I knocked it over, and pocketed both the paperclip and my gloves, which were sleek enough that they didn't create a visible bulge in my pants. I plucked The Count of Monte Cristo by Alexander Dumas, one of my favorite books, off the shelf on my way to the door. "Alex," my uncle said when he saw me in the hall. He chuckled. "Dumas again. You can't get enough of that book." I smiled. "No, I can't." All the while, my blood raged.
Oops. Oh, sorry, guys. Okay. Okay, there we go. Okay. That was an insane chapter. Finding out about Alex's family, that's wild. Somebody, either in the YouTube chat or the TikTok chat, when I was gone, why did those guys go into his house? Why did those guys go into his house? Why did those guys kill him? Or kill their family? Or wanted to kill their family? Was their family in some shit? Did the dad owe some money or something? Hey, we'll get into the next chapter, but you guys, like, let me know, because that's crazy. I see why he wants to get revenge, and I see why from the age of like fucking 10 years old, he wants revenge. That's insane. That is absolutely insane.
32. Ava. He was late. I tapped my fingers on the table, trying not to check the time on my phone again. Alex and I had agreed to meet at the Italian restaurant near campus at 7. It was now 7:30, and all my texts and calls had gone unanswered. Half an hour wasn't that long, especially when you took rush hour traffic into account, but Alex was never late, and he always answered my messages. I'd called his office, but his assistant told me he'd left an hour ago, so he should be here by now. Worry unspooled in my stomach and gnawed at my insides. Had something happened to him? What if he'd gotten into an accident? It was easy to think of Alex as invincible, but he bled and hurt like anyone else. 10 more minutes. I'll give him 10 more minutes, and then I don't know, send out the freaking National Guard? If he was hurt, I wouldn't sit here and do nothing. "Can I get you anything, dear?" The waitress swooped by again.
Uh-oh.
"Other than water," she added pointedly. The tips of my ears turned red. "No, thanks. I'm still waiting for my friend." That seemed slightly less pathetic than admitting I was waiting for my boyfriend. Slightly. She let out an aggrieved sigh and moved on to the older couple next to me. I felt bad about hogging the table on a Friday night, but I'd barely seen Alex over the past week, and I missed him. We'd slept in the same bed every night, and our sex was as explosive as ever, but he seemed more distant during the day. Distracted. "Ava." My head jerked up, and my chest deflated when I realized it wasn't Alex. "Remember me?" The guy smiled. He was cute in a geek-chic way, with black-rimmed glasses and longish brown hair. "I'm Elliot. We met at Liam's birthday party last spring." Oh, right.
The
I suppressed a
douchebag.
flinch at the sound of Liam's name.
Facts.
I hadn't seen or heard from him since the charity ball. But Jules, ever tuned into the gossip, informed me he'd gotten fired and had moved back to his parents' house in Virginia. I couldn't say I felt sorry for him. "Nice to see you again." "You too." Elliot ran an awkward hand through his hair. "Hey, sorry about what happened with Liam. We haven't kept in touch since we graduated, but I heard about your breakup and what happened. He was
That
a
nigga
real
trying to
jerk."
make his move, bro.
"Thanks." I couldn't blame him for being Liam's friend. Ex-friend? I was the one who dated the asshole, and guys usually treated their friends better than they did their girlfriends. It was a sad truth. "Sorry to bother you during dinner." His gaze flicked to my water glass. "But I'm looking for a photographer who can do an engagement shoot for me, and none of the ones I checked out fit what Sally, my fiancée, is looking for. But I saw you and remembered you're a photographer, so I figured it's a sign."
Wow.
Elliot
He's
flashed a
engaged.
sheepish smile. Hope this doesn't sound creepy, but I pulled up your website and showed it to Sally, and she loves your pictures. If you're free in the next few weeks, we'd love to hire you. I spotted a pretty blonde at a neighboring table watching us. She grinned and waved at me. I waved back. Congrats, I said, my smile genuine this time. I'd love to help. Give me your number and we can sort out details later. While we exchanged contact information, an icy voice sliced through the din of the restaurant. You're in my way. Alex stood behind Elliot, pinning him with a glare so dark, I'm surprised the poor man didn't disintegrate into ashes. Oh, sorry. Why are you getting my girlfriend's number? Elliot shot me a nervous glance, and I clenched my jaw. Seriously? Alex was almost an hour late, and he had the nerve to act like a jealous ass the minute he showed up? He's a client, I said, struggling to remain calm. Elliot, I'll call you later, okay? Congratulations again on your engagement. I emphasized the last word.
Hey, that nigga feel stupid.
Alex's frown eased a smidge, but he didn't fully relax until Elliot ran back to his table. What the hell was that? I demanded. What was what? Alex slid into his seat. You're late, and you were rude to Elliot for no reason.
No reason.
He snapped his napkin open and placed it in his lap. I had urgent business to take care of, and my phone died, so I couldn't call you. As for Elliot, I showed up and saw some random guy flirting with my girlfriend. How did you expect me to react? He wasn't flirting with me. I exhaled a long breath. This wasn't how I pictured the evening going. Look, I don't want to fight. This is the first time we've had a meal together in over a week, and I want to enjoy it. Me too. Alex's face softened. I'm sorry I'm late. I'll make it up to you. You better. His lips quirked. We placed our orders, the waitress looking much happier after Alex ordered the most expensive white wine on the menu. I couldn't drink red or my face would explode. I blame my Asian genes.
Facts,
One
me
sip
too.
of alcohol, especially red wine, and I turned the color of a tomato.
Yeah, you get that Asian glow.
I waited until the server brought out our entrees before I revealed my big news. I heard back from the photography fellowship today. Alex's fork paused halfway to his mouth. I got in. I bit my lower lip, my chest wild with a drumbeat of excitement and nerves. New York, I got in. I knew you would. Simple and matter-of-fact, like he'd never doubted me. But Alex's eyes shone with pride. Congratulations, sunshine. He leaned across the table and pressed a kiss to my lips. I was so giddy I couldn't stop grinning, and my earlier irritation melted away. So what if he'd been a little late? I got in. I'd nearly dropped my phone when I received the email this morning. I had to reread it several times before the words sunk in. I, Ava Chen, was going to be a World Youth Photography Fellow. I would spend the year in New York studying with the world's best photographers. My only regret was not being able to study under Diane Lang, who taught the London cohort, because while I'd made progress with my aquaphobia, I wasn't ready to fly over an ocean yet. But that was okay. I'd meet her one day. In the meantime, I'd work on honing my craft, and holy crap, I was going to be a WYP Fellow, one of the most prestigious honors in the industry. My heart soared before reality dragged me down. I'll be in New York, I said after Alex and I broke apart. You'll be in D.C. No, I won't. His eyes gleamed with my questioning look. Archer Group has an office in Manhattan. My hopeful heart flapped its wings again. But you've built your base here, your house, your friends. That's not my house. That's Josh's. I'm safekeeping it for him. And most of the people I know here are acquaintances, not friends. Alex lifted his shoulder in an elegant shrug. It's a simple equation, sunshine. If you're in New York, I'm in New York. The last vestiges of my hesitation floated away. I grinned, so happy I could dance right here in the middle of a crowded restaurant. You know how. Something buzzed. Alex stiffened, and my eyes dropped to his coat pocket, which buzzed again. My grin faded. You said your phone died. Just like that, the tension returned, simmering in the air until it became a full-on boil. The night was an emotional roller coaster, and I couldn't keep up. I charged it in the car. Alex sipped his wine, his shoulders tense. But you didn't reply to any of my messages or calls. I tucked my hands beneath my thighs, suddenly cold, even though the heat was on. Why were you really late, Alex? I told you, I had urgent business to take care of. That's not good enough. I don't know what you want me to tell you. The truth. I lowered my voice when the diners at the next table shot me an alarmed look. That's all I want. Please, Michael lied to me my entire life, and I don't want you to start. A shadow passed over Alex's face before it disappeared. I won't lie unless the truth hurts you. My teeth clenched. Alex! Plausible deniability exists for a reason, Sunshine. He cut into his pasta with more force than necessary. What did you do? I whispered. Alex tightened the grip on his fork. I'm not always a good person. I don't always do the right thing. You know that. Even if you seem determined to see the good in me. I won't. He released a pent-up breath, looking frustrated. Just drop it, Ava, for your own sake. Sure, I'll drop it. I tossed my napkin on the table, my own frustration boiling over. I'm also leaving. I've lost my appetite. Sunshine. He reached for me, but I shrugged him off and ran out before he could stop me. My chest felt tight as I speed-walked home. What should have been one of the best nights of my life had turned into one of the worst.
33. Alex. I paid and left the restaurant immediately after Ava. She hadn't gotten far, and I followed discreetly to make sure she got home safe before I drove back to D.C. I hated seeing her upset, especially on a night when we should have been celebrating instead of fighting. I wanted to run after her and apologize for being an ass, but the clock was ticking and I needed to finish what I'd started. Only then could I put the past behind me once and for all. I stared at my computer screen, watching the minutes tick by. 11:55 p.m. I'd given the man a midnight deadline. 11:56 p.m. I hadn't told Ava the truth about many things. I didn't have urgent business to take care of before dinner, at least none relevant to Archer Group. Instead, I'd been talking to my family's killer's killer. The police had ruled my parents' and sisters' murders as a home invasion gone wrong. But I knew better. The men had said it was a job and mentioned a he, someone who knew I was supposed to be at camp that summer. Though that was something anyone with internet access and a bare modicum of computer skills could figure out. The camp posted a list of its attendees online every year. I'd kept the knowledge of their true motives to myself, though. I'd been young, but old enough to know the criminal justice system wouldn't deliver the type of justice I craved. Total annihilation. So I'd waited. 11:57 p.m. My uncle was the only person I'd told. He, too, hadn't believed it was a simple invasion. But the police caught the culprits a few days later thanks to street security footage that ID'd their license plate, and they'd confirmed it was a home invasion. The burglars said they hadn't wanted to leave witnesses, so they'd killed everyone. They also hadn't made it to trial before they mysteriously died in jail. My uncle did some digging and found the man who'd hired the killer's killer. Apparently, he was one of my father's business rivals and had a history of shady dealings and ruthless practices. By logic, he had to have been the one who'd ordered the hit on my family, too. I'd spent every second of my life since plotting his downfall. 11:58 p.m. I'd been a kid, and I'd trusted my uncle. But what I'd read in the library threw everything I knew about him out the window. Ava was right. I'd been distracted this past week, busy with my chess game. Not the unfinished one with my uncle in the library, but the one playing out in real life. I'd had my tech guy hack into Ivan's financial records dating back to my family's deaths and paid him a hefty sum to work day and night until he found what I'd expected to find all along. A large sum of money had been wired from one of my uncle's secret offshore accounts to an anonymous account 2 days before my family's death, and another equal sum had been sent the day after. An even larger amount had been sent to a second anonymous account the day after the burglars died. I'd paid the hacker another eye-watering sum to track down the second killer. He'd contacted me when I was on my way to meet Ava, saying he'd located the person, a notorious killer for hire who went by the name of Falcon. They'd apparently retired, but I didn't need their skills. I only needed a name. As a gesture of goodwill, I'd wired Falcon 25% of the $50,000 I'd promised them if they would confirm who hired them to kill the burglars. Now I waited. 11:59 p.m. I stared at the blank black screen of Vortex, a fully encrypted messaging site popular amongst those in the criminal underworld. Unhackable and untraceable, it was where most of the world's seediest transactions took place. A chill whipped around me. I hadn't bothered to turn the heater on. I'd bought this house in D.C. under a shell company name because I wanted a place where I could carry out my more illicit activities without anyone knowing, not even my uncle. It boasted a security system the Pentagon would be jealous of, including a hidden jammer that disabled all electronic devices inside the house, unless you had the code, which only I knew. 12 a.m. A new message flashed on screen. Midnight on the dot. Gotta appreciate a punctual killer. I read the message calmly, my blood colder than the chill creeping along the floorboards and bare walls. No greeting, no questions. Just a name like I'd requested. I wired the rest of the money to the Falcon and sat there in the dark, mulling over the news. I knew. Of course I knew.
Bruh, if his uncle has anything to do
I had my confirmation.
with his family dying, that's just going to be crazy.
The man responsible
after what we found out with Ava
wasn't Michael Chen, Ava's father. It was Ivan Volkov, my uncle. 34. Alex. I made pancakes. I rarely cooked. Why waste my time doing something I didn't enjoy and which I could pay other people to do? But I made an exception today. I was waiting for a visitor and I didn't want to miss them by eating out. The doorbell rang. 9:07 a.m., according to the clock on my microwave. Earlier than I'd expected, which meant he was eager. I shut off the stove and sipped my tea as I answered the door. When I did, I had to mask my surprise. Not who I was expecting. "What are you doing here, sunshine?" Not the warmest greeting, but she needed to leave before he arrived. Mild panic shot through me at the thought of them meeting. Ava frowned. She looked exhausted, and I wondered if she was having nightmares again. They'd eased since she recovered her memories, but they still popped up from time to time. Worry and guilt washed over me. We hadn't spoken in days. She was still angry with me, and I'd been caught up in my plans. It was hard to convene a corporate board the week before Christmas, in secret no less. But I held enough blackmail info on every member that they'd acquiesced to my request. "We need to talk. About us," Ava said. Not words any man wants to hear come out of his girlfriend's mouth,
Facts.
especially when he and said girlfriend were on rocky ground. I couldn't wait until this mess with my uncle was over so I could give her the attention she deserved. As for my twisted and apparently ill-placed revenge plan against her father, that was a confession for another day.
Oh, shit.
If I ever confessed. Michael Chen was a sociopathic bastard even if he hadn't plotted my family's murder, and I was tempted to follow through with my original plan to hire someone to off him in prison. But I wouldn't. Yet. "Can we talk later?" A familiar gray Mercedes came into view and my muscles tensed. "Now isn't a good time." Ava shook her head. "It's been a week. Christmas is in 2 days, and I'm tired of us tiptoeing around each other. You've been acting weird for a while now, and I deserve to know what's going on. If you don't want to be with me any longer—" She exhaled a sharp breath, her face tinting red. "Just tell me. Don't string me along." God damn it. If only Josh had come home for Christmas like he'd planned, he would have kept Ava away. But there'd been an earthquake in his volunteer region. He was okay, thank God. And people needed all the medical help they could get in the aftermath, so he'd stayed. I'd donated a hefty sum to help with his organization's expenses as well, partly out of charity, mostly out of guilt. Ava wasn't the only Chen I'd fucked over these past few years. My uncle parked and got out of his car, his face thunderous. My grip tightened around my mug. "Of course I want to be with you," I said in a low voice while keeping an eye on Ivan. "I'll always want to be with you, but Alex!" My uncle's pleasant tone belied the fury simmering in his eyes. When Ava turned, startled, he smoothed his face into a gracious smile. "Who's this lovely creature?" If the mug were glass, it would have cracked by now. "Ava? Uncle Ivan," I responded, voice clipped. "Ah, the infamous Ava. How lovely to meet you, dear." She smiled, looking uncomfortable. "I didn't realize you were expecting company," she told me. You're right, we can talk later." "Nonsense. I'm just here for a friendly chat with my nephew." Ivan placed a hand on Ava's back and guided her into the house. "Get your fucking hands off her." Anger streaked through me, but I tamped it down. I couldn't lose my cool, not now. We settled into the dining room, Ava and I on one side, Ivan on the other. Tension laced the air. "Anyone want a drink?" I set my near-empty mug on the table. "Tea? Hot chocolate?" Ava shook her head. "No thanks." "Green tea for me." Ivan patted his stomach. I returned a few minutes later with his drink and found him in deep conversation with Ava. "Thanksgiving weekend." My uncle took the tea from me with an oily smile. "Alex, Ava was telling me about how you spent your Thanksgiving. He loves his holidays with the Chens," he told her. "He finds them so enlightening." My muscles burned from how tense I was while Ava returned his smile with her own uncertain one. "What can I do for you, Uncle?" I asked, taking my seat with careful nonchalance. "It must be important if you're here this early. Long drive from Philly." "I wanted to congratulate my favorite nephew." Ivan's smile tightened. I didn't bother pointing out I was his only nephew. "Ava, dear, did you know you're sitting next to the new CEO of Archer Group?" I betrayed no emotion while Ava's head whipped toward me, her eyes wide. "My uncle graciously stepped aside," I said. I addressed Ivan. "I'm grateful for your tutelage and all the years you've dedicated to the company, but now you can retire and indulge in fishing, crossword puzzles, TV dramas. A life of leisure, just like you deserve." "Yes," he said coldly. "I'm looking forward to it." It was all bullshit, the show we were putting on. My uncle didn't resign, though that would be the official story we fed to the press. He'd toppled from power thanks to the secret boardroom coup I'd spent the past week executing. I'd had to use more dirty tricks than usual to get it done in such a short time, but anger is the world's greatest motivator. I was now CEO of Archer Group, and Ivan was nothing. After I finished with him, he wouldn't have anything either.
Damn.
"Congratulations. That's amazing."
Ava looked genuinely happy for me, but she also sounded confused and a little hurt, probably because I hadn't mentioned something so huge to her. Then again, the changeover hadn't been official until yesterday afternoon. No doubt the board notified Ivan, and he'd driven here first thing in the morning, intent on reaming me out. He didn't take his eyes off me as he said, "You and Ava should visit one day. I'm an old man who doesn't have many friends, and I don't like to leave the house much." He chuckled. "I'm a bit paranoid about security, you see. I have cameras all over my home.
I
My
bet you
office,
do, nigga.
the kitchen, the library.
Oh,
I rarely go through all the tapes, but..." He sipped his tea. "What's a man with too much free time to do?"
he
I
saw
read between
him
the lines in an
probably
instant.
when he
Fuck.
removed that thing and
How had
saw
I
those
missed the cameras
papers.
in the library?
He saw.
I'd jammed the ones in his bedroom and office and adjusted them afterward so they didn't show any suspicious missing time periods. But my uncle had never had cameras in the other rooms before. He must have checked the feeds to see what I'd been up to after he received word of the coup. He'd grown more paranoid, and I'd grown more lax. I wouldn't make that mistake again. Ivan and I stared at each other. The jig was up. He knew I'd seen the letters between him and my mother, the ones where he'd professed his love and begged her to leave my father, the ones where she'd rebuffed him until he grew more and more aggressive and she had to threaten him with a restraining order, the ones where he promised she would regret spurning him.
Ooh.
Once I had that piece of information, the rest of the puzzle fell into place. Why my father and Ivan fell out, how the burglars knew so much about our family, why my uncle sometimes got a weird look on his face when we talked about my parents.
Holy shit.
I'd known all along how narcissistic my uncle could be, and my mother's rejection must have hit hard enough that he'd plot his own brother's death.
Hell yeah.
That didn't explain why he chose Michael Chen as the scapegoat, but I'd figure it out. I wouldn't stop until I'd peeled back every layer of Ivan's deception and strangled
and then
him
her
with them.
dad was just a
I
scapegoat.
now understood how Ava felt. I'd been lied to most of my life, too. Only my reaction was far less benign than hers. Sure. Ava glanced at me. We'll visit someday. Yes, over my dead body. Or, to be more
Facts.
accurate, my
His.
uncle's dead body.
Yeah.
Excellent. Ivan set his empty mug on the table. Well, I think I've overstayed my welcome. I'll leave you kids alone. Alex, I'm sure we'll talk soon. I'm sure we will, I drawled. After he left, Ava and I sat in silence, eyeing each other warily. I wanted to pull her to me, kiss her and reassure her, but everything had gotten so fucking complicated. Not to mention she still didn't know the truth about me and what I did. She won't find out. The only other person who knew was my uncle, and he would be out of the picture soon. A better person would tell her the truth. But I'd rather be the villain with her by my side than the hero who risked losing her because of a misguided sense of morality. What she doesn't know won't hurt her.
That's
Your
fact.
uncle is not what I expected.
With the family
she
drama
finally
he
said.
got going on.
He's very slick.
But I called this
That
in the
pulled a
first
small
episode.
smile out of me. She
He
didn't like him
handled
either.
her family drama really well.
Atta girl.
I just wonder how she will handle his
Why didn't you
family
tell
drama.
me about your promotion?
It
She
makes
asked.
sense though.
That's huge news.
to where she would be kind of.
We should have celebrated or
sympathetic.
something. It wasn't official until
I
yesterday.
wouldn't find it too red flag.
Thought I'd announce it as a Christmas surprise.
But you never know.
That was partly true. Ava sighed, her expression growing sad. I miss you, Alex. God, this girl. She had no clue what she did to me. I miss you too, sunshine. I opened my arms, and she climbed into my lap, wrapping her arms around my neck. I breathed in her scent, my heart aching. I wanted to keep her here, safe and cherished forever. Fuck the rest of the world. It could burn for all I cared. I don't want to fight, but... Her bottom lip disappeared between her teeth. You have been acting strange lately. If something is wrong, you know you can tell me and we'll figure it out together, right? I know. How is she so amazing? Anyone who'd gone through what she had would have locked themselves away from the rest of the world by now, but not Ava. She was always thinking of others. I didn't deserve her. Is it because I told you I...
Right.
She paused.
I'll be right back again.
Pink
You guys keep
blossoming on her
watching.
cheeks.
Or listening.
I loved you? Of course not. I tightened my hold and kissed her. You know I'd do anything for you. Okay, because you started acting weird right after it's work, I lied. I've been stressed about the CEO transition. Also, partly true. It was a testament to Ava's trust that she took my words at face value. You'll be a great CEO. She brushed her lips over a sensitive spot on my neck, and my cock jumped with interest. I hadn't touched her in a week, and I was dying to tie her down and have my way with her. Now, how about we alleviate that stress? I responded with a wicked grin. I like the way you think. But as I carried her upstairs and fucked her in every position until she couldn't scream anymore, the sense of impending doom hovering over me remained. 35. Alex. My world crashed down 2 weeks after my uncle's visit. I was driving to work when I received a call from Ivan requesting I visit him ASAP. He'd been suspiciously quiet since he was dethroned as CEO, but I knew why. I also knew why he'd asked for a visit. I'd been expecting it. I called my assistant and told her to cancel the rest of my meetings for the day and made it to Philadelphia in 2 hours flat. I slowed my steps as I walked up the stairs to my uncle's office. Sure, he had cameras monitoring my every move since I pulled up to the estate's gates. I found him sitting behind his desk watching his beloved Russian drama on the TV. Hello, Uncle. I leaned against the wall and stuffed my hands in my pockets, the picture of casual indifference. Ivan's eye twitched. So you finally made it, you little shit. I suppressed a smile. My uncle rarely cursed. He must have been out of his mind with anger. I could see why. He looked horrible. I spotted a bald spot in his hair, as well as scaly red patches and a few nasty-looking pustular eruptions on his skin. His face looked haggard, his complexion wan. For someone as vain as my uncle, the deterioration of his looks must be a living nightmare. I'll always make time to visit my favorite uncle. My only uncle, though not for much longer. You don't look so well. Stressed over losing your job? A muscle ticked in his jaw. You're handing the CEO position back to me. I almost laughed out loud. Why would I do that? Because. Ivan leaned back and laced his hands over his stomach. I have something you want, and I have a feeling you'll do anything to get it back, including resigning from Archer Group, reinstating me as CEO, and wiring me $50 million for the emotional distress, he explained. His mental faculties must be deteriorating faster than his physical appearance if he thought I would do any of those things. Sure you do, I said indulgently. Let's see what this magical something is first. Did I say something? Ivan's eyes glowed with malice. I meant someone. Bring them in. He barked the last statement in Russian. There was a scuffle outside the door and my blood ran cold when a massive man in camo pants and dog tags entered, dragging 2 bound and gagged girls behind him. Ava and Bridget.
Oh, shit.
They stared at me, fear stamped on every inch of their faces. It took every ounce of willpower not to display a visible reaction. I see, I said in a bored voice. Sorry, Uncle, but I don't see anything or Any one that would make me consider giving you dog shit, much less $50 million.
That's insane. $50
A
million
small cut marred
for
Ava's
emotional
face.
distress is
Tears
crazy.
stained her cheeks.
Yes, I've been
and she
listening
stared
along with
at
you
me
guys
with wide
while I
eyes,
was gone.
her distress evident. Bruises marked her arms from where Camo grabbed her, and I glimpsed red, chafed skin from where the rope dug into her wrists. Ava. Hurt. Wild, all-consuming anger erupted in my stomach until it filled every inch of my being. I stared at Camo, and he stared back, smugness oozing from his ugly mug. Not for much longer. He was going to die today.
Ooh.
Slowly. Painfully.
Slowly.
I was pleased to note he had several cuts and bruises of his own. Ava and Bridget had clearly put up a fight, but that didn't matter. He'd dared touch what was mine, and for that, I'd make him beg for something as sweet as death. The guard I'd hired to look after Ava in case my uncle pulled shit like this, he would die too for failing at his job. Beside Ava, Bridget shifted, her face pale. The small movement prompted Camo to yank her arm in warning, but to her credit she didn't flinch. Instead she glared at him, her gaze flinty. The regal princess, even when kidnapped. Speaking of which, where the fuck was her bodyguard? Reese was an ex-Navy SEAL. He should be more competent than the apparent moron I'd hired. I didn't have time to dwell on that question. I shifted my attention back to my uncle, who wore a knowing smirk. "You can't fool me, Alex," he said, his voice thin and reedy. "I saw the way you looked at her. She's the reason you pulled your punches with the revenge plan. You love her, but will she love you after she finds out what you did?"
Uh-oh.
A thick pressure circled my neck, squeezing. My breath quickened. I knew what my uncle was doing. He was forcing me to confess. The biggest lie I'd ever told, the worst thing I'd ever done. He wanted Ava to hate me. And the worst part was, I had to do it. I would give her up if it meant saving her. "That's where you're wrong," I drawled, keeping my gaze locked on Ivan's. "You underestimate me, Uncle. She was never more than a pawn in my game. Why do you think I pulled back after her father went to jail? She was useless to me after that. I admit the sex was good." I shrugged. That was the only reason I didn't cut her off entirely. I saw Ava's head jerk up out of the corner of my eye. "Sorry, Sunshine." I forced myself to inject a mocking lilt into her nickname. "The cat's out of the bag, so I might as well tell you the whole story. The man I told you about, the one who murdered my parents, that was your father. Well, fake father. Michael Chen." Ava's eyes popped, and Bridget finally stirred, her sharp intake of breath audible, even through her gag.
But he's lying!
I always knew. I pushed off the wall and walked toward her. Camo tensed and stepped in my direction, but Ivan waved him off with a delighted smile. He was enjoying this, that bastard. "You think it was a coincidence that Josh and I were assigned to the same room our freshman year? A hefty bribe with the right person goes far, and there's no better way to destroy your enemy than from the inside." I played the dead parents card to gain his sympathy until he invited me over for the holidays. And while everyone was asleep, I snooped. I bugged your house, went through your father's files, found lots of interesting information. Why do you think his business took so many hits over the years? A tear rolled down Ava's cheek, but I kept going. "I'm sorry, Sunshine." I dismantled his empire piece by piece.
He knows
And you
that
and
it was
Josh had no
his
clue.
uncle, though.
I uttered a soft laugh, even as my chest burned.
So why is he...
This year
he's
was
not
going to be
lying,
the
but he's
grand
lying
finale.
to her.
The year in which my plan to take down his company publicly and humiliatingly came together. But I needed one more piece of information, one more excuse to search through his office. Then Josh, my ticket into your house every Thanksgiving, announced he was volunteering in Central America. Most inconvenient. I needed another in. I cupped her face with one hand, knowing this might be the last time I touched her. That's where you enter the picture. Josh did most of the heavy lifting himself when he asked me to look after you, but I planted the idea of moving into his house. After all, I smiled, my heart slowly shredding itself apart. It's much easier to make you fall in love with me when you have to see me every day. And you did. It was so easy, it was almost embarrassing. Sweet, trusting Ava, so eager to fix broken things, so desperate for love, she'd take it anywhere she could find it. She shook her head,
Bruh.
her chest heaving. She'd
That's
stopped
fucked
crying,
up.
but her eyes burned with anger and betrayal.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
That's my girl. Hate me. Don't cry over me. Never cry over me. I'm not worth it. That night after Thanksgiving dinner, I found the information I was looking for, I said. Your father got desperate over the years as his business crumbled, and he made a few bad deals with bad people. I had it all lined up. The FBI bust, the media circus. I left out the part where I'd planned to have Michael killed in prison. The jury was still out on whether I'd pull that plug. But imagine my surprise when you regained your memories. It was like an early Christmas surprise. If I couldn't nail him on the corporate stuff, I could nail him on attempted murder, and it worked.
Damn.
Except, I turned back to my uncle, whose eyes gleamed with malice. I was wrong. It was never Michael. Was it, Uncle?
Ooh!
Ivan's lips stretched into a thin grin. He bore no resemblance to the man who'd brought me into his house and treated me like his son, or so I thought. It took years to build a relationship and a second to destroy one.
Facts.
And ours had been ruined beyond repair. Don't trust anyone, Alex. It's always the people you least expect who'll stab you in the back. That's the beauty of it, he said, even as he winced. I reveled in the pleasure of that small movement. It had been 2 weeks. He must be in serious pain by now, even as my heart tore itself apart at the way Ava looked at me. Like she didn't know me at all. In some ways, she didn't. Michael was one of your father's business rivals when Anton started expanding into Maryland. They'd never gotten along. Anton hated the way Michael conducted business, and Michael hated that anyone dared encroach on his territory. They eventually reached a truce, but Michael made an easy scapegoat. It didn't take much to plant evidence that an impressionable teen like yourself would believe. Ivan coughed. You're a smart kid, but your desire for vengeance blinded you. I always hated the man anyway. He humiliated me once at a party your father invited him to as a gesture of goodwill, even though I told Anton not to. And I wasn't surprised to learn Michael's a sociopath as well. You're one to talk, I said coldly. My uncle would be deranged enough to hold on to a grudge over some slight at a party that happened decades ago.
Damn.
I'd gone to painstaking lengths to ensure Michael wouldn't know of Ivan's nor my connection to my father, because he wouldn't exactly welcome the son of the man he'd murdered, or so I thought, into his home. I'd changed our last names and erased any evidence that would tie us to Anton Dudek. My uncle and I had been born Ivan and Alex Dudek. We were now Ivan and Alex Volkov. I was lucky my uncle was so paranoid. There were few public photos or traces of him before we started Archer Group, which made my job easier. Apparently that had all been for naught, since Michael had already met Ivan and knew of his connection to my father. He hadn't liked me, but he also hadn't cared about having me in his house, because he wasn't the murderer. I couldn't believe my uncle pulled the wool over my eyes for so long. I was supposed to be a genius, a master
People will blow up
strategist,
everybody's
but I'd
eyes.
fallen prey to the same failing as all other humans. Believing the best of someone simply because they were there for you at your worst. He was my only living relative left, and I'd let that color my perception of him. Now, because of my fuck-up, Ava was hurt. My stomach clenched. I kept my gaze averted from her. If I looked at her, I would lose it, and I couldn't afford to lose it. Not with Camo pointing a gun at her and my uncle's sharp eyes watching everything. He may be dying, but I wouldn't underestimate him until he was 6 feet in the ground. I can say the same for you. Ivan winced again, though he tried to hide it. I hoped the bastard suffered until his last breath on earth. You, me, Michael, we're all cut from the same dark cloth. We're willing to do whatever it takes to achieve what we want. I knew it was smart taking you in, he said. You were so grateful, and I couldn't let that intellect of yours go to waste. We've done so well for ourselves, haven't we? He swept an arm around his grand office. I did well. You leached off me like the parasite you are. Ivan chuckled in disappointment. Is that any way to speak to the man who kept you from being put in the horrid foster system? Really, you should be more grateful. He really was deranged. No wonder my mom wanted nothing to do with you, I said. She must have smelled the crazy from a mile away. Ivan's fake smile melted and his face twitched with anger.
Yeah,
Your
you hit
mother
that
was a
button.
stupid whore, he spat. I loved her, but she turned me down. Me, the one who'd been there for her long before she met your father. For naive, soft-hearted Anton. I waited and waited for her to come to her senses, but she never did. He snorted. When she told Anton about my letters, he stopped speaking to me. Wasn't man enough to confront me face to face. But he ran his mouth to our mutual friends, all of whom cut me off too. His eyes shone with hatred. No one crosses me like that. He took what I loved from me, so I took what he loved from him.
That's crazy,
Not
bro.
what. Who? I said through gritted teeth. My mother was not an object. Ivan cackled. Oh, Alex, love did make you soft after all. I clenched my jaw. I'm not in love. It's not what a little birdie told me. A cough rattled in his lungs. I had some interesting conversations with a pretty little blonde by the name of Madeline. She had a lot to say about how you reacted when she pushed poor Eva into a pool. Fury sliced through me. Madeline. I didn't know how she and my uncle met, but Ivan must have been tracking me longer than I thought.
Yeah, that nigga
Once
Ivan
again, I
playing
cursed
chess,
myself for letting my
son.
guard slip. By this time next month, House Industries would be toast. I'd make sure of it. I'd already gathered the kindling after the pool incident. I just needed to set it on fire. All you have to do is give me the money and position. Sign a contract saying you'll never come after me or hold corporate office again. And I'll let Eva and her little friend go, Ivan said. It's a simple trade. I wondered if he knew Bridget was the princess of Eldora. If he did, he was an idiot for dragging her into this. If he didn't, he was an idiot for not doing his research. And if he thought I'd believe he would let any of us go after he all but admitted to murder in front of us, he must think I was an idiot.
Facts.
I weighed my options. Ivan wouldn't do anything to me, Ava, or Bridget until I'd wired the money and given him back his position, but that wouldn't take long. He knew I had the board under my thumb. I could make him CEO again with one call. To be clear, that wasn't a request, Ivan said. I smiled, the gears in my brain clicking into place. Sure. I can agree to your request. My uncle smirked. Or I can save your life. You choose. The smirk disappeared. What the hell are you talking about? I stepped toward him. Camo raised his gun in warning, but Ivan waved him off, his roomy eyes narrowing as I stared pointedly at his skin, his hair, and the way his hand shook with barely concealed pain. Realization dawned. How? He growled. My smile slashed across my face. You were quite thirsty after your drive to my house a few weeks ago. The tea. Ivan's face pinched. I checked after the symptoms started showing. The doctor said that you had Guillain-Barré disease. I sighed. It is unfortunate that the symptoms are so similar. But no, I'm afraid it's not Guillain-Barré. What did you do, you little shit? A flash of movement behind Camo, visible only from where I stood, caught my eye. I showed no reaction, even as my mental calculations adjusted to account for the new development. You can buy anything on the black market these days, I said, playing idly with the ugly monkey paperweight on the desk. Including deadly poisons. The one currently destroying your system, quite similar to thallium. It's odorless, tasteless, colorless. Hard to identify because it's so rare, and its symptoms often point to a range of other illnesses. But, unlike thallium, it has no widely known antidote. Luckily for you, Uncle, there is a secret antidote, and I have a vial stashed away. My uncle trembled with rage.
Oh, shit.
How do I know you're
Poisoned
not
him.
lying? I shrugged. Guess you'll have to trust me. 3 things happened at once. Ava threw herself at a distracted Camo and knocked the gun out of his hand. Bridget's bodyguard tackled Camo from behind and caught him in a chokehold, and I whipped out the gun hidden in the shoulder holster beneath my coat and pointed it at my uncle. I used my other hand to send a quick, 1-number message on my phone without taking my eyes off Ivan. "Stop!" he shouted. Everyone froze until we resembled a grotesque comedic tableau. Reese with one arm around Camo's neck and the other pressing a gun to his temple. Ava and Bridget wriggling out of their restraints. Me ready to shoot my uncle point blank in the chest. "Alex," Ivan let out a nervous chuckle. "My dear nephew, is this necessary? We are, after all, family."
Oh, that's bullshit.
No, we're not.
Your facts,
You
bro.
murdered my family. I cocked my gun and he paled. Ava, Bridget, leave the room. They didn't move. Now! Camo hadn't tied their legs so they could scramble out of the room even though their hands were still bound. "Think of all the good times we had together," my uncle coaxed, his affable mask falling back into place. "When I took you to your first Krav Maga lesson. When we visited Kiev for your 16th birth." The shot rang out loud and clear over his pleas.
Oh,
Ivan froze,
right in
his
his
mouth
chest.
hanging open in shock. A crimson stain bloomed across his chest. "Unfortunately for you, I'm not someone who waxes poetic before I pull the trigger," I said. I felt no hint of remorse for the man who'd raised me. He was a murderer and a liar. I
mean,
was
facts.
too, but I'd resigned myself to hell a long time ago. You'll die today, looking as ugly on the outside as you are on the inside. "You ungrateful." A second shot rang out. His body jerked. That was for my mother. The first was for my father. This, a third shot,
For my sister.
is for Nina,
Yeah.
for Ava, for Bridget, and this, I cocked my gun for the last time,
Damn, son.
is for me.
Don't.
I fired the bullet straight between his eyes.
Yep. Facts.
My uncle was long dead by this point, his body riddled
Facts.
with holes and his feet steeped in a glistening pool of blood. But my words, like my bullets, weren't for him. They were for me.
Ooh.
My own fucked up version of closure.
Damn.
I turned to Camo, whose complexion now resembled the color of chalk. Reese still had him pinned to the ground. I picked Camo's gun up from the floor and examined it. You can let him go, I told Reese. He's mine. To his credit, the bodyguard didn't even blink. He'd maintained the same stoic expression from the moment he entered the room. I had a feeling the man wouldn't blink an eye even if aliens in silver tutus poofed into existence before him and started dancing the Macarena. You sure? He dug his gun harder into Camo's temple. I'm sure. Your princess is waiting for you. My mouth formed a half smirk. So let me take care of the trash. I pointed my gun at Camo while holding the second weapon in my other hand. Reese pulled back, keeping his gun aimed at Camo but his gaze on me. Smart man. I could tell he wanted to fuck up Camo himself, but Bridget was his priority, and a bodyguard's mandate was cover and evacuation, not combat. The second he disappeared, I fired 2 shots into Camo's kneecaps, not to kill, merely to hobble him while I went to work.
Damn.
I ignored his pained screams as I locked the door. You made a mistake today, I said conversationally, kneeling next to him.
You chose the wrong
Images
side.
of Ava's bruises and terrified face flashed through my mind, and my expression hardened. You touched what was mine. I pulled a wicked long knife from my boot. Camo's eyes popped in terror. You hurt what was mine. The smell of urine filled the air as he pissed himself. For such a tough-looking dude, he
Bananas
scared
is
easily.
back,
My lips
girl.
curled in distaste.
You missed
And
some
now?
shit.
It's time to pay. Don't worry. I pulled his shirt up and dug the tip of the blade into his abdomen. I'll make it slow and sweet. If Ava and Bridget had already called the police, which I was sure they had, I only had precious minutes before they arrived. But with a few handy tools and creativity, one could make a minute feel like an eternity. We didn't pass the 10-second mark before Camo's screams started again.
36.
Ooh.
Ava. The next hour passed in a blur. The
Ew.
police and paramedics arrived, peppering me with questions and medical checkups and lots of somber-looking faces. I endured them all, my answers flat and robotic. By the time they finished, I wanted to crawl into my bed and never get out, if I could bring myself to move.
All right. Yeah,
Ava.
I can do that. We can
Bridget
give you, we
placed
can give
a
you a little
tentative hand on
summary.
my arm. The police said we can go.
We'll do
Reese
it.
will
We'll
drive
do
us
it
back.
after this chapter. After this
The
chapter,
massive
I'll give you a
bodyguard
full
hovered
summary.
so close,
All right.
he was practically on top of us. His usual stoic mask replaced with pure fury. I didn't blame him.
Yeah. It's only an
We'd
11-minute
gotten ourselves
chapter.
into this
so.
mess. Bridget
I
and I
got
had
you,
wanted
girl.
to see
I
one of
got
our
you,
favorite
boo.
bands perform in D.C. last night. Cool indie bands didn't visit the city often, and when they did, we took advantage. Except Reese had flat out forbidden Bridget from going because it wasn't safe. And instead of arguing with him, which we all knew by now was useless, Bridget snuck out in the middle of the night. Everything had gone according to plan until the camouflage-wearing psycho yanked us off the street after the concert and into the back of his van. It happened so fast we didn't have time to scream. We'd fought back as hard as we could, and my amateur self-defense training allowed me to land a few hits, but he'd eventually knocked us out. When we woke up, we found ourselves in freaking Philadelphia. A shudder rippled down my spine. Our kidnapper must have been watching us for God knew how long before he made his move, which creeped me out more than the actual kidnapping part. Are you ready? Despite her calm tone, I detected a small shake in Bridget's shoulders. And I suspected that was the reason Reese hadn't torn us a new one yet. In fact, He hadn't said a word to us, except to explain he'd found us via the chip he'd placed in Bridget's phone, which he'd activated when he discovered she wasn't in her room that morning. It was a testament to how much we'd fucked up that Bridget didn't utter a peep about him secretly tracking her. My eyes strayed toward Alex, who looked remarkably composed for someone who'd shot his uncle, killed our kidnapper, and almost died himself. He spoke with a police officer, his face not betraying a hint of agitation. You were nothing more than a means to an end. Almost, I said. My voice sounded strange to my ears, low and hollow, almost lifeless. I need to talk to him. Bridget and Reese exchanged glances, their mutual concern for me overshadowing their animosity. Ave, I'm not sure that's a good idea. I ignored her. I stood, stepped around Bridget, and walked toward Alex, keeping the blanket the EMT gave me wrapped tight around my shoulders. One foot in front of the other. This entire day felt surreal.
I know.
I kept thinking it was
After
a
the
new
chapter,
type of
I got
nightmare,
you.
and that I would wake up at
you
any
up.
moment. But I never did. Even when I told the police what happened, I felt like I was talking about a movie, not my life. The story came out in pieces and half-truths. I told the officers Alex's uncle hired someone to kidnap us as leverage because Alex had ousted him as CEO. But I didn't mention their twisted family history.
No,
That wasn't my
she
story
didn't
to tell.
get kidnapped, but she did get held
I could honestly
hostage.
say I didn't know what happened after Bridget and I left.
Her and her friend Bridget.
How
they
Alex's
got held
uncle had ended up
hostage.
with 6 bullets in him, or how the kidnapper had, according to the queasy-looking officer, ended up more carved up than a jack-o'-lantern on steroids. I technically didn't know, but it didn't take a genius to figure out what happened. I wasn't sure what Alex told the police, but considering they hadn't arrested him for killing 2 people yet, I assumed he'd spun a convincing tale of self-defense. He was, after all, the consummate liar, right? Or had he been lying about lying? There was only one way to find out.
He was lying about
Alex
lying.
noticed me first. He said something to the officer, who nodded and left. I stopped 2 feet from him, my hands strangling the blanket. He looked like old Alex again, unruffled and uncaring, with eyes like chips of jade-colored ice. I didn't see a hint of the Alex I'd gotten to know over the past few months. The one who'd stayed and canceled a date to watch movies with me. The one who'd choked down one of the most disgusting cookies ever made and lied about it being fine because he didn't want to hurt my feelings. The one who'd taught me to swim and showed me a world I thought only existed in fantasies. A world in which I loved and had been loved in return. He hadn't said it, but I'd really thought he loved me and had just been too scared to say it. Now I questioned whether the Alex I knew had ever existed. Perhaps it really had all been a ruse. A role played by a psychopath bent on vengeance and taking advantage of my unsuspecting heart. Or he'd been lying, and he'd said all those things in front of his uncle to save me because he didn't want his uncle to know he cared. His tale seemed too elaborate to be fake. But Alex was a genius. He could do anything. I clung to the tattered remains of my hope with bloody fingers. I thought you would have left by now. He slid his hands into his pockets, the picture of cool nonchalance. I wanted to speak to you first. Why? Heat rose on my face. Leave before you embarrass
Bananas,
yourself
what was the
any
last
further.
thing that you had
My
heard?
pride screamed, but that horrible flicker of hope insisted I stay until the end. I wanted to know. He lifted a bored brow. You and me. I was almost afraid to ask, but I had to know. Was any of it real?
Oh, okay.
Alex stilled,
Okay.
and I held my breath, hoping praying.
Well,
I'm trying to warn you, sweetheart.
when I
He
do the
said,
summary, I'll
his
start
face
from when
impassive. I told you
she
not
found
to
out the
romanticize
dad
me.
pushed
To
her
harden that soft heart.
into the lake.
It was
I'll
my
start
one
from there.
courtesy for the kindness you've shown me over the years. But you fell for me anyway. His jaw tightened. Consider it a lesson for the future. Pretty words and pretty faces don't equal pretty souls.
Okay. All right, I'll start from
My
there.
hope turned to ashes. My soft heart? No. I didn't have a heart at all. Not anymore. He'd torn it out of my chest, sliced it to ribbons with the blades of his words, and tossed the shreds aside without a second thought. I should say something. Anything. But I couldn't think of a single thing. I wished for an iota of my earlier anger and hurt, but none came. I was numb. I might have stood there forever had gentle hands not guided me into Reese's waiting car. I thought I heard Bridget hiss something at Alex, but I couldn't be sure. It didn't matter. Nothing mattered. Bridget didn't try to talk to me or feed me platitudes. That would have only made things worse. Instead, she let me sit in silence and stare out the window, watching dead tree after dead tree fly by. I couldn't remember why I liked winter.
Well,
Everything looked dull
Alex
and gray.
said
Lifeless.
that
I made it all the way to
everything
the border of Maryland.
from being her
There, it
brother's
started
friend
raining.
to
The tiny drops
him wanting to
sprinkling over
meet
the window
her,
like scattershot crystals.
getting her to fall in love with him,
I
and all that kind
remembered
of stuff
the day Alex
was
picked me up when I was
all
stranded
just
in the
an
rain.
elaborate scheme to take down her
down.
dad.
All my pent-up emotion from the past few hours, the past few months, burst forth at the same time. I was an ant swept up in a tidal wave, and
Yeah,
I didn't
I
bother
know.
fighting.
I know.
I let it wash over me. The
Just
hurt,
wait until this
the
chapter's
anger,
over, and we will
heartbreak, and the
cook, girl.
betrayal,
I will cook.
sadness.
I got you.
Until my eyes burned and my muscles ached from the force of sobs. Somehow, I found myself curled up in Bridget's lap while she stroked my hair and murmured soothing
Yeah, it's almost
sounds.
done. This chapter's almost
It would have been terribly embarrassing, crying into a royal princess's lap.
okay. It's all right.
Except
I got
I was
you.
beyond
I got
caring.
you.
Why was it always me? What about me made me so damn unlovable? So gullible? My favorite color, yellow. My favorite ice cream flavor, mint chocolate chip. You are the light to my dark sunshine. Without you, I'm lost. Lies. All of it. Every kiss, every word,
She
every
remembered all
second that I had
all the
treasured.
words he said, all the sweet
Tainted.
nothings.
My eyes burned with liquid fire. I couldn't breathe. Everything hurt, from the outside to the inside. As
I truly
sobbed
think she's overthinking
terrible,
all of this.
wretched,
I
soul-racking
think he
tears.
just said that because of the uncle, but I don't know.
Michael had lied to me. Alex had lied to me. Not for days, weeks, or months, but for years. Something inside me broke. And I was no longer crying for my shattered heart, but for the girl I used to be. The one who'd believed in light and love and the goodness of the world. That girl was gone.
Okay.
37.
All right, we're going to stop right here. We're going to catch up some people. I'm going to recap everything that pretty much happened. Those that have been listening the whole time, if I fuck something up, make sure you correct me. Okay, so from when she finds out that her dad was the one that pushed her into the lake, so she talks to Alex about it, and Alex consoles her about it and this and that. Pretty much tells her, hey, you need to confront him, about this, and like see if what you no the dad didn't die. He didn't die at all. And so she goes to confront him, Again, if I'm missing any details, let me know, okay? But she goes to confront him. So she tells Alex about it. And Alex is like, you need to confront him, this and that. She goes to confront him. The dad then spins a story of, oh, I'm the one that saved you, your mom, and that's why you saw the gold ring. That's why when you turned around, you saw the gold ring, because I was the one that saved you from the water. It was your mom that pushed you in. And he was just like, you know, sometimes you remember traumatic things kind of the way you want to remember them and stuff like that. Like, you even thought that you had some teacher that you didn't really have. Now, we're like, oh shit. And Ava's the same way. Ava's like, oh, maybe. We'll go ahead and do this real quick. And Ava was like, oh, you know, maybe, okay, maybe you're right. Da, da, da. Alex walks in, and Alex is like, hold up, wait a minute. Now, I got this place bugged, and I've been hearing conversations, and she does have a teacher, named Mrs. Who and Who. I don't remember the name of the teacher, but the teacher. And so she's like, wait a minute. So you're telling me that you were gaslighting me? And he's like, no, I'm not gaslighting you. Oh, no, not at all. And Alex is just like, but that's not what I was hearing. That's not what I was hearing come out of your mouth. So are you going to tell her the truth, or should I? And so then he pretty much, catches him in the lie. And then we find out the biggest, and I mean the biggest bomb ever. Her dad is not her dad. The mom cheated on him with another man and had Ava. So Josh is his son, but Ava is not his daughter. And so when the mom passed away, he was so pissed off at her that he would look at this girl that was, his daughter, and was like, all I see is my dead wife that cheated on me, pretty much. And so he was like, when you were over there and you're on the edge of the dock looking over the water, he looked at it as an opportunity. He was like, oh, I could get rid of this bitch right now, push her in and say she fell in the water and she drowned, and I would be rid of this feeling in my chest that I can't stand every time I look at her. And she's like, what the fuck? First off, you're telling me that you're not my dad. That's why she refers to him now as Michael. She does not refer to him as her dad anymore. She refers to him as Michael now. And so she's like, not only am I figuring this out, I'm figuring out that my mom cheated to have me. My mom is dead. So she's like, I'm pretty much like a fucking orphan. Like, what the fuck is going on here? And then, and so then Alex pretty much has the FBI. FBI has, I guess, been outside listening to this whole conversation. He practically admitted to attempted murder. So he goes to jail. So now her dad is in jail. And Alex, is consoling her, whatever the case may be. And so now we go to Alex. We found out the reason why Alex wants revenge. Remember in yesterday's episode, we were kind of pondering, like, okay, why does Alex want revenge? What does this revenge come from? So apparently, his dad runs a business, and there were some I don't remember 100%. I know this isn't the reason why his family dies, but his dad runs a business, and they were having like rivalries and all that kind of stuff. And so it made the dad very busy, And so the uncle a lot of times would step in and help with the kids and all that kind of stuff. And what happened is the uncle then fell in love with Alex's mom, aka his brother's wife. He confessed those feelings to his brother's wife, aka Alex's mom, and she turned him down and was just like, "Oh no, I don't see you that way. Look, I appreciate, you come in here and helping me with the kids and all this and all that. But I don't see you that way." And so because he got denied, he sent Ava's dad, the dude who we thought was his dad, Michael, to go kill him and another guy. The other guy that was mentioned, what was his fucking name? What was his name? I think it was like Tool or something like that. Somebody correct me. So he sends the Michael dude and that Tool guy or whatever to go pretty much kill his brother and his entire family. And so Alex hides out in like this secret crawl space behind the fireplace. I think it's him and his sister that hide there, and Alex was able to get in there, but the sister wasn't able to get in quick enough. And so Alex is just in there. He's fearing for his life, and all he can do is hear like voices and stuff like that. And his dad is like, no, please, you can take whatever you want. Oh, no. And the dudes are like, he hears that Michael Chen guy, and he's like, oh no, look, we're not here to rob you. This isn't a rob job. This is a personal thing. And Alex, being a kid, he's like, what the fuck is it? And the dad is like, what do you mean this is a personal thing? He's like, what's going on? He's like, look, if this is money, if this is, something that you want, like, I got you. I'll give it to you. And he was like, oh man, look, I understand you're pleading and all, but we're not paid by the hour. We have a job to do. And he shoots him in the chest. And his mom is shrieking, and the sister's shrieking. And so the other guy shoots the mom and kills the mom. And he's like, oh, I'm fucking tired of hearing her shrieking. She's so loud. And mind you, Alex is hearing all of this from the crawl space behind the fireplace. And so he's like, Alex is pissed. He's mad beyond belief. He's like, I want to go out there. I want to claw at them. I want to, kill them. I want to but he's like, I know I can't do anything. He's like, if I go out there, I'm just going to end up the same way my family is. Now, they assumed that Alex wasn't going to be there because his mom had told the uncle that he was going to be at a camp. I guess last minute he ended up not going to that camp, and he decided to stay home. Either that, or it was before Alex, these guys invaded the house before Alex was supposed to go to the camp. One or the other. Again, correct me if I'm wrong. But yeah, and so that's why he was still there. And yeah, exactly. That's why I was like, no wonder he started killing at 12, and no wonder he wanted revenge since he was 12 years old. I was like, now this all fucking makes sense. So once those guys leave, they end up killing his sister. They end up shooting the dad again. And they shoot the dad like 4 times. They shoot his sister. And so after shooting the sister, then they leave, and Alex comes out from the crawl space to just his family decimated, destroyed, like they're just dead. And so he's like, fuck, I know I should call the police and not disturb the crime scene. But if I'm being honest with you, I need to hold my family members one more time before I never see them again. And that's what he did. Yeah, his trauma is crazy. Insane. So he's there. He held his dad, and, he said that he loved him in like a crying whisper and stuff like that. Mind you, he's saying this to a dead body, and he knows this, but it's just one of those things where he's like hoping his words get through. You know what I mean? And so, fast forward, now we're kind of like present day times, and Alex is at his uncle's house, and Alex feels some kind of unease, and he's just like, my uncle's hiding shit, and I know he's hiding something. I just need to be the one to find it. So what he does is he goes and he's looking around. He goes into the library of his uncle's house, and he's looking around, and he's like, I know, if my uncle's good at hiding shit. He's got some secrets, and if he's going to hide them, he's not going to hide them in plain sight. He was wrong. He did kind of hide it in plain sight. There was a false outlet on the wall. And so he pulls the false outlet off the wall, and there are papers stuck in the wall. And so he pulls the papers out, and he's reading these papers, and all these papers are pretty much like the mom being like, writing him letters saying, hey, I don't like you like that. I know that you love me, and I know that you love my kids, and you don't think that I should be with your brother, all this kind of stuff. There was a restraining order. There was police report papers about him I forgot what I forgot what he did, but there were police report papers that she filed about him and stuff like that. And so Alex was like, oh shit. Oh, and I think there was also a paper in there about his revenge plans to kill Alex's family. And that's when he put two and two together and was like, wait a minute, the Michael Chen dude, he was only a scapegoat. He was only a fall man, so that way if anybody were to ever figure things out or put two and two together, it would go back to Ava's dad, not him. And so Alex was like, son of a bitch. So then, here's his uncle. He takes the papers, fold them up the way that he found them. He puts them back in the thing. He closes it. Then, Alex goes to meet with his we get a little bit of story about Ava. She's like hanging out with some friends, and they're having a girls' day, and they're doing like mani-pedis and watching movies and all that kind of stuff. And so I know it's insane. That's why I was like, girl, you missed a lot. You missed some juice. Okay, so Ava and her friends are having a little party. They're doing their thing. Bridget brought her bodyguard, and one of the other girls, Jane, was checking out the bodyguard like, ooh, that's making my coochie lips spread, you know what I mean? Because I guess he's attractive or whatever the case may be. So they're doing their thing. Meanwhile, Alex is going to go meet his uncle. And they're like talking because Alex is being appointed the CEO of his uncle's company. That's why they're meeting. And so they're talking, and then out of nowhere, the dude, the other guy that was, I can't remember his fucking name. Again, please, somebody, if you know the dude's name, I can't remember his name. The guy he shot in the kneecaps. He comes in, and who does he have? He has Ava, and he has Bridget, her friend. They are literally tied up. Like their hands are bound. They have tape over their mouth, and he brings them in. Has them sit down, and they have a gun to their head. And Alex is like, oh. And so the uncle thinks he's got the upper hand. Uncle is like, oh, see, you thought that I wasn't watching you. You thought that I was just this naive uncle the whole time, when in reality, I've been knowing what you've been up to. You've had your mind pretty busy, because ever since him and Ava have been, he's canceled the date so that way they could watch movies. He went to that dance, and he beat up her ex. He's been hanging out with her a lot, all this kind of stuff, taking her out on dates and doing that stuff. The uncle is like, oh, my nigga's soft. He's soft right now. He doesn't want revenge anymore because he's pussy blinded, pretty much is what is how he's feeling. And he says that to Alex. He's like, oh, he's like, it looks like, you've been in love and that's blinded you and had you pull back on your want for revenge. And this is where Alex says, oh, you think that I'm in love with her? You think that she could take me off my mission of revenge? Let me tell you something. Do you think it's a coincidence that when I went to college that Josh, her brother, was my roommate? No. I paid the right people to put me in that room. You want to know why? Because I knew if I got close to Josh Chen and I got close to Ava Chen, then I could then get close to Michael Chen, the man who killed my family. Yes, shocking, boom. And then he's just like, I never loved her. I never cared about her. This whole time I was just using her to get close to the family. I never cared about Josh. I never cared about Ava. I've only cared about revenge. So fuck you, uncle. And so, man, I know, girl, you missed some shit. I won't lie, girl, you missed some shit. So, then now this gets to the point where, this was last chapter. And, or not the chapter we just went over, but the chapter before where you're like, what the fuck is going on? So Ava is able to knock the gun out of that other guy's hand, and then Bridget's bodyguard is able to get up behind homeboy and like have him in a headlock kind of thing and grab his gun, put his gun to his head. I swear, but the filter won't let me. What do you mean? Oh, I would swear. Oh, yeah, that's true. I know. But yeah, so Ava's able to knock the gun out of homeboy's hand. Bridget's bodyguard then comes up, puts homeboy in a headlock, grabs his gun that got knocked to the floor, puts it up against his head. Okay. And then, Alex has a gun of his own under his coat. He pulls it out, points it to, his uncle's chest. And he was like, again, he's like, looks like again, uncle, you've been checkmated, my guy. And that's when he then says, I know, because remember, the uncle thought he had the upper hand. Remember, the uncle thought he had the upper hand by capturing the girls and being like, you're in love and all this shit. Alex then says, oh, I've been plotting revenge the whole time, from Josh's dorm room to getting to know their family over these whole 8 years. Okay. So he's like, now I have the upper hand. You remember how I said I did all this to get to Michael Chen? Well, that was true, but not entirely true, because I know who actually killed my family, and it was you. You fucking killed my family, because when I found the papers in the wall, and he mentions them because when his uncle thought he had the upper hands, he was like, oh, I got security in all of my house, and I have them in the living room, I have them in the bedroom, and I have them in my library. And Ava's like, oh, how often do you check them? He's like, oh, well, I'm an old man, so I every once in a while. And so that kind of let us know that the uncle knew that Alex saw the papers. And so once we knew that Alex saw the papers, or the uncle knew that Alex saw the papers, he was just, once Alex got the upper hand, he then let him know, I saw the papers, saw the restraining orders, I saw everything that happened, I know what's going on. Then he shot his uncle in the chest because his uncle was like, no, please, don't do this. And he shot him in the chest. And then he shot him again. Because he was like, that's for my dad. Or he said, that's for my mom. Shoots him again. That's for my dad. Then he shoots him again. He's like, that's for my sister. Then shoots him in the head. And he's like, that was for me. And then the bodyguard who still has homeboy in the headlock and has his gun to his head, he's like, hey, yo, back up off him. And he does. He backs up. He still has his gun on him though. And he's just like, you were the other guy who helped Michael Chen shoot my family. So I'm going to show you how it's done, son. He shoots him in the kneecaps. And then that's when that's when everything, got to pretty much where you came in. To where Ava's like, what the fuck is going on? Oh my God. I heard his uncle got shot like 6 times. The other dude got shot in the kneecaps. Like, did Alex really mean what he said when he said that, he was just using my brother to get to me, then to get to my dad, or, Michael in this instance? Like, she is so fucking confused. She doesn't know anything. She knows none of this. She is getting more of Alex's past than she ever bargained for at this point. She doesn't know what is true, what is like falsified to kind of keep her safe. That's why, she was saying like, oh, my heart is torn into ribbons and all this kind of stuff. So yes, that is where we are now. All right. So we're going to get into chapter 37, Alex. Hopefully that caught you up, Bananas. That caught you up. Hopefully it did. Hopefully it was a good recap for you guys on YouTube. But yes, let's get in to Alex chapter 37.
Alex.
Woo!
I watched Ava leave.
W
My
breakdown.
chest hollow, my eyes burning with a foreign, pent-up emotion. I wanted to run after her and snatch her out of Bridget's arms, to fall to my knees and beg her forgiveness for the unforgivable, to keep her by my side for the rest of our days, so nothing and no one could hurt her again.
Yeah, see, he still loves her, but he
Except
capped.
I couldn't.
He lied about
I
lying.
was the one who'd hurt her. I was the one who'd lied and manipulated. I was the one who'd endangered her with my thirst for vengeance and twisted plans against my uncle. The only way to protect Ava was to let her go, even if that meant destroying myself. The car taking Ava back to Maryland and away from me disappeared from sight, and I released a shuddering breath, trying to make sense of the pain clawing at my insides. It felt like someone was ripping out pieces of my heart and soul and grinding them beneath their feet. I had never felt so acutely, so much. I hated it. I longed for the icy indifference of numbness, but I feared this was my penance, to burn in the flames of my self-inflicted agony for the rest of eternity. My personal living hell. My own walking damnation. Alex, the head of my Philly team, approached me, his movements sharp and precise. He wore a Philadelphia police uniform, the badge gleaming in the afternoon sun, but he was no officer of the law. The house is ready. Good. I noticed Rocco staring at me with a strange expression. What? I snapped. Nothing. He cleared his throat. You just look like you're about to... Never mind. Finish the sentence. About to what? My voice dropped to a dangerous decibel. I had cleanup teams on standby in various cities ready to swoop in case any of my many plans went awry. No one knew about them, not even my uncle when he'd been alive. They were discreet, efficient, and looked like normal people who held normal jobs, not fixers who could bury any body, erase any evidence, and jam any communications, including outgoing calls to local police stations. Every police officer and paramedic who'd showed up today was on my team, and they'd played their roles convincingly. Rocco looked like he wished he'd never opened his mouth. Like you're about to, cry. He flinched, no doubt aware that even though he'd intercepted Ava's 911 call and pulled the team together in record time, that wouldn't shield him from my wrath. The fire in my veins matched the burning behind my eyes. I didn't dignify Rocco's statement with a response. I merely glared at him until he wilted. Are there any other foolish observations you'd like to share with me? My voice could have frozen the Sahara. He gulped. No, sir. Good. I'll take care of the house. There was a short pause. Personally? Are you... He stopped when he saw the look on my face. Of course, I'll tell the others. While he rounded up the rest of the team, I walked into the mansion where I'd spent the better part of my life. It was home, but it had never felt like home, not even when my uncle and I had been on good terms. It made what I had to do that much easier. Rocco gave me the go signal from outside the entrance. I retrieved the lighter from my pocket and flicked it open. The smell of kerosene soaked the air, but I didn't hesitate as I walked to the nearest set of curtains and tossed the flame at the thick gold material. It was amazing how fast fire could spread across a 10,000-square-foot building. The flames licked the walls and ceiling, ravenous in their pursuit of destruction, and I was tempted to stay there and let them consume me. But my sense of self-preservation kicked in at the last minute, and I escaped through the open front door, the scent of charred ashes lingering in my nose. My team and I stood a safe distance away, watching the proud brick manor burn until it came time to contain it before it spread out of control. The manor sat on acres of private property, and no one would know about the fire until hours, if not days, later. Not unless I told them. Eventually, I would. It'd be a tragic story of how an errant cigarette caught fire, and how the ailing lord of the manor, who'd refused to hire a full staff and lived alone, failed to put it out in time. It would be a small news item, buried in the back pages of the local paper. I'd make sure of it. But for now, I simply stood and watched the flames incinerate the corpses of my uncle, Camo, and my past, until there was nothing left. 38. Alex. Josh's fist slammed into my face, and I heard an ominous crack before I stumbled back. Blood dripped from my nose and lip, and judging by the pain radiating from the right side of my face, I was going to wake up with one hell of a shiner tomorrow. Still, I made no move to defend myself while Josh pummeled me. "You fucking bastard!" he hissed, his eyes wild as he kneed my stomach. I doubled over, the breath stolen from my lungs in a wet, crimson-stained gasp. "You motherfucking bastard! I trusted you!" Another punch, this time to the side of my rib. "You were my best friend!" The hits continued until I dropped to my knees, my body a mess of cuts and bruises. But I welcomed the pain, reveled in it. It was what I deserved. "I always knew you had bad taste," I rasped. Note to self, work from home until the injuries heal. I didn't need the office running wild with rumors. Everyone was still whispering about my uncle's death, which was officially attributed to the fire that had reduced the manor and everything in it to ashes. Josh grabbed me by the collar
he
and
burned
hauled
his
me
uncle's
up,
house
his
down.
face tight with pain and fury. "You think this is funny? Ava was right. You are a psychopath." Ava. The name sliced through me like a razor-sharp knife. No physical beating could hurt more than thinking of her. Her face before she walked away would haunt me for the rest of my days, and thanks to my fucking cursed memory, I remembered every detail of every second. The scent of blood and sweat staining my skin, the way her shoulders trembled as she clutched the blanket with white-knuckled hands. The moment the faint light of hope died in her eyes. My gut wrenched. I may not have killed her physically, but I had killed her spirit, her innocence. The part of her that believed the best in people and saw beauty in the ugliest of hearts. Was any of it real? Yes, sunshine. All of it. Realer than I ever thought possible. Words I wished I'd been able to say. Except I hadn't. She'd gotten hurt and almost killed because of me. I'd failed to protect her just like I'd failed to protect my sister, my parents. Perhaps it was my curse to watch everyone I loved suffer. I was a genius, but I'd been so arrogant I'd overlooked a crucial weakness in my plan. I'd anticipated my uncle might go after Ava, but I should have had a team monitoring her 24/7 instead of just during the day. That one error of judgment had almost cost me the one thing I couldn't live without. Except I lost her anyway. Because while I may be a selfish son of a bitch, the only thing that would gut me more than not having her by my side was seeing her hurt again. I'd made plenty of enemies over the years. And once they discovered my weakness, because she was my weakness, the only one I ever had, they wouldn't hesitate to do what my
Yes,
uncle
he
did.
does care. He lied about lying.
Ava would never be safe as long as she was with
He
me.
only said what he said to get under
So I let
his
her go.
uncle's skin.
She was
About how
mine,
he didn't care
but
about
I
her. He
let
didn't love her.
go.
He was using Josh. That he
didn't
was pretty
think I
much
had a heart
using
before I
Josh
met her,
and
but she
Ava
proved I
to
did.
get to their dad.
It lay in pieces at
he
her
lied
feet.
about lying. He does care.
Fight back, Josh growled. Fight back so I can kill you,
That's
you
why he's
bastard.
letting Josh just beat on him.
No. And not because I'm afraid to die. Hell, I'd welcome it. I flashed a grim smile. The movement sent another burst of pain through my skull. This is your freebie. 1 session of unlimited beating for 8 years of lies. His mouth twisted, and he shoved me away with disgust. If you think one beatdown will make up for what you've done, you're delusional. You wanted to use me? Fine, but you brought my sister into this, and for that, I will never forgive you. That makes 2 of us. I'm not wasting any more energy on you. You don't deserve it. Josh's jaw flexed. You were my best friend, he repeated, his voice cracking on the last word. Another altogether different type of pain lanced through me. I'd originally befriended Josh because he was Michael's son, but over the years he really had become my best friend. My uncle had been my last living relative, but Josh had been my brother. It had nothing to do with blood and everything to do with choice. Truth was, I could have taken Michael down a long time ago, but I'd stalled out of loyalty to Josh. I'd made excuses as to why I dragged out my plan, even to myself, but deep down,
Yeah, he is a W brother.
I hadn't wanted to hurt
He
you.
is. Caring for his sister like that.
You were my best friend, too. Josh's
I just
face
hate how
hardened once more.
Alex won't just be real
I ever see
with
you
them
near me
and be
or
like,
Ava
yo,
again,
but
I
I
will
understand
kill you.
why he's doing it.
He shot one last disgusted glance in my direction before he left. The door banged shut and I lay there, staring at the ceiling for what felt like hours. Movers had already packed up my belongings and transported them to my new penthouse in D.C. I couldn't stay in this house any longer. It was too full of memories, of faded laughs and conversations that stretched deep into the night. Not just with Ava, but with Josh. We'd lived here together in college, and it had been some of the best years of my life. I closed my eyes, and for once I allowed myself to sink into a good memory instead of a painful one. Sing one song, just one, Ava pleaded. It'll be my birthday present. I shot her an unimpressed look, even as I held back a laugh at her exaggerated pout and puppy dog eyes. How could someone so sexy also be so fucking adorable? Your birthday isn't until March. It'll be my early birthday present. Nice try, sunshine.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
wrapped my arms
he
around
is
her
doing it to
waist
protect
from
them
behind and
from
brushed my
protect them
lips
from
over
his
her neck,
enemies.
smiling when I heard her sharp inhale.
Because he said even if he has to like
quickly
let her
hardening
go,
cock
even if
fit
it destroys
perfectly
him.
against her ass, like we were tailor-made for each other. I'm not singing. What do you have against music? She huffed, even as she arched against me when I grazed my thumb over one perfect peaked nipple. I could never get enough of her. I wanted to tie her up and devour her all day, every day. The rest of the world didn't deserve her. Neither did I, but she was here and she was mine, so fuck what I deserved. I took what I wanted. Nothing against music. I pinched her nipple, and she ground against my now rock-hard cock in response. Just don't like singing. I did it once at some stupid karaoke spot my uncle dragged me to, and I never sang again. Not because I thought I was bad. I was Alex Volkov. I could do anything. But because singing felt too raw, too personal, like I was bearing my soul with each note leaving my throat. That held true even when it was a stupid pop song. All music, no matter how cheesy, was grounded in emotions, and I'd built my reputation on having none. Unless I was with Ava. Desire pumped through my veins. I had her all to myself before Jules got home from work in an hour, and I was going to take advantage of every second. But if you really want an early birthday present... I spun Ava around and she laughed, the sound filling the room with its warmth. I have something in mind. Oh? What's that? She teased, looping her arms around my neck. I could tell you, or... I kissed my way down her chest and stomach until I reached the sweet perfection between her thighs. I could show you. I yanked myself out of the scene, my heart pounding. Like all my memories, it was so vivid it might as well be happening in real time.
Okay, I figured that was a memory. I was like, wait a minute, hold on.
And all that surrounded me was emptiness and cold air.
That sucks, bro.
My chest cracked. Now I remembered why I'd held off on reliving the good memories. Every time I returned to reality, it was like losing Ava all over again. I was a fucked up Prometheus, suffering for eternity, except instead of having my liver eaten by an asshole eagle every day, it was my heart breaking over and over. I lay there until the shadows lengthened and my back ached from the hardwood floor. Only then did I force myself to stand and limp to my car. The house next door was dark and silent, matching the weather. I'd been so caught up in my misery I hadn't realized it was storming. Rain fell in furious sheets, and angry bolts of lightning split the sky in half, illuminating the barren winter trees and cracked pavement. Not a hint of sunshine or life to be found.
39. Ava. 2
We're
months
almost
later.
done. Almost done with the book, guys.
Bridget convinced Reese not to tell the palace what happened in Philadelphia. I don't know how, because Reese was such a stickler for the rules, even if telling the truth meant getting himself in trouble, since Bridget had been kidnapped on his watch. But she did. The press also never picked up on the real story. Other than a small item about an accidental house fire that resulted in the death of former Archer Group CEO Ivan Volkov, it was like the worst 6 hours of my life hadn't happened. I suspected Alex had a hand in both the fire and the lack of media coverage. But I tried not to think of him these days. Once or twice I succeeded. I brought cake. Jules slid a red velvet cupcake in my direction. Your fave. Her face glowed with hope as she waited for my response. My friends tried their best to put on happy faces around me, but I heard their whispers and saw their sidelong glances. They were worried. Really worried. So was Josh, who quit his volunteer program and moved back to Hazelburg for moral support. He'd landed a few days after the Philly incident for his belated holiday break, and when he found out what happened, he went berserk. That'd been almost 2 months ago. I was grateful for my friend's support, but I needed more time. Space. They meant well, but I couldn't breathe with them hovering all the time. I don't want it. I pushed the cupcake away from me. Red velvet. like the cookies I'd baked for Alex as a welcome to the neighborhood gift a lifetime ago. I couldn't stand anything red velvet these days. You haven't eaten yet, and it's already late afternoon. For once, Stella wasn't glued to her phone. Instead, she stared at me with concern scrawled all over her face. I'm not hungry. Jules, Bridget, and Stella exchanged glances. I'd moved in with Bridget because I couldn't stand living near Alex anymore. Even though he'd moved out soon after I did, I couldn't look at that house without thinking of him. And every time I thought of him, I felt like I was drowning. Helpless, unmoored, unable to breathe. Your birthday is coming up. We should celebrate. Bridget switched topics. How about a spa day? You love massages, and it'll be on me. I shook my head. Or maybe something simple, like a movie night? Stella suggested.
We have 4 more chapters.
PJs, junk food, junk movies?
Including this one. So this one and 3 more
so
chapters.
Bad, they're almost
and
good.
Book's done.
Jules added. Okay. I didn't feel like celebrating.
So maybe like an hour and a half.
Arguing, and they would bug me until I agreed to something. I'm going to take a nap.
I told you we were.
I didn't wait for them to answer
book
before
quick.
I pushed my
It's
chair
okay
back
though.
and went upstairs
If we
to my
finish the
room.
book this stream,
I locked the
I got
door and
another
climbed
book
into bed.
ready to go.
But I couldn't sleep.
Don't worry.
I'd stopped
You're
having
good.
so many nightmares after I regained my memories, but it was now my waking hours that I dreaded.
I even
lay
prepped
in
the
the
other
dark,
book this stream
listening to the
just
rain
in case.
outside and watching the shadows dance across my ceiling. The past 2 months had both flown by and dragged on, with each day bleeding into the next in an endless sludge of numbness. Yet I woke up every morning, surprised I'd survived another day. Between Michael's and Alex's betrayals, I depleted
I
my
don't know.
capacity to cry.
I don't know.
I hadn't shed a
I
single
don't know.
tear since I
'Cause if I'm being
returned
honest
from
with you,
Philadelphia.
I might just
My phone pinged with
let
a
you
new
guys
email
listen to this.
notification on the nightstand.
I'll probably listen to
I
it
ignored it.
remotely, so I can
It
still
was
follow
probably
along
a
with you guys.
Stupid 10%
I'll
off
probably
coupon
cook
for
some
something
food.
I didn't need.
Come back.
Then
eat,
again, it wasn't
and
like I could
we'll
sleep,
continue stream.
and the sound lingered in the silence.
So I don't know when I'll end it.
I sighed and grabbed my cell,
As long as you
opening
guys
the
are
new
here,
email with all
enjoying
the
the content,
enthusiasm of a prisoner on their way to
I'll
death
be
row.
on. Yeah.
It was the orientation package for the WIP fellowship, complete with a calendar of classes and activities for the year, a list of housing suggestions, and a mini travel guide to New York City. I was graduating and moving to Manhattan in May. It'd been my dream since I was 13, but I couldn't summon a flicker of excitement at the prospect. New York was too close to D.C. for comfort, and to be honest, I hadn't picked up my camera in weeks. I even canceled my engagement shoot with Elliot and his fiancée because I didn't think I could do them justice. He'd been disappointed, but I'd steered them toward another photographer who could help. My clients deserved better than what I could give them because, at this point, I had zero inspiration or motivation to shoot. I was entering the world's most prestigious fellowship in 2.5 months, and my creative well was drier than the Kalahari Desert. One more beautiful thing in my life ruined. Out of nowhere, fury blasted through me, shocking me out of my stupor. This should have been the best, most exciting time of my life. It was my senior year, and my dream program had accepted me. Instead of celebrating, I was moping like a heartbroken teenager. And even though that was half correct, I was sick of it. Sick of letting men who didn't give 2 shits about me have this hold over me.
But he does
Sick
love
of being
you.
the object of pitying looks and
He
worried
loves
whispers.
you, girl.
Maybe I was that person in the past.
He wants to put
But
his
not anymore.
penis in you again.
Anger and indignation rushed through my veins, compelling me to get out of bed and rifle through my drawers until I found what I was looking for. I put it on, covered it up with a hoodie and jeans, and shoved my feet into boots. I walked down the stairs and found my friends huddled in the living room. Ree stood in the corner, stone-faced and watchful. "Did you want a ride somewhere?" Bridget asked when she saw my outfit. "It's pouring outside." "No, I have an umbrella." "Where are you going?" Stella asked. "I'll go. It's okay. I have something I need to do. Alone." A small frown took over her face. "I don't think I mean it." I took a deep breath. "I appreciate all you guys have done. I really do. But I need to do this for me. I won't hurt myself or do anything crazy. I just need you to trust me." There was a long silence before Jules finally broke it. "Of course we trust you," she said softly. "You're our best friend. But if you need us, we're here." Bridget's warm, sympathetic gaze caused a messy knot of emotion to form in my throat. "You don't have to do anything alone if you don't want to. Just send a text, call, carrier pigeon, whatever," Stella added. "My Instagram inbox gets crazy sometimes, but that works too." I swallowed the lump in my throat and huffed out a small laugh. "Thank you. I'll be back soon. Promise." I grabbed the umbrella by the front door, feeling the heat of my friends' worried gazes on my back, and stepped out into the storm. My boots squeaked on the wet sidewalks as I walked toward a campus building I'd never visited in all my years at Thayer. One, because I was lazy, and two, because I was afraid. Of a certain room, anyway. I swiped my student ID at the front desk and consulted the map before winding my way to the back. It was a rainy Sunday in March, so there weren't many people here. The New Year's resolution people, the ones who'd vowed to exercise more in the new year, had given up by now, and the gym rats were apparently taking the day off. I pushed open the door to the pool room, breathing a sigh of relief when I saw that it too was empty. It was a gorgeous space, with pale tile floors and a giant skylight over the pool. I kicked off my boots and shrugged off my clothes until I had on only my swimsuit. The smell of chlorine didn't nauseate me as much as it used to. I'd gotten used to it after all my swim lessons After all my swim lessons. Still, my skin prickled with unease at the undulations in the pale turquoise water.
She don't even want to say his name.
Which seemed to stretch forever in its Olympic-sized concrete container. I hadn't had a swim lesson in months. I thought I remembered the basics. But what if I didn't? My chest tightened, and it took more effort than it should have to draw enough oxygen into my lungs. It was worse when I was alone. If I drowned, no one would find me until later. There'd be no one to save me. But that was the point of this exercise, wasn't it? To do this alone. Breathe, Ava. You won't drown. You know how to swim.
Same.
I
love
opened
this
my
book
eyes
too.
and
This
took a
book is
few
really good.
shaky steps toward the edge of the pool. It seemed bottomless, even though the markers indicated it was 8 feet deep at its deepest. Before I lost my nerve, I stepped in, trying not to flinch at the sensation of cold water lapping at my ankles, my knees, my thighs, my chest, my shoulders. Okay, this wasn't so bad. I'd been in a pool dozens of times before. I could do this. Not alone, a taunting voice in my head sang. What makes you think you can do this alone? Shut up, I gritted out, my voice echoing in the empty space. I held my breath and, after saying a quick prayer, ducked my head beneath the water. I fought the immediate urge to panic. You're fine, you're fine. I was still in the shallow end of the pool, and I could lift my head at any time. I closed my eyes, the events of the past 6 months flashing through my mind. Josh announcing he was leaving for Central America. Me getting stranded in a rainstorm in the middle of nowhere. Alex. There, I said his full name. Picking me up. Alex moving in next door. Alex. My head broke above the water, and I gasped for air. I allowed myself a minute break before I dove again. Alex's birthday. Our first kiss. Our weekend at the hotel. Thanksgiving. My father. My kidnapping. Sweet, trusting Ava. So eager to fix broken things. Was any of it real? Again and again.
It was all real.
Head out.
It was real.
It was the first time I'd allowed myself to dwell on Alex and our time together since Philadelphia.
Real.
Razor blades pierced my chest at the memory of his voice, his eyes, his touch. But I was still here. I was alive. And for once, the water didn't seem like an enemy. It seemed like a friend, swallowing my tears and cleansing me of the past. I couldn't change what happened to me or control what other people did, but I could control what I did. I could shape the future I wanted to have. When the restless energy became too much, I stopped holding my breath underwater and started swimming. I wouldn't win an Olympic medal anytime soon, but I could move my body from one point to the other in the pool, which was more than I could say for myself this time last year. All my life, people had coddled me. Josh, my friends, Alex, or at least he'd pretended to care about me. I'd let them, because it was easier to lean on others than myself. I thought myself free because I didn't have a physical cage, when in fact I'd been trapped by my own mind, by the fears that haunted my days and the nightmares that haunted my nights. I stuck with the safe choices because I thought I wasn't strong enough for anything else. But I'd survived. Not one, not two, but 3 near-death experiences. I'd had my heart broken and smashed, but I was still breathing. I'd lived with my nightmares almost my whole life and still found the courage to dream. I swam until my limbs ached. After that, I stayed in the pool for a while longer, reveling in my accomplishment. Me, swimming alone for, I snuck a peek at the clock, an hour without a panic attack. More than an hour. I tilted my head up. My first real smile in months spreading across my face. It was small, but it was there. Baby steps. Above me, the storm had abated, the angry gray clouds giving way to blue skies. And through the domed glass, I saw, quite clearly, the pale glimmers of a rainbow.
40. Alex. 2.5 months later. You look like shit. Ralph sank into the chair opposite mine and appraised me with sharp eyes. Haven't you heard of a skincare routine? I didn't look up from the screen. Carolina! The door to my office opened, and my assistant poked her head in. Yes, Mr. Volkov? How the fuck did he get in here? I gestured at Ralph. He's on your approved list of visitors who don't need appointments. Remove him from the list. Yes, sir. Carolina hesitated. Do you... You can leave. She fled without a second thought. I didn't blame her. I'd been in a foul mood for months, and she'd learned it was best to stay out of sight. Ralph arched his eyebrows. Someone's in a bad mood. Don't you have a business to run? I clicked out of the spreadsheet I'd been examining and leaned back, irritation coiling in my stomach. I didn't have time for bullshit today. I barely had time for lunch. Ever since I took over as CEO of Archer Group, the company's stocks had shot sky high, likely because I worked non-stop, more than I ever had. I barely left my office. Work kept me busy, and busy was good.
Mm-hmm.
About that.
You can't think about
He
her.
rubbed the back of his neck. I wanted to tell you in person. Whatever it is, make it quick. I have a phone call with the vice president in an hour. I picked up my glass of whiskey and drained the rest of the Macallan. Yes, it was only noon. No, I didn't give a fuck. The Vice President of the United... Ralph shook his head. Never mind, I don't want to know. But since you asked, here it is. I'm retiring and moving to Vermont. Funny, I'm not joking. I'm retiring and moving to Vermont, he repeated. I stared at him. Ralph stared back, his face calm. You're shitting me. Ralph was one of these guys I pictured working till the day he died, simply because he loved his job. He took immense pride in the fact he'd built KMA into the city's best training center over the years, and he hadn't given a single indication he wanted to retire until now. Nah, I've been thinking about it for a while. I love KMA, but I ain't no spring chicken anymore, and Missy and I have saved up enough for retirement. Plus, the missus has been wanting to get out to the country for a while. Ralph drummed his fingers on the desk. She grew up in Vermont. Always wanted to go back. I needed another drink. What the hell are you going to do in Vermont? Fuck if I know. Guess I should find a hobby. Ralph flashed a crooked grin before it dimmed. I know it's sudden, but I didn't decide until yesterday. I wanted to tell you first. Don't tell the other students, but you've always been the biggest pain in my ass. That was as close to a sentimental statement as Ralph would get. I snorted. Thanks. So, I assessed him with narrowed eyes. What's happening with the academy? My nephew will take it over. He'll do a good job. Ralph laughed at my grimace. I know you're not his biggest fan, but he's been running things alongside me for years. He has what it takes. We'll see. His nephew may have what it takes, but Ralph was Ralph. When are you moving? End of August. Gives us time to put our affairs in order here, and fall in Vermont is nice as hell. My mentor's face softened. You can call or visit any time. My door's always open for you. Fine. I shuffled my papers on my desk. We'll grab a meal before you leave. I mean it, Alex. Don't give me that I'm an asshole who doesn't need anyone's shit either. I know it's been a tough couple of months with Ava. Don't. My jaw clenched. We're not discussing her, period. Ava had stopped taking Krav Maga lessons at KMA, which I'd expected. But Ralph hadn't stopped bugging me about her since he found out about our breakup. I didn't give him the nitty-gritty, I simply told him things didn't work out, which didn't stop him from prying. He was a persistent bastard. Never figured you one to run away from your troubles, he said. I'm not running from anything. Then why do you look like hell? Not to mention you've been in a foul mood since January. Whatever you did, we're not discussing it. A vein throbbed in my temple. This was why I abhorred human companionship. People couldn't shut the hell up. Now, if you'll excuse me. Sir? Carolina poked her head in again, her face pale and not a little terrified. You have another guest? If they don't have an appointment, I don't want to see them. About that, it's... Don't bother. I'll announce myself. A statuesque blonde swept in like she owned the place. The vein in my temple pulsed harder. Princess Bridget of Eldora, here to see Alex Volkov. Her voice came off both polite and menacing. I was impressed, if not annoyed. How hard was it to find competent staff who could keep intruders out of my office these days? Princess? Ralph waved 2 fingers in the air. Ralphie? She nodded. Ralphie? I wasn't going to ask. Bridget's bruiser of a bodyguard stood behind her with his ever-present glower. He might be the one person in the world who had a better poker face and a shittier disposition than I did. I'm sorry. Carolina looked like she was on the verge of panic. The princess... Leave. I'll take care of it. My call with the VP was in 40 minutes, and I'd already wasted enough time. That's my cue. Ralph rose. I'll take you up on the meal, but it looks like you have some stuff to hash out first. He tilted his head toward Bridget, but kept his eyes on me. Think about what I said. Sure. I would rather eat rusted nails than visit Vermont. I didn't do country life. When the door closed behind Ralph and Carolina, I leaned back in my chair and laced my fingers over my chest. To what do I owe the pleasure, Your Highness? I kept my expression impassive and tried not to think of the last time I'd seen Bridget, in her car, taking Ava away from me. Even if I was the one who'd pushed Ava away, I hated Bridget a little for that, for being able to comfort Ava when I couldn't. The blonde looked down her nose at me. I know what you did. You'll have to be more specific. I've done a lot of things in my life, as you well know. Cut the bullshit. Bridget walked up to my desk and leaned forward, pressing her hands on the table. Her eyes glinted with steely knowledge. You're having Ava followed. My shoulders stiffened before I forced them to relax. Princesses shouldn't say the word bullshit. It's terribly undiplomatic. Don't deflect. Reese. She angled her head toward the bodyguard, whose gunmetal glare darkened the longer he looked at me. Caught him. It turns out it's a small world after all, because they served in the military together. In fact, Reese saved his life, so it didn't take much before he spilled. Now, I want you to explain why, exactly, you're having Ava followed. Haven't you done enough?
Oh.
That fucker. No wonder the guy I'd hired had been avoiding my calls. Navy SEAL of honor, my ass. Incompetency and disloyalty were a worldwide scourge. Perhaps you should check your facts, because I did no such thing, I said coolly. Delusional much? Don't lie, Alex. You're not as good at it as you think you are. Bridget pierced me with her stare. He told us you ordered him to keep an eye on her, not to harm her, but to protect her. A familiar pressure built at the base of my neck and spread until it enveloped my skull in a crushing grip. And you believed him? I straightened my shirt sleeve. Doesn't say much for your bodyguard that he would believe lies so easily. No wonder you got kidnapped. A low growl emitted from said bodyguard's throat. He stepped forward, his eyes promising vengeance, but Bridget stayed him with a warning look. You're deflecting again. She relaxed, her hard expression melting into a thoughtful one that sent the hairs on the back of my neck rising. She slipped into Ralph's vacated chair and crossed one leg over the other. I didn't say you could sit. I didn't give a flying fuck that she was a princess. This was my office, my kingdom. Bridget ignored me. I'd already picked up my phone to call security when she said, You secretly hired someone to look after Ava because you still care about her. Why the fuck did everyone want to talk about her? Was it torture, Alex, with Ava's name day? I slammed the phone down and stood. I was done with people today. The vice president could wait another day or week for our phone call. I don't have time for this. I still care about her, Bridget repeated. Take a pill for the delusion, princess. I used her. I got what I wanted. Now I'm done. I've been done for months. I shrugged on my jacket. Now, fuck off. For someone who's usually so composed, you're awfully agitated, she said. I wonder why. How about you mind your business, I mind mine. I flicked my eyes toward Reese, who glared back at me with dangerous gray eyes. Bridget tensed. What's that supposed to mean? You know what it means. Fine. Stay in denial. Bridget stood, her complexion a shade paler than before. I guess you don't want to know about Ava. What about Ava? The question slipped out before I could stop it. Shit. A small, triumphant smile spread across Bridget's face. Between her and Jules, annoying as hell must be a requirement for Ava's friends. "Forget I said anything. You obviously don't care," she said. "Just tell me," I gritted out. "Not unless you admit it." My blood pressure skyrocketed to alarming levels. I was this close to drop-kicking a princess, bodyguard be damned. "There's nothing to tell." "For a supposed genius, you are dense." Bridget somehow managed to look down her nose at me even though I was taller than her. "You didn't hire someone to follow Ava all these months to protect her for no reason. To be clear, I despise you for what you did, and I don't want her to forgive you. But I love her more than I hate you, and she hasn't been the same since Philly."
Damn.
A troubled expression crossed her face.
Neither is he.
"I didn't say anything at first because I thought you didn't care. But now that I know you do, don't insult me by denying it again," she said when I opened my mouth. "I may not have a Mensa-level IQ, but I'm not an idiot. I hate to admit it, but you're the only person with any hope of getting through to her. I've tried. Jules and Stella have tried. Josh has tried hard as he can, but it's not working." I suppressed a flinch at the mention of Josh's name. "Ava's fine. She's healthy and thriving in school. She's even swimming on her own now." There was no use pretending anymore. Bridget saw right through my bullshit. "On the outside, Ava is fine," she said. "Not on the inside. I don't know how to explain it. It's like she's missing the spark that makes her, her." I knew exactly what she meant, because I'd seen that spark die in front of my eyes. I exhaled a ragged breath and tried to gather my swirling thoughts. They were usually crystal clear, each arranging themselves in the perfect pattern for me to analyze and strategize, but I'd barely slept over the past few months, and I hadn't eaten in almost 24 hours. I was a mess. I'd been a mess since I let Ava go. "I don't know if she'll forgive you for what you did," Bridget said, "or if I want her to forgive you. But it's not about me. It's about her. Imagine how she must feel, finding out both her father and her boyfriend lied to her for so long, and finding these things out at practically the same time. She says she's over it, but you don't just get over something like that."
That's fine.
She glared at me. "At least tell her your true feelings. She doesn't trust herself right now, much less in love or other people. And an Ava who doesn't trust or believe in love? Well, that's not really Ava, is it?" My heart twisted into a knot that blocked the air from my lungs. "I can't." "Why not?" "You care about her. Perhaps—" She paused, her face contemplative as she examined my tight jaw and rigid frame. "You even loved her." "Get out. You're being a coward. I thought you weren't afraid of anything, yet you're afraid to tell her how you really feel. Because she's better off without me,
Call
okay?"
him out.
I exploded,
Call him
months
out.
of pent-up emotion bursting
Get her.
forth in one giant
Get him,
scalding
girl.
wave. Reese stepped forward, but Bridget waved him back, those blue eyes trained on me with fascination. I didn't blame
Bridget's
her.
a good-ass
I'd
friend.
never blown up
I ain't
like
gonna lie
that
to
in front
you.
of another person. Ever. It was strangely cathartic. I couldn't protect her. She was hurt because of me. My uncle kidnapped her because of me.
She's a good
and I
friend.
couldn't stop him. I pressed my lips together, trying to calm my rampaging pulse. 5 months later, I still woke in the middle of the night, terrified something had happened to Ava. Envisioning all the things that could have happened to her had things gone sideways in my uncle's office. That was why I'd hired the private investigator/bodyguard. I couldn't look after her myself without putting her in more danger, but I'd be damned if I left her defenseless and alone out there. Of course, I needed to fire the guy for not keeping his mouth shut, but this was D.C., There were ex-military and ex-Secret Service types everywhere. Bridget's expression softened. You saved her life. I was the one who put her in that situation in the first place, I said bitterly. People around me always get hurt. And for all I have, I swept my arm around my sprawling office. I can't guarantee their safety. I raked a frustrated hand through my hair, glad my office was soundproof and surrounded by tinted glass. The last thing I needed was for my staff to see me lose my shit. Nothing in life is guaranteed. But you're Alex Volkov. Your uncle caught you off guard because he was your uncle. But now that he's out of the picture, do you really think anyone else can get the jump on you? Bridget shook her head. If you do, then maybe it's best you stay away from Ava.
Except for her.
Like I said,
hey,
I despise
Bridget
what
got
you
the
did
jump
to her.
on him.
But I also believe you love her. Even if you're too stubborn or stupid to see it. I have an IQ of 160, I said, insulted. Intellectual intelligence doesn't equal emotional intelligence, she retorted. And do not interrupt a princess. It's terrible etiquette. As I was saying, you're too stupid or too stubborn to see it. And now it's too
Probably
late.
the only time I've ever heard emotional
I
intelligence
paused,
used correctly.
letting her words sink in. Dread uncoiled at the pit of my stomach. Explain. Bridget and Reese exchanged glances before she responded in a wary tone. Ava's moving to London.
I want a friend like
She
that
switched
too,
her fellowship
man.
location. Her plane leaves in... She checked the
The fact
clock.
that she's doing all this
An hour.
for Ava like that.
London. Another city, another country, another continent. She would be thousands of miles away from me. Fuck that. The dread turned into full-blown panic. Flight info, I snarled. I don't know. I wanted to strangle her. I didn't care that Reese was packing heat and looked ready to tackle me if I so much as twitched the wrong way. I swear to God, Bridget. Why do you want to know? She demanded. It's not like you'll go after her. You said, because I love her. I slammed my hands on the table.
About time.
There, happy? I love her so much I would rather give her up than hurt her. But if you think I'm letting her go to another country alone with no protection, you've got another think coming. Now give me her fucking flight info. Bridget did, a spark of triumph gleaming in her eyes.
Yeah,
I
because
was
she
well
was like,
aware she'd
about
begged
time,
me, but I
nigga.
didn't care.
Yeah,
All
I hear
cared about was
capping.
getting to the airport in the next hour. Fuck, the next 56 minutes. I would figure everything else out later. Ava's protection, my enemies. For now, I just needed to see her, hold her. I brushed past Bridget
gonna be
and
like that
Reese and stormed
movie
toward the elevator,
style,
ignoring Carolina's
scene
startled
where he
jump.
goes to the
Cancel my call with
goes to
the
the
VP.
airport.
Send my sincerest apologies and tell him I had a last-minute
He's like,
emergency.
"There's a girl
and
on
book
that
me a
plane,
ticket to Europe
and
that
I'm in
leaves
love
the
with
next
her."
3 hours, I commanded as I passed her. Dulles Airport. You want me to cancel the... Do it. Certainly, sir. Carolina sprang into action, her fingers flying over her keyboard. Which city, which doesn't matter, just do it. Right away, sir. I only needed the ticket to get past security. On a regular day, it took half an hour to reach the airport, but of course today was the day every construction crew in D.C. showed up in full force.
Oh,
Roadblocks and closures littered the streets alongside a shitload of drivers determined to win the world's slowest driver award. Get out of my way, I snapped at the Lexus in front of me. Jesus, does no one in this city know how to drive? I broke what must have been 1,000 traffic laws, but I made it to the airport in 35 minutes. Parking, security. Fortunately, Carolina had the foresight to check me in online, and I was through, racing through the terminal, searching for Ava's gate number. I felt like the world's worst movie cliché, running through the airport trying to get to the woman I loved to give me another chance. How original.
exactly.
But if it got me to Ava in time, I'd
Me and
do it
Bananas
in
was
front of
just saying that.
primetime TV. Ava and I hadn't spoken in months, but there remained a thread tying us together despite what happened in Philly. Something told me that if she were to get on that plane, that would change. We, or whatever was left of us, would change. And I was terrified. Beneath the fear, though, there lay a glimmer of pride. The girl who'd been afraid to go near water a year ago, who'd dreamed of traveling the world but never thought she'd be able to, was taking an international flight for the first time. Flying over an ocean, facing her fears. I always knew she could do it. And she didn't need me or anyone else holding her hand.
No. She's a
I wondered
strong,
if
independent
other people felt
black
conflicting
woman.
emotions like this every day.
She don't need no
If
man.
so, I almost felt sorry for them. It was a pain in the fucking ass. I dodged a mother with a stroller and a slow-moving group of students in obnoxious neon green t-shirts. The gate numbers whizzed by in a blur until I found the one I was looking for. My stomach sank when I saw the empty seating area and closed door leading to the jetway. Flight 298, did it leave? I demanded of the attendant behind the counter. Yes, I'm afraid the plane took off a few minutes ago, sir, she said apologetically. If you would like to book another flight...
What if he
I
like
tuned
turns
her out,
around and then she's there?
my heart beating a desperate,
She's like, I didn't get on the
lonely rhythm in
plane.
my chest. The
Because I
plane
love
left.
you.
Ava was gone.
Oh,
41.
shit.
Ava.
I don't know.
Loved London. I loved its energy, the posh accents, the anticipation that I might sight one of the royals any day. I didn't, but I could.
I've been to
Though
London.
I
That doesn't
reassured
happen.
Bridget she'd always be my favorite royal. Most of all, I loved that it was a fresh start. No one knew me here. I could be whoever I wanted.
Maybe. It could
And
be
the
at a different
creative spark
time or
I'd
day.
lost in those dark weeks
Who
after
knows?
Philadelphia came rushing back. I'd been nervous, moving to a city where I had zero connections, but the rest of the WYP fellows and instructors were great. After 2 weeks of living in London and attending workshops, I'd already formed a small group of friends. We celebrated happy hour at pubs, went on photo shoots together on the weekends, and did touristy stuff like ride the London Eye and cruise on the Thames. I missed my friends and Josh, but we video called often. And Bridget promised to visit me on her way back to Eldora later this summer. Plus, all the WYP workshops and activities and the excitement of exploring a new city kept me busy.
She's already there.
I didn't have time to be in my head, thank God. I'd been in my head for months, and it wasn't a great place to be.
Yeah, I think
I
she's
needed
already
a change
there.
of scenery. I also needed to send a big thank you gift basket to the original London fellow who'd agreed to swap places with me. She went to New York while I came here. It was the only way the program would let me change my location so late in the process, but it worked out.
Because she did live
sure you
in
can't join
New
us?
York. She wasn't
Jack,
in D.C. anymore.
An Australian wildlife photographer who was also in this year's fellowship cohort asked. Half off drinks at the Black Boar today. The Black Boar, located a few minutes walk away from the WYP building, was one of the fellows' favorite pubs. I shook my head with a regretful smile. Next time, I'm behind on editing photos.
Oh, she changed her
I wanted
flight?
to make sure the final products were top-notch, because they weren't for any old workshop.
So
They
she
were
was
for
supposed to
Diane
go
Lang's.
to Australia, but instead
The
she went to
Diane
London?
Lang. I'd nearly had a heart attack when I first met her in person. She was everything I'd imagined her to be, and more. She was smart, incisive, and talented beyond belief. Tough, but fair. Her
Oh,
passion for
we're
her
going
art
to be in for a
radiated from every
surprise
inch
when we
of her.
figure out, though.
And I could tell she cared about us. She wanted us to succeed and be the best we could be. In a cutthroat industry rife with
Imagine he goes to the wrong
backstabbing and
gate.
undermining other creators, her dedication to helping us perfect our craft with no ego said a lot about her character. Fair enough. Jack chuckled. See you tomorrow, then. See ya. I waved goodbye and rummaged through my bag for my headphones while walking down the steps.
I know, Bananas, I know.
That was the downside of
Loving
carrying
it
a
too,
large
girl.
bag. It was impossible to find anything smaller than a
There
full-size
is.
laptop.
And we will go over
My fingers closed
all
around the
of them.
thin white wires, right when I felt a prickle of heat on my neck. an electric awareness I hadn't felt in months.
Oh.
No. I was afraid to look up, but my curiosity got
Is
the
he
better of me.
there?
My pulse quickened as I lifted my eyes slowly. Higher, higher. And there he was, standing less than 3 feet away.
Alex
in a
got on the
black shirt and
plane?
pants, looking like a god descended from the heavens to wreak havoc on my still fragile heart. I swore the poor thing stopped beating. I hadn't seen him in person since Philadelphia. And
It is!
too much. Too vivid. Too overwhelming. Too beautiful and horrifying. Those eyes, that face, the way I instinctively stepped toward him before I caught myself. Oxygen grew scarce. My chest tightened the way it used to when I was near water. I could feel a panic attack coming on, and I needed to leave before I collapsed right there on the sidewalk, but my feet wouldn't move. This is a hallucination. It has to be. That was the only explanation that made sense.
She so sees him.
Why else would Alex show up in London in front of my fellowship headquarters after
Let's
half a year of
go!
silence?
It's him!
I squeezed my eyes shut, counted to 10.
He flew
And
to
opened them again.
London.
He was
So yeah,
still
you were right,
here,
Banana. She was already
In
in London,
in front of me.
and he flew out
Panic
there
intensified.
to find her.
Hi, he said softly. I flinched at the sound of his voice.
Let's go!
If looking at him was a punch in the gut, hearing him was like getting steamrolled by a Mack truck. You can't be here. It was a stupid thing to say since we were on a public sidewalk, and it wasn't like I could ban him from the city of London. But oh, how I wished I could. I was already drowning in him, and it'd been less than 5 minutes. Why are you here? Alex stuffed his hands in his pockets, his throat flexing with a hard swallow. His eyes flickered with uncertainty as they searched my face for something I wasn't ready to give. In all the years I'd known him, I'd never seen him look so nervous. I'm here for you. You don't need me anymore. I almost couldn't hear myself over the thunderous roar of my pulse.
Oh
I
shit!
regretted the falafel sandwich
Come
I
on,
ate for
Alex,
lunch,
tell
which
her.
threatened to make a messy reappearance.
Tell her
You
I
got your revenge.
lied.
And I'm not interested in whatever new game you're playing, so leave me alone. Pain slashed across his face. This isn't a game, I promise. This is just me asking you for, not forgiveness, not right now, but hope that one day you won't hate me and we might get a second chance. He swallowed hard. I'll always need you, sunshine. Sunshine. The word tore at me, ripped off the scabs on my wounds until I bled once again. Stop calling me
Go
sunshine.
King! We
Why?
love you.
Because it's not my name. I'm aware it's a nickname. Your promises mean nothing to me. I wrapped my arms around myself,
Oh man,
chilled to the bone, even though the sun shone high in the sky. Even if they did, they're 6 months too late. I'd lived less than a half-hour's drive from Alex's all those months, and he never once reached out. Now he showed up in another country asking for a second chance? Unbelievable. Almost as unbelievable as the small, shameful part of me that wanted to give him that second chance.
no, you did,
Stay
girl.
Strong.
No, you
I'd
did.
survived multiple murder attempts. I'd conquered my aquaphobia. I could talk to the man who broke my heart without falling apart. Hopefully. I know. Alex exhaled a shaky breath, his brows drawn tight over his eyes. He looked less polished than usual, with his rumpled hair and faint purple smudges beneath his eyes. I wondered if he'd been getting enough sleep, then mentally kicked myself for caring. His sleeping habits weren't my business anymore. I thought I was protecting you.
You know you
That
care,
you were
Ava.
better off without me. After what happened with my uncle, I couldn't risk you getting hurt again because of your association with me. But I never left you alone. I had someone keeping an eye on you. Wait. I held up one hand. You had me followed?
For your protection.
I couldn't believe it. How is that okay? That's crazy. How long? Oh my God. My eyes widened. Did you have someone following me in London too? He stared at me, his face stony. Unreal, I breathed. You are truly psycho. Where is he?
Then
I
dude
looked
pops out
around
the bushes and
frantically.
he's like, "Hey, how's it going?
I didn't see anyone suspect.
My name's
But the
Charles.
most dangerous people were those
I
who
was
looked
watching you."
anything but. Call him off right now.
I already did.
I narrowed my eyes. That was too easy. You did?
Yes, because I'm taking over his duties. That's why it took me so long. I had to make arrangements for my absence in D.C.
Alex's mouth twitched at my stunned expression.
You'll be seeing a lot more of me from now on.
The hell I will. The thought of seeing him every day sent me into a tailspin of panic.
Damn.
I'll file a restraining order against you. Have you arrested for stalking.
You can try.
Ava, baby, come
But I
on.
can't guarantee my friends in
You
the
ain't gotta
British
do all
government
that.
will comply.
You don't.
His face darkened.
And if you think I'm leaving you alone and unprotected anywhere, you don't know me at all.
I don't know you. I have no idea who you are. I only know the person you showed me, and he was an illusion, a fantasy. Emotion clogged my throat. I asked you that day if any of it had been real. You looked me in the eye and told me it was a lesson for the future. So consider the lesson learned. Alex flinched.
It was real.
He said hoarsely.
All of it.
I shook my head, my chest aching so hard it hurt to breathe. I realize you're powerful enough that I can't stop you from doing what you want, but you're wasting your time if you think I'll fall for your lies again.
They're not lies, sunshine.
Don't call me that. I couldn't stem the tide of tears gathering in my eyes. I've been doing so well. But every second in Alex's presence eroded the defenses I'd built around my heart until it lay naked and vulnerable once more. You've ruined everything I thought was beautiful. Sunshine, love, even freaking red velvet cake because it reminds me of you. And when I think of you, a sob ripped from my throat. I think of every good memory we had and how they're now tainted by the fact you were using me the whole time. I think of how stupid I was for falling for you and how you must have laughed at me when I told you I loved you. And I think of all those times you warned me about being too soft-hearted, but I ignored you because I believed the world was an inherently good place. Well, congratulations. I brushed the tears from my cheeks, but they fell too fast for me to make much of a dent. Thank God most of my classmates had already left, and the surrounding street was empty. That was the one truth you spoke. I was too soft-hearted, and the world is not the place I thought it was. It's cruel and vicious, and there's no place for soft hearts.
Ava, no.
Alex reached for me, but I instinctively recoiled. Hurt filled his face. His hand curled into a fist that he stuffed back in his pocket, and the tendons in his neck stretched taut. I detected a tiny tremble in his shoulders as he spoke.
That was what I believed because I've never known anything else. But you showed me there is beauty in the world. I see it every time I look at you, or see you smile, or hear you laugh. You believe the best of people, and that's a strength, not a weakness. Don't let anyone, least of all me, take that away from you.
His eyes burned into mine, bright with pain.
You told me once there was something beautiful waiting for me. Something that'll restore my faith in life. I found it. That's you.
I wanted to sink into his words until they became my reality.
She fighting it.
But I'd been burned before.
Yeah, she's
Who
fighting it.
knew what he wanted from me this time around? You keep talking about protecting me, I said. But you hurt me more than anyone else in my life, even Michael. Even when I thought you were an ass, I trusted you to tell the truth, and you turned out to be the biggest liar of all. I sucked in a deep breath, unable to look at him, it hurt so much. Leave me alone. Alex's chest heaved like he couldn't get enough air into his lungs.
I can't do that, sweetheart. I'll wait however long it takes, but I'll never be okay with a world in which you're alone.
Who says I will be? Maybe I'll find someone else.
Damn.
His eyes darkened into a furious
I know for
shade of
him
emerald,
that was like
and his shoulders
nice.
tensed even more. Somewhere thunder boomed. I hadn't noticed the weather morph from sunny to its current gray, gloomy state, but I wouldn't be surprised if Alex had the power to control it with his emotions.
The hell you will.
He snarled.
I'll kill any man that touches you.
You have no right, I hissed back. I don't belong to you. The muscles in his jaw popped.
That's where you're wrong. I fucked up massively. But I will earn your forgiveness one day, and you are mine. Always. No matter how much time or distance separate us.
Do you know what it means to be taken by me? It means you are mine. I shoved aside the unbidden memory. I'm not arguing with you any longer. There was no way I could focus on editing tonight. But at least I could go home and cry myself to sleep like a pathetic moron. Yay me. You can waste your time in London, but it won't matter. We're done. I walked away before Alex could respond. Undeterred, he followed me, his every step matching two of mine. Damn it. Why couldn't I have been born tall like Bridget or Stella? I ducked my head and picked up my pace, trying to ignore the man beside me as drops of rain splashed on my face and dampened my hair.
Ava, please.
I clutched my bag to my chest, using it as armor while I bulldozed my way down the sidewalk.
At least let me drive you home,
Alex pleaded.
It's not safe walking in the dark.
I'd been walking home for the past 2 weeks and had no issues. I didn't live in the best neighborhood, but it wasn't a war zone. I just had to keep my wits about me. Plus, I had pepper spray, and I'd restarted self-defense lessons at a local martial arts center. I didn't say any of that to Alex, though.
It's cold and raining, and you're wearing
All
a
that's
dress.
happened so far is just that
No matter how fast I walked,
he's
I couldn't
just
shake
trying to
him.
get her back, pretty
Sweetheart,
much.
please.
So he's
You'll
talking
get
to
sick.
her. He's like,
His
hey,
voice broke on the last
you know,
word.
I want us to have a second
clenched
chance.
my
But
teeth
she's
so
been
hard
fighting
my
it.
jaw
She's been fighting it the whole time.
I kept my head low, desperate to reach the warm safety of my flat. Eventually, Alex stopped talking and simply walked beside me, a glowering presence who ensured everyone else gave me a wide berth. After what felt like an eternity, we reached my building. I didn't look at him as I fished my key out of my bag and jammed it into the lock. Water streaked down my face. From the rain or my tears, I couldn't tell. Alex didn't follow me into the building, but I could feel the heat of his gaze as I slipped inside. Don't look, don't look. I made it halfway up the stairs before I caved. The glass pane above the door provided a clear view of the sidewalk, and although I was already in the building, Alex remained outside, soaked to the bone. His shirt clung to his sculpted torso, and his hair plastered to his forehead, the light brown color almost black from the rain. He lifted his eyes until they met mine through the glass, his face stamped with equal parts anguish and determination.
My man's just standing
Even
in the
though
rain.
concrete, metal, and a
Right?
dozen feet
My man is
separated us,
standing in the rain.
he exerted a magnetic
just looking
pull that
up at her
almost
apartment.
convinced me to fling open the door and pull him in from the cold. Almost. I forced myself to turn away and run up the rest of the stairs to my flat before my stupid soft heart got me in trouble again.
Oh, come on, girl.
Even after I changed and stepped into the shower, shivering, its seductive whispers caressed my ears and urged me to give in. Ask him to come in. It's dark and cold outside. What if he gets sick, robbed, hurt?
That's
He
her
won't.
coochie talking.
I said out loud.
Her coochie
scrubbing
is
my
just
skin
like,
so hard
he's
it turned
so
red.
cold. Let him in.
Alex Volkov doesn't get hurt. He does the hurting. The image of him standing miserably in the rain flashed through my mind, and I faltered before scrubbing harder. I didn't make him follow me or stand out there. If he got a cold or hypothermia, that was on him. I switched off the water with shaky hands. I spent the next few hours eating instant ramen and attempting to edit photos, but I eventually gave up. I couldn't focus, and my eyes ached from crying. I just wanted to pretend this afternoon never happened.
Bananas, would you have let him in?
Early night and climbed into bed,
Even though you were mad at
resisting
him?
the urge to look out the window.
You feel like he lied?
It'd been hours.
It
It wasn't like Alex would
you
still be out there.
What? All right, you know. All right, this is our
42.
second to last chapter,
Ava.
guys.
Alex lived up to his promise/threat of showing up every single day. He was there in the morning when I left for my fellowship, usually with a vanilla latte and blueberry scone. My favorites. He was there to walk me home after my workshops. Other times, especially when I was with other people or exploring the city on the weekends, he was less conspicuous, but he was there. I felt his presence, even though I couldn't see him. I never thought Alex Volkov would become my stalker, but there we were. On top of that, gifts arrived every day, by the boatload. By the end of the first week, my apartment looked like I was
Even
opening an
after
indoor
all
garden.
that.
I donated everything to the hospital. The roses of every color, the vivid purple orchids and sweet white lilies, the cheerful sunflowers and delicate peonies. By the end of the second week, I owned enough jewelry to make the Duchess of Cambridge green with envy. At least until I pawned them. The sum I received for the pile of diamond earrings, sapphire bracelets, and ruby necklaces made
Damn.
my eyes water. But I
Damn.
donated most of it to various charities and saved the rest for living expenses. London wasn't cheap, and the fellowship stipend wasn't exactly princely. By the end of the third week, I was knee-deep in gourmet chocolates, gift baskets, and custom-made desserts. I didn't care about fancy jewels or flowers, so those gifts didn't matter to me. It was the little things that tore holes in my heart. The red velvet cupcakes that spelled out, "I'm sorry." A rare vintage Japanese
Oh, I
camera
know.
I'd searched for years, but had never
Your coochie
found
would
for
talk
sale.
you into it.
The framed photo of Alex and me at the fall festival. I hadn't realized he'd
Like,
kept
get
a
in
copy
here.
from the photo booth.
Let me love you.
Why would I need photos? For the memories, to remember people and events. I don't need photos for that. By the end of the fourth week, I was torn between tearing my hair out in frustration and crumbling like a sandcastle at high tide. We need to talk, I said Friday afternoon after I left my lighting
Man, buying
techniques
her
workshop.
gifts and doing all that.
Alex lounged against a light pole outside the building, infuriatingly gorgeous in jeans and a white t-shirt. Aviators hid his eyes, but the intensity of his gaze seared through the glasses and burned into my flesh. A group of passing schoolgirls looked him over, giggling and whispering amongst themselves. "He's so hot." I heard one of them squeal when she thought she was out of earshot.
Yep.
Spoiler, she wasn't. I wished I could run after her and give her some unsolicited big sister advice. Don't fall for guys who look like they could break your heart, because chances are they will. Sure, Alex said, unfazed by the girl's attention.
That's what she
He
should
was probably
say.
used to it.
She should be like,
While he
nah,
followed
that's
me
my
around
man.
London, women followed him around until we all looked like we were playing a giant game of follow the leader.
Like, what the heck?
We can talk over dinner. His mouth twitched while I glared at him. That's not happening.
Damn right.
I looked around.
I'll
and
kill
spotted a
anybody.
tiny alcove further down the street. Not quite an alleyway,
Kill anybody that
but
touches
private
you.
enough. I didn't want the other fellows seeing him and asking more questions. Most had already noticed Alex waiting for me every day and incorrectly assumed he was my boyfriend. Over there. I marched toward the alcove and waited until we were ensconced in the tiny space before I spoke again. You have to stop. Alex raised an eyebrow. Stop. The gifts, the waiting, the games, they won't work. Lies.
You
They were
facts.
close to working, which
Facts.
is why I was freaking out. If he kept this up, I didn't know how long I could hold out.
And he
His
knows
smile
that.
faded.
That's why he's doing it.
I told you, I'm not playing games. If you want me to stop with the gifts, I'll stop. But I'll never stop waiting. Why? I threw my hands up in frustration. You can have any woman you want. Why are you still here?
because none of them are you. Alex's
He
throat
wants what he
flexed with a
can't
hard
have.
swallow. The
That's what
nervous
it is.
expression
He wants what he
returned.
can't have. He's like, I can't
I
have
didn't
you,
want
so
to
I
admit
want
it,
you. Oh,
even
bananas,
to
look.
myself, but no.
I had
My
these
heart
as
broke
my
into a
snack
gallop.
today.
I knew what he would say next, and I was
Some hot
nowhere near ready to hear
Funyuns.
it. Don't. Ava, I love you.
Oh, they were
His
so
eyes
bomb.
flickered with emotion, and my chest squeezed
They were super
until I
good
thought it would
until I had
burst.
to
When you
fix
told me
the
you loved me,
screen,
I didn't say it
and I had to
back
touch my
because I
white
didn't feel
mouse,
like I deserved your
and I
love.
got like the dust all
You didn't
over
know the
it. I
truth
was like,
about my
God
plan
damn
yet.
it.
And I didn't think. Fuck. He rubbed the back of his neck, looking uncharacteristically flustered. This wasn't how I'd planned
Yeah, it was
to
so
say
bad.
He muttered.
Like I was literally just like
it's
hunched
true.
over, like.
And maybe I still don't
It was all
deserve
bad.
you,
It was bad.
but I'm willing to work at it until I do. You don't love me. I shook my head.
He does love
My
you.
eyes and nose burned with unshed tears. I'd cried so much lately I annoyed myself, but I couldn't stop. You don't even know what love is. You lied and used me and Josh for 8 years. 8 years. That's not love. That's manipulation. Insanity.
When is he gonna be like, I
It
lied
started
about
well,
that?
But Josh really did become my best friend. And I really did fall for you. Alex let out a short laugh. You think I wanted those things to happen? I didn't. They completely screwed my plans over. I held off on bringing down Michael for years because of you and Josh.
Facts.
How generous of you,
Thank you.
I said sarcastically.
He would have
His
did.
jaw
It wouldn't have
tightened.
taken 8 years
I
for
never
him to
claimed
take
be
that guy
Prince
down.
Charming,
It would have
and
been
my love isn't a fairy tale type
2.
of love. I'm a fucked up person with fucked up morals. I won't write you poems or serenade you beneath the moonlight, but you are the only woman I have eyes for. Your enemies are my enemies. Your friends are my friends. And if you wanted, I would burn down the world for you. My heart split in half. I wanted so badly to believe him. But
Then do it.
even if
Believe
that's
him,
true,
girl.
it's not about love.
Ah.
It's about trust. And I don't trust you anymore. You proved you're the master of the long game. What if this is just another one of those?
You could build
What
that
if
trust, girl.
One day, 10 years from now, I wake up and you break my heart again. I won't survive it a second time. If the source of the heartbreak were anyone
How
else, maybe.
dare you hurt
Not
your little
Alex.
thumbs?
He was embedded
My
not only
thumbs
in my
hurt.
heart, but in my soul. And if I lost him again for whatever reason, it was game over. Ava. Alex's voice cracked. Red rimmed his eyes, and I could have sworn he was on the verge of crying.
I know what you
But this was
mean. I know
Alex.
what you mean.
He didn't cry. He wasn't capable
I just find
of
it funny. It's a little cute.
Sweetheart, please. Tell me what I have to do. I'll do anything. I don't know if there's anything you can do, I whispered.
She's so lying.
I'm sorry.
You know you want it.
Then I'll just have to try everything until we find something, he said.
You go,
His
King.
face granted,
Get
his
it.
tone resolute. Alex wouldn't give up until he got what he wanted. It wasn't in his nature. But if I gave in to him the way my heart wanted, but my mind screamed at me not to, how could I live with myself? A relationship without trust was built on a foundation of sand. And after a lifetime of drifting, I needed solid ground. Go home to DC, Alex, I said, exhausted, mentally, physically, and emotionally. You have a business to run. Even as I said the words, my stomach lurched at the thought of an ocean separating us again.
Yeah.
I was a mess. I had no clue what I wanted. My thoughts raced too fast for me to latch onto any of them, and I resigned as CEO, effective 1 month ago. That shocked me out of my reverie. What?
No. He resigned
He
as
was the most
CEO?
ambitious person I knew, and he'd been CEO for less than a year. Why hadn't I heard about this? Then again, I didn't follow financial news, and I'd avoided any news
He
about Alex
resigned
himself.
so that way he could fly to
Alex
be with
shrugged.
her.
I couldn't stay on as CEO while spending all my time in London with you, so I resigned. He said matter-of-factly, like he hadn't given up his life's work on a whim.
Yeah, seriously.
Except Alex did nothing on a whim. He thought through every move, and his latest one made no sense.
Damn.
Not unless
Accept nothing less,
I
ladies.
squashed the brief flare of hope before it could blossom into something greater.
That's crazy.
But what about
Hey,
money
yeah,
and expenses?
W Alex, bro.
I
Man.
realized how dumb that question was the second I asked it. Alex's
Dude
mouth
gave up
tilted
his
up.
CEO-ship to just be with
I
her.
have enough in
That's
stocks,
crazy.
investments, and savings to last me the rest of my life. I worked because I wanted to.
As they should
now
be.
I wanna
As
do
they should be,
something else.
bananas. As they should
I
be.
swallowed, my pulse thundering. What's that? Win you back. No matter how long it takes.
Woo!
43. Ava.
It's our last chapter,
The
y'all.
fellowship ended with a grand exhibition attended by the movers and shakers of London's art world. The exhibition
You
took place in Shoreditch,
stop.
and every fellow had their own section in the pop-up
I don't know if
gallery.
I could
It was exhilarating,
give up everything to
nerve-wracking,
fly to
utterly surreal. I stared at my little slice
to
of
fly
heaven
to
and the people passing
like the other
through
side
it,
of the world, though. That's
dressed to the
crazy.
nines and examining each piece with
I
what
don't know though.
hoped were
I'm
admiring
maybe
eyes.
in the moment, probably could.
I'd grown by leaps and bounds as a photographer over the
But
past
you
year.
never know until like you're
And while
in
I
that
still had a lot
moment,
to
you
learn,
know.
I was damn proud of my work. I specialized in travel portraits, like Diane Lang, but I put my personal spin on it. As much as I admired her, I didn't want to be her. I wanted to be my own person, with my own vision and creative ideas. I took most of my shots in London, but the good thing about Europe was how easy it was to travel to other countries. On the weekends, I took the Eurostar to Paris, or day trips to the Cotswolds. I even booked short flights to neighboring countries like Ireland and the Netherlands, and didn't freak out on the plane. My favorite piece was a portrait of two old men playing chess at a park in Paris. One had his head tossed back in laughter with a cigarette in hand, while the other examined the board with a furrowed brow. The emotions from both jumped out from the photo.
No,
and
it's
I'd
not the fact
never
that she's
been prouder.
rich. It's just that she's very
How do you
close to these other
Diane
countries.
came
Like
up
when you
beside
live in
me.
London, you're
Her pale
literally
blonde hair brushed her
25 minutes
shoulders,
away from
and her
Paris. You're
black-rimmed
25
glasses
minutes away
matched her
from
black
Amsterdam.
jacket and pink
Like you're very
combo.
close to everything. So she doesn't have
She'd
to
been
be
the
rich
best
to
mentor
like
I could
go
ask
to
for
these
during
places.
the fellowship.
That's
And
just
now
how
I
like
considered
Europe
her both a
is.
friend and role model. Me, friends with Diane Lang. Surreal. I feel everything, I admitted, warning though I might also throw up. She threw her head back and laughed, not unlike the man in the photo. That was one of my favorite things about Diane. Whether it was joy, sadness, or anger, she expressed her emotions fully and without reserve. She poured herself into the world with the confidence of someone who refused to hold herself back to make others comfortable. And she shone all the brighter for it. That's normal, she said, her eyes twinkling. I actually did throw up during my first exhibition. Puked all over a server and a guest who happened to be one of Paris's premier art collectors. I was mortified, but he was a good sport about it. Ended up buying 2 of my pieces that night. I chewed on my bottom lip. That was the other thing. All the fellows' photos were up for sale tonight. My cohort had turned it into a competition to see who could sell the most and therefore boast they were the best. But I would be happy if I sold one. Knowing that someone, anyone, liked my work enough to pay for it sent a swarm of happy jitters through my stomach. I hope I'll have as good a night, I said, because I hadn't sold anything yet. The twinkle in Diane's eyes intensified. You already have. Better, in fact. I tilted my head in confusion. Someone bought all your pieces. Every single one.
Alex bought
I
all the
almost
pieces.
choked
No
on my
way.
champagne. What? The exhibition started an hour ago. How is that possible? Seems like you have an admirer, she winked. Don't look so surprised. Your work is good. Really good. I didn't care how good my work was. I was an unknown name. A newbie. Newbies don't sell out of their entire collection that fast.
She hasn't put
Unless-
it together yet.
My heart thumped.
Come on, it's Alex.
In warning or excitement, I wasn't
Girl.
sure. I glanced frantically around the gallery, searching for thick brown hair and cool green eyes. Nothing. But he was here.
Okay.
He was my anonymous buyer. I felt
Okay.
it in my gut.
She knows. She knows.
Alex and I had developed a new... Well, I wasn't sure if I could call it a friendship, but it was a step up from whatever we had when he arrived in London a year ago. He still waited for me in front of my flat every morning and walked me home after my workshops every afternoon. Sometimes we talked, sometimes we didn't. He helped me practice my self-defense moves, assembled my new dining table after my old one broke, and served as a de facto assistant on some of my photo shoots. It had taken us a long time before we reached that point, but we'd gotten there. He was trying, more than trying. And while I'd regained a modicum of trust in him, something held me back from fully forgiving him. I could see how much it hurt him every time I pushed him away. But the wounds from his and Michael's betrayals, while they were healing, ran deep. And I was still learning to trust myself, much less other people. Josh, who'd graduated med school last month, had visited a few times.
Oh, see,
And I
he
made Alex
doctor.
stay out of sight while he was in town.
He doctor.
Josh was still furious with
That's
Alex,
probably why he was
and I
the
didn't need them getting
favorite
into
of
a
the family.
fist fight in the middle of London.
He became a doctor.
Jules, Bridget, and Stella had visited too. I hadn't told them about Alex, but I had a hunch Bridget knew something was up. She'd kept looking at me with a knowing glint in her eyes. Microphone feedback rippled through the air, and the crowd quieted. The fellowship director walked on stage and thanked everyone for attending. She hoped they were having a good time, blah, blah, blah. I tuned her out, too intent on my search to pay attention. Where was he? Alex wasn't one to hide in the shadows unless he didn't want to be seen, and I couldn't think of any reason he'd want to lie low tonight. Special performance. Please put your hands together for Alex Volkov.
You don't
This was
have to get it
maddening
to
and something.
10,000.
Wait,
You
what?
don't have to do that, Bananas.
My head
I love you,
snapped
girl. I appreciate
and
you,
my
though.
stomach tumbled into
I
free fall.
appreciate you.
There he was. Black tuxedo. Unreadable expression.
If you
His hair
wanna, you
gleaming
can.
golden brown beneath the lights.
If you
There were
wanna.
almost 200 people in the room.
I just love that
but his
we're
eyes
enjoying
found
the
mine
book.
Immediately. My pulse thumped with anticipation. What was he doing on stage? I got my answer a minute later. I realize this is quite a surprise, as a
Oh,
live performance
yeah, Alex
wasn't in
was
the
here.
program tonight, Alex said. And if you know me, you know I'm not famous for my patronage of the arts.
Is he gonna
or my
sing?
singing skills. Soft laughter rippled through the crowd.
Yeah, I think he's
along
gonna
with a few
sing.
knowing looks. Alex waited for
He
the
talked
chuckles
about
to die
singing,
down
but
before
the
he
only reason why
continued.
he didn't do it
His
was
gaze
because
burning into
he
mine.
was like, it shows too much
Whether
emotion.
it's music,
And he has
photography,
a.
film, or painting, the arts reflect the world around us.
Exactly.
And for too long, I only saw the dark side, the seedy underbellies, the ugly truths. Photographs reminded me of moments in time that never lasted. Songs reminded me that words have the power to rip one's heart out. Why then would I care about art when it was so terrible and destructive? It was a bold statement to make in front of London's art world, but no one heckled. No one so much as breathed. Alex had us all under the spell of his words. Then someone came into my life and upended everything I thought I knew. She was everything I wasn't. Pure-hearted, trusting, optimistic. She showed me the beauty that existed in this world. And through her, I learned the power of faith, joy, love. But I'm afraid I've tainted her with my untruths, and I'm hoping, with all of my heart, that one day she'll find her way out of the darkness
I like that
and
too.
into the light again.
I like that too. I
The
like it
room
because I
rang with
can
breathless
talk
silence
to
at
a
the
lot of
end of
people
Alex's
one on
speech.
one, and really be
My
able
heart was
to
pounding.
like have conversations,
pounding
because
so
it
hard
kind of
I felt it in my
sucks sometimes
throat,
being a big
my
creator
stomach,
where
my toes.
everybody
I
is
felt
just
it in
kind of
every
lumped,
inch of me.
and you can't really talk
Then
to
he opened his mouth again.
people like
and my
that.
heart
You can't really
stopped
connect with them.
altogether.
Yeah.
Because the voice that came out and filled the room, it was the most beautiful thing I'd ever heard. It wasn't just me either. everyone stared at Alex with rapt fascination. And I was pretty sure a few of the women straight up swooned. I pressed my fist to my mouth as the lyrics flowed over me. It was a song about love.
All right,
and
you try
heartbreak,
your mod powers.
betrayal and redemption, regret and forgiveness. Each word tore me apart, as did the fact that Alex sang it all.
Magic.
No matter how much I'd cajoled or begged in the past, it was the one thing he'd refused to do.
Well, you
Until
did
now,
tell me that you were a wizard yesterday.
I understood why he'd
that you could make
refused.
the magic happen.
Alex didn't just sing. He sang.
Oh, he
With
did
emotion,
sing.
with beauty, with so much rawness it took my breath away.
Yes, you
He
can
bared
mute
his
people.
soul with each
You
note.
can even make it to where they can't
And
chat.
for a man who thought
You
his
do a lot
soul
of
was
things.
irrevocably damned, the thought of doing that in front of an audience
have a lot of
must
power.
have been unbearable. Alex finished to thunderous applause. His gaze lingered on mine for one long moment before he disappeared off stage.
I wonder what song
And the
he
crowd
sang.
broke up into excited chatter and gasps. My feet moved before I could think,
He was like, "You
but I only made
are
it 2 steps
my
before Diane stopped me.
fire."
Ava, before you leave, there's someone I want you to meet, she said. The editor of World Geographic is here, and they're always looking for talented young photographers. Okay. I looked around, but I didn't see
You're
Alex
the president
anywhere.
of the chat.
Is everything all
How
right?
about that?
You seem distracted.
You're elected president
Diane
of the
examined
chat.
me with concern. You've been talking about World Geographic all year. I thought you'd be more excited. Yes, I'm fine. Sorry, I'm just a little overwhelmed. Normally, I would have fangirled at the thought of meeting the editor of World Geographic, a travel and culture magazine famous for its stunning photographs and storytelling. But all I could think about was Alex. That was
I
quite
just
a
wish
performance,
that
huh?
your messages
Diane grinned as she
showed
led
up
me toward an older man
on
with silver
screen.
streaked hair and a thick beard.
because through the
Laurent
chat
Boucher.
thing that I have,
I recognized
it
him
allows my
immediately.
mods to affect
If
other
I'm
chats as
20
well.
years younger,
As long as you're mod on other
forced
chats.
a weak
So
laugh.
since you're mod on
Not
TikTok
that it would
and
do me
YouTube,
much good.
you could also
He
affect
seemed to only have
chatters
eyes
on
for
YouTube
you. She winked
through
at me,
TikTok, through
Heat
my little
rose on my
chat thing.
face,
I just have to accept
and I
it.
mumbled
like, when
an
you wanna do
incoherent
something.
response before we reached
But
Laurent.
for some reason yours doesn't
Diane,
show up.
good to see you again.
So
Laurent's deep
you can't
voice
do it.
rumbled
And
with
I'm
a
like-
charming French accent
like
as he
Dan,
air-kissed her.
he's moderator.
You
He can
look
do that
lovely, as
because his
always.
chats show up.
You're
I don't know
always
why yours
such a
doesn't.
charmer.
That's so
Diane
annoying.
inclined her head toward me. Laurent, I want you to meet Ava. She's the fellow I was telling you about. Ah, of course. Laurent turned his piercing dark eyes on me. I was talking to Diane about your exhibit earlier this evening. You're quite talented, young still, and your work could use a little more refinement, but you have extraordinary potential. Thank you, sir.
Potential.
Between Alex's performance and praise from Laurent freaking Boucher, this whole evening was surreal. Please, call me Laurent. We chatted for another 15 minutes, during which Diane excused herself to speak with the fellowship director. At the end of our conversation, Laurent handed me his
is Dan
card
still
and
in
told
here?
me to be in touch if I was interested in freelancing for a junior role at World Geographic. Yes. I was over the moon about the opportunity, but I couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief when Laurent got distracted by another acquaintance. I thanked him and left to search for Alex, but I was interrupted again by a group of fellows who heard I'd already sold my entire collection and wanted to know who the buyer was. I told them I didn't know, which was technically true.
Yeah.
That kept happening the entire evening. I'd end one conversation only to get drawn into another. I was grateful for all the people who wanted to connect and congratulate me.
Oh, okay.
Damn it, Alex was the only
No
person
problem.
I
No
wanted
problem.
to
Yeah.
talk to.
I'll probably end
By the end
stream
of the night,
then.
I hadn't caught
we've
a
been going for
single
almost
glimpse
6
of him since his
hours.
performance.
Dude, I have no
My feet
idea
hurt.
what's wrong.
My cheeks ached
with
from
my
constant
PC. It
smiling,
keeps shutting off
and my
and
stomach
restarting.
growled from the lack of food. I was always too nervous to eat at events. Guests trickled out until
Dude,
I
you
was
might
one
have
of
a
only
power
a
supply
handful of people
problem.
left in the gallery, including the cleanup crew.
Either
I
that,
couldn't
or
believe
you
Alex
might
would leave without a
have
word after what
a
he did.
motherboard issue.
But there was no denying
It's
it.
one of those two. It's
He
either your
wasn't there.
motherboard or it's your power supply. doing
Hey,
that.
Ava. I perked up. But disappointment slammed into me a second later when I saw who the speaker was. "Hey, Jack." I fixed another smile on my face. "I thought you left." "Nah, seems I'm a straggler just like you." His blue eyes twinkled. "You want to grab a bite? I couldn't eat a thing all night. Nerves," he explained. "I feel that." "Nerves? Come on, you sold your entire collection. That's incredible. Unheard of in WFP history." Jack hugged me. "We should celebrate. Maybe with a proper dinner and drinks. Doesn't have to be tonight if you're too tired," he added. I blinked. Sure, I'd read his tone wrong. "Are you asking me out?"
Oh.
Jack had become a good friend over the past year, and I enjoyed hanging out with him. He wasn't unattractive either.
Is
With
Ava
his
going to get a new
longish blonde
man?
hair, Australian accent, and sun-kissed surfer vibes. But when I looked at him, my stomach didn't flutter, and my heart didn't skip a beat. Only one person in the world could make me feel that way, and he wasn't here. Jack blushed. "Yeah." He flashed a sheepish smile.
Yeah.
"I've wanted to ask you out for a while, but I didn't want to make things awkward during the fellowship. Since the program is over now, I figured, why not? You're beautiful, funny, talented, and we get along well." He paused. "I think." "We do." I placed a hand on his arm. "You're one of my closest friends here.
Oh,
I'm so glad I met you.
friend.
You're a great guy." Ouch.
She's
Jack
turning
winced.
it.
"I feel like that's not a good thing when used in this context." I laughed. "No, trust me. It's a good thing.
Yeah.
You're cute and funny and
Yeah.
talented, too.
Friend
and
zone.
any girl would be lucky to date you."
Oh, any girl would
I
be
sense
lucky.
a fuck coming, he said wryly. But she's busy," a smooth voice interrupted. "From tonight through the foreseeable future."
Oh, she's twisting that
I
knife.
turned, my pulse accelerating when I saw Alex less than 5 feet away. His
Damn.
gaze zeroed in on where
Poor
I was
guy.
still touching Jack's arm. I pulled away, but it was too late. I could practically taste the danger pulsing in the air. Gone was the man who'd bared his soul on stage. In his place was the ruthless CEO who wouldn't hesitate to crush his enemies into dust. "You're the guy who performed tonight and is always waiting for Ava outside WIP. Jack narrowed his eyes. "Who are you again?"
Oh.
"Someone who will rip your entrails out and strangle you with them if you don't take your hands off her," Alex said in a deceptively calm voice. It was only then that I realized Jack still had his hand on the small of my back from when he'd hugged me earlier. "You're psycho." Jack tightened his hold on me, and I suddenly feared for his life. "I'm calling security." "No, it's fine. I know him," I blurted before Jack could get himself into more
Have you
trouble.
noticed there's a cable not plugged
He's
in
prone
on
to
my
hyperbole.
graphics card? Is that
I took a
supposed
step
to be
back,
a thing?
forcing Jack to release me.
Is that on the front
"I need to
side
talk
of your
to him, but
graphics
I'll see you
card?
later, okay?" He shot me a disbelieving look. "Ava, he's..." "I'll be fine," I said, my
I don't
tone
think
firm.
3090s take
"I promise.
two
He's an
8
old
pins.
acquaintance from DC." Displeasure radiated from
okay,
Alex in
then-
waves. His
Then
gaze
no,
bore
yeah,
into
you
me
should
with
you should
laser
have
intensity,
something plugged into
but I ignored it as
into
best I
that
could.
port,
"Okay."
because that's
Jack relented.
that's the cable that
me
supplies
when you're
your
home safe.
graphics card with
He kissed
power.
my cheek, and a low growl filled the room.
And that could be the reason
Jack
why
flinched
your
and cast
your
another
monitors are
suspicious
flashing,
glance toward Alex
because your
before
graphics
leaving.
card doesn't have enough power.
I waited until he was out of earshot before I pinned Alex with my own warning stare. "Don't even think about it."
"Think about what?"
"Doing anything to Jack, or hiring anyone to do anything to him," I added. Because one always needed to cover one's bases with Alex. He
Yeah,
was the king of loopholes.
because that
"I
dude
didn't
might do something
realize
to
you
him.
cared so much about him."
Alex said, his voice cold. I clenched my teeth. "How is it possible you're the same guy who sang earlier tonight? One is an asshole, the other is..."
"Is what?"
Alex walked toward me, and my mouth dried.
"Is what, Ava?"
"You know what?"
"I don't."
I exhaled a shaky sigh. "You sang in public."
"Yes.
For her.
"Why?"
Why do I do anything these days?"
He brushed his fingers over my cheek, and shivers of pleasure skated down my spine. He paused, his jaw working before he said carefully, I'm not the best at expressing my emotions. That's why I never liked singing. It's all emotion, and it feels too vulnerable. I can't stand it. But I said I'm willing to do whatever it takes to win you back, and I meant it.
Ooh.
Just as I meant every word in that song.
Yeah.
That song was for you.
Yeah.
But I'm running out of ideas,
He sang
sweetheart.
for her, baby.
Alex rubbed his thumb over the curve of my jaw and gave me a sad smile. Do you know this is the first time you've let me touch you in over a year? I opened my mouth to argue,
it's been a
because
year?
that couldn't possibly be true.
Man.
Except it was. A montage of images flashed through my mind, of me shrinking back or turning away
Right?
every time Alex reached for me over
Take
the
him
past
back.
12 months.
You already put homeboy in
Not
the
because I didn't want him to touch me,
You already put
but
homeboy in the
because
friend
I
zone.
didn't trust myself
You
not
straight
to
stabbed
cave
the
if he
hell out
got
of
that
him.
close again.
Take him back.
He never said anything, but I caught the hurt and pain in his eyes. I looked for you after, I said, my chin wobbling. I couldn't find you.
Yeah,
You
she's
disappeared.
gonna take him back.
That's your big night. I didn't want to take that away from you. I thought you left. I don't know why, but I started crying. The tears dripped down my cheeks, and my sniffles echoed in the empty gallery. I was mortified, but at least we were the only people there. There had to be staff somewhere in the building, or they would have kicked us out, but I couldn't see them. I would never leave you. Alex drew me into his chest, and I sank into his embrace for the first time in what felt like forever. It was like returning home after a long, lonely trip abroad. I'd forgotten how safe I felt in his arms, like nothing and no one could hurt me. That I felt this way even after what he did spoke volumes. Do you want me to leave? He asked gruffly. I buried my face in his chest and shook my head. He smelled like warmth and spice, and it was so familiar it made my heart hurt. I missed it. I missed him. Even though I'd seen Alex every day for the past year, it wasn't the same as touching him and actually being with him. Do you miss me, sweetheart?
Yeah, she
His voice
does.
gentled. I nodded, my face still buried in his chest. All this time, I'd been afraid to let him back in. Partly because I didn't trust him, but mostly because I didn't trust myself. After being lied to for so long by two people I'd loved, I'd begun to think of my heart as my enemy and not my friend. How could I trust my instincts when they'd led me so astray in the past? But the more I thought about it, the more I realized I hadn't been wrong. I thought Michael was my real father and that he'd saved my life, but I'd always felt uncomfortable around him. I never bonded with him the way a daughter should with her father. I figured it was because he'd been uncomfortable around me, and while that may have played a part, it had mostly been a sixth sense that warned me not to get too close. As for Alex, he'd pulled the wool over both my and Josh's eyes. But in my heart of hearts, I believed him when he said our relationship and his feelings were real. Was there a chance I was wrong, and this was yet another fucked-up long game? Yes, though I didn't see what else he could want from me. He'd targeted Michael based on false information, and even if he hadn't, Michael was already out of the picture.
Yeah, facts.
He'd been found guilty of multiple charges of attempted murder and corporate fraud, and he faced life in prison. But I'd
Probably
rather
6
take
more
a leap of
minutes.
faith than spend the rest of my life living
more
in
minutes
fear
till
of
the
something
episode's
that
over.
might happen. I was sick and tired of letting my fears hold me back, whether it was over water, a heartbreak, or something else. The only way to live life was to live it. No fears, regrets.
I got.
Alex pulled me back, but kept one arm around my waist. He tilted my chin up, his eyes boring into mine. Do you want me to stay? He wasn't talking about the gallery, and we both knew it. I swallowed hard and nodded again. Yes, I whispered. The word had barely left my mouth before Alex yanked me toward him and crushed his lips to mine. It wasn't a sweet, leisurely kiss. It was fierce and desperate and everything I needed. A shudder of relief rippled through him beneath my palms, and I hadn't realized how tense he'd been until now.
Oh man!
You know, there's no getting rid of me now, he warned.
Here,
his touch hot
after
and
this
possessive as he
chapter,
gripped my hands.
I'm gonna get off stream.
Anyway.
What you can
He
do
let out a soft
is
chuckle.
video call me,
His mouth
and
claimed mine
then
once
you can
more.
kind of show me what you're looking
And I
at,
was so lost in
and
his
we
kiss,
can kind
his
of
scent,
fix it.
his touch, that I didn't notice we'd moved until my back hit the wall. Alex? He pulled my bottom lip between his teeth and bit lightly before chasing away the
Yeah,
sting
when you
with
don't know
his
what you're
tongue.
doing, it does look like a lot,
Full-on tingles spread
but
from my
it's
scalp
not
all the way
it's not
down
as
to my
bad as you
toes.
think.
Don't break my heart again. Alex's face softened. I won't. Trust me, sweetheart. I do. It was the truth. I'd seen the real Alex tonight, stripped of all his masks, and I trusted him with all my heart. He gave me one of his real smiles then. The kind that could start a nuclear reaction and destroy the entire female population in one fell swoop. Also, I blushed. I miss when you call me sunshine. Alex's eyes flared with heat.
I know she does.
Yeah. He slid my skirt up, inch by inch, until the cool air hit my ass and upper thighs. What else do you miss? He dipped his hand inside my already drenched panties and brushed the sensitive nub between my legs. Do you miss this? A whimper escaped. Yes. What about this? He pressed his body against mine until I felt his rock-hard erection against my thigh. Heat sizzled through my veins. I hadn't had sex in a year and a half, and my sexual frustration was a volcano waiting to explode. Yes, please, I moaned. I told the rest of the staff to leave before I came to see you. It's just you and me, sunshine.
Oh.
His breath tickled my skin.
Oh, she about to
as he
fuck
dragged his
or he
mouth
about to
down
fuck
my
her
neck until
on
he
the
reached
gala
the pulse
floor.
fluttering wildly at the base of my throat. I'm going to fuck you against this wall until you can't remember your own name.
God damn.
But before I do, he grabbed my throat, his voice dropping to a soft snarl. My core spasmed in response. Tell me about the blonde fucker who asked you out. Did you let him touch you, sunshine?
Uh-oh.
Did you let him touch what was mine? I shook my head,
No.
practically panting from arousal. Alex's grip tightened.
Oh, she stabbed that
Are
nigga
you
with the friend
lying to
zone
save
knife.
him? No, I moaned. I swear I don't think of him that way. I gasped when he spun me around and pressed my cheek against the wall. The icy concrete dug into my heated skin, and my nipples hardened into painful points. Alex yanked up my skirt and shoved aside my panties with his free hand. You don't think about him, ever, he growled. I heard his belt unbuckling and his pants unzipping. I'm the only man in your mind, in your mouth, in your tight little pussy. Do you understand? Yes! I was so delirious with lust I would have said yes to anything at this point.
Damn.
Tell me who you belong to.
The power.
He slid his cock against my drenched folds,
The
and I almost
power.
had a mini orgasm from that simple action alone.
Hey, all because of you,
I belong
bananas.
to you. Alex hissed out a breath.
I bet your thumb is super
And
buff,
that was
huh?
the only warning I received before he
Power.
slammed into me. He clapped a hand over my mouth, muffling my screams, but I was so far gone I barely noticed. I could only focus on the sensation of his cock pounding into me and the pleasure crashing over me in waves. The framed photos from the exhibition banged against the wall with each thrust, and I
Well, you
dimly
know I
heard
love your
something
thumbs.
crashing to the ground.
Right.
I was about to come when Alex spun me around again, so we faced each other. His skin was flushed with exertion.
Shout out to Bananas
His
Thumbs.
eyes dark with
the
lust.
real MVPs of the night.
He was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. He crushed his lips to mine, hard and demanding.
They are
I
buff.
yielded with no resistance,
I know.
letting him into every part
You
of
type too fast.
me. My heart, my soul, my life. And you know what? Alex and I, we fit perfectly.
Oh,
Epilogue.
man. Oh, man. Yeah, you do. You probably type too fast. That's why you can't. That's why you have so many typos. I was going to say you can't spell, but that's mean. But that's it. Unless you guys want to do epilogue. Epilogue is another 21 minutes. We'll probably do epilogue next stream. And then we will be doing, after that, we're going to do Satan's Affair. So I already have Satan's Affair ready to go. And so I think I can alt it, right? No, I can't. Okay. But yeah. So next stream, we're going to be doing Satan's Affair. And then, we'll do the epilogue for this book first. And then we'll do Satan's Affair after that. And that'll probably take up the whole stream. That'll be a 5-hour stream. But yes. Bye, Bananas. I love you, girl. Appreciate you. Thank you, everybody, for coming out. Having a good time. All that good stuff. Dan, if you want to hit me up right now, you can. We can get your computer fixed, my guy. Love you guys all on Kick. Love you guys all on Twitch. Love you guys all on YouTube. This was a W stream. Appreciate everybody who came out. Thank you, Bananas. You sleep well. Get some sleep. Get ready for Sunday. Everybody get into the Discord for the notification center. All right. I see that there was like 2 or 3 of you guys that just joined the Discord. So the Discord is pretty much just for notifications. Let you guys know when we're going live, when we upload everything. We will be doing book 2 of Twisted Love on the podcast after we do the book that we're going to be going over. So we probably won't see the Twisted series for a minute, but we will be doing book 2. We'll do book 2 after that. So, but yeah. Love you guys all. I'll see you all later, and peace. I'm going to hang out a little longer just until I can get Dan on the phone and help him out with his computer. But without further ado, love you guys. See ya. But yeah, Dan, go ahead and call me right now. And that way we can get everything fixed for you. I know Sunday is long. I know. Let me see. Okay. All right. So I'm in stream right now.